Futures back to the downside here this morning. More inflation data just coming out. Consumer consumption and core PCE price index for June just out, higher than expected. 0.6 versus 0.5, 1.1 versus 0.9 on the consumption number for June. And the personal income month over month higher than expected as well. So more indications here of higher inflation coming through this morning. Futures were in positive territory, back to the downside here ever so slightly, coming off pretty impressive performance once again yesterday as we head to the end of what is still, at this point anyway, shaping up to be a positive week for all three U.S. markets. Obviously, the Fed, the big story of the week on Wednesday, raising interest rates. We get more monster earnings this morning in the form of Apple, in the form of Amazon. Roku, not that big, but to the downside this morning in a big way. We'll talk about Roku coming up here, but should be an interesting day. Chip makers back on the mind as well after the $52 billion chips bill gets passed yesterday in Washington. We get Intel earnings to the downside for INTC as well. Friday, July 29th, 2022, tradertv.live starts now. Move anyways to the downside here. We are trying to rebound ever so slightly, but still positive to start things off this morning. All three U.S. markets, they are moving around quite quickly right now, but we are in positive territory. As I mentioned, you can see crude oil down here. Nice move, was up more than 2% initially, 1.7. Some earnings coming through in the energy sector as well, with CVX and XOM, I think it was the other one that reported. We'll touch on that. 1.5, 4.3 there for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Should be an interesting day here, guys. Arun is here for Sean off today and Monday as well, enjoying an extra long weekend. Pretty exciting week, guys. More monster earnings, as I mentioned, but more inflation data. Here we go again, back to the downside for the overall market.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like it was going to be one of those days where you could have had a strong earnings taking the market to the upside. We're talking about, strong earnings responses. So Apple and Amazon going to be their energy strong, both Chevron and XOM going to be to the upside. I'm going to save my Intel rant for when we go over the stock in particular, but I got a pretty decent one of this locked and loaded and ready for you guys. And then Roku. Roku was the big one. I suspect, given the way things usually go, that Ms. Wood will be buying a little bit more of that. I'll double check at some point to see what the holding is for ARK, whether it's still in that top three. I suspect it just might be. And because I absolutely can't help myself, I'm just going to point out that HKD, which is like the craziest stock in a while, trading currently at $177. So Arun and I had a discussion about how you could possibly structure a short. I'm not paying for the low case today. It's structuring a trade here risk-wise to the short side it's a tricky one, and I haven't been able to figure one that's going to make sense to me, even though there might be something out there. But yeah, this stock continues to be absolutely insane. It looked like it was about to make its charge and pull back to the downside, and then retesting some of these highs. So we have a wild one. It is the last day of the month, so we're going to get some big-time moves, open and the close, I would anticipate. And let's get this party started. Arun's in the big chair here. I mean, we'll do an awesome job. But this move to the downside, what are your thoughts?
I mean, we have a lot of space. We talked about yesterday, we had a ton of space to the upside. We hit the upside levels that we were supposed to kind of get to, which was around 4,100, and then Apple comes out, gets us there. But now we're starting to fall off. We get some economic numbers. Problem with the move like yesterday, after we cleared 40.50, it opened up a ton of space to the downside. So as we come and break through 40.90, we'll talk more about it when I get to the futures levels. It has some space. There should be some support, and if that support doesn't hold, we might be seeing those levels again that we started off with yesterday. So the 40.30, 40.25 might be in play if we can't hold the levels. But for now, we're still potentially on the buy side. So I'm going to hold off here on making any decisions on whether I want to go for the short or for the long. I want to see some action first. And somebody in the chat says, buy Arun the shorts. No, thank you. I do not want to pay for shorts. The reason I don't pay for shorts, not just the price of it, but also the fact that I overtrade when I do end up paying for shorts.
It's only $8 a share, though.
It's only $8 a share. I know. It's one of the cheapest I've ever seen, but I'd rather not get involved in something like that. The cheapest ever is free, and I'm okay with that. Brendan.
Simply a steal today for that one. Getty, another one here, going crazy this morning. Getty Images, recent SPAC conversion back to the downside a little bit, but 170%, trying to hold below $30. Let's get into a few things to discuss this morning. Here's that Chevron note. We mentioned XOM and CVX, both higher. Yeah, record profit, no surprise, obviously, for CVX and XOM. Biggest quarter in decades for both, with oil priced where it currently is. As I mentioned, oil to the downside ever so slightly now, but still up on the day. Here's this Getty Images soaring after a recent SPAC closing. We were trying to find the float on this morning, and there's a very wide range, let's just put it that way, of indications of how big the float is, anywhere from 150 million all the way down to, I've seen 20 million. So take your pick.
Yeah, like the range on the like 50 million to like 200 and something for the float. Like it's relatively small. I think that's why you're going to get these moves for these new SPACs. It's just the new trend that we're seeing here, where it's not even about necessarily the short float for some of these runners or what gets the social media pump in message boards to get these going. It just has to have a small enough float. Recent issues are usually in line for that or converted SPAC. So this is the trend that we're seeing. So you look for something that's essentially barcoding. When it makes the gap up, a lot of times, I mean, oddly, like retail actually dumped it through 25 a little bit, but then it catches a bid, and then you're just getting a breakout. And they are what they are. This is actually very expensive to short as well. I was a bit surprised. I was expecting a reasonable price, but it's like $1.25 on Getty here. Know the company, pretty solid, but this isn't a fundamental move by any stretch. This is just one of those squeeze plays that we're going to have to take a watch at. There's nothing to look at in terms of levels, so psychologically that's what I tend to care about. Or when you look for breaks, look for things like clean 25, 50% moves to the upside from those for potential turns. Never write it off just because it's pulled back a lot, as we've seen with HKD. That has pulled back several times. There have been some interesting buying opportunities. So you should be looking at, I'll be looking at like $25 here as the first breakout price, and maybe it'll be able to consolidate there and form a bit of a long position. But I'm not seeing a ton of liquidity, but it's done 1 million shares. So it's going to be thinly traded. It's got a 50-cent spread for something which has done pretty decent volume. That should give you an idea of how risky this is to trade. Even though it's a $28 stock right now, this is something where you're probably risking at least a couple of bucks on every single trade if you're being relatively tight about it, I would say. Like there's no like 20, 30 cent stops on something like this. So if that's not what you're looking for, then trust me, you don't want to trade Getty.
And that's not what I'm looking for, so I definitely don't want to be trading Getty. I'm going to follow Neil's advice on this one here. Not my style, right? This kind of stuff, I'm going to leave it for the guys that want to play this kind of game. For me, I want a structured trade. For me, I'm going to go through the charts and figure out what names I can look at so far. I've got some ideas here, maybe some MasterCard levels, some J&J levels, and I know Brendan's got some more names that we can take a look at as well.
Yeah, a lot, to be honest. It's a busy morning. Intel, Roku, both to the downside. We'll get into the reports, the numbers a little bit here, but general thoughts, guys, coming off what happened yesterday in Washington. We get this $52 billion CHIPS bill passed. Intel then comes out with a disappointing report. I mean, Intel set to benefit possibly the most from funding in the U.S. coming from the government.
Not possibly the most. The most. The bill was basically like Intel was the one like if you don't pass this bill, we're not gonna invest in building the plant. So I was trying to make an analogy. I was talking to Brankles about this one with Intel, right? And the analogy that came to mind is twofold. And I'll give two examples, one General Motors and the other one Meta. So what Intel is trying to do is they're trying to both reinvigorate their core business competing with AMD and the AMDs of the world where they've been losing market share across the board. So they've been trying to invest on improving their chip technology while also becoming a bigger foundry play and thus competing with the likes of TSM and Samsung, which to me, like this is the reason why I took a shot and said this is your shot play in the 2 to 5 years, right? 2 to 5 year timeline. If they can pull this off, I felt like there would be more protectionism and more production in the U.S. Like all of that is playing out. But the problem about making a major transition in your business is the whole point is that you're supposed to be protected on the downside in this case by the strength of their core business and the dividend. That's what's supposed to be your backstop. You want to know why Meta's getting crushed? Because they're trying to make a big major shift while their core business is under pressure. And why are GM and Ford not too bad for a solid place? You get the EV upside, but their core business you feel confident about. But anytime that gets shaken, it's like, well, you're spending a bunch of money to do something new, and the core business is under pressure. The timing of it isn't pretty good. And on top of it, Intel's now said they're going to cut spending. They've been spending hand and fist for these transitions. Their margins were absolutely putrid. Bad would have been in the mid-40s. They ended up at like 30-something, which I don't even care what number you put beside the 30. It's disgusting. Now they're saying they can get back to the 50s. Well, last year you were saying you wanted to get back into the 60s as your goal. Now I'm not saying that can't happen for next year, but the way I see it, you put another bad quarter on, it's like, why is anybody holding this for the 2 to 5 year turnaround, right? Because it's just gotten so bad. You've chewed through the multi-year level at 43. You know, like that was the support that had been great to be a buyer from. Like, you know, you were laughing if you were buying off this price the last couple of years, right? And then thinking you could play for the upside. Now, people like myself, who are like, I came into this year thinking, okay, am I going to get opportunities to add on the dip here at some point so I can actually get a full position on this thing and really make it better in the future? And now I'm considering, well, maybe I need to take that money out and go back into something like, I mean, I already own AMD, I already own some AMD and NVIDIA, but I sold shares of Marvell at the top and was looking to put that money into more shot play and Intel. There's no chance I want to do that now. It's a horrible quarter. Maybe they can do something the next quarter that looks a little bit good. If you can't tell, I think it was a disgusting quarter. That being said, there's a line that I've tried to put in my vocabulary when it comes to day trading, because you want to separate these two worlds as best you can. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go. 35 is the current bottom. I am leaning toward the short side. I'm on the offer in front of 36 here to short the pop here in Intel through that price. But if we do hold 35 all day long, then and the market ends up strong for whatever reason. Right now we're pulling back. We're still up 6.6 on the NASDAQ. Then I think you can have maybe a little bit of a bounce play in Intel. Like, all things can come to the upside, but it doesn't have a big short interest or anything like that. And then also keep in mind, part of the reason for this move, the expected volatility was very low. This, for sure, caught a lot of people off guard. There's no question about it. That's why you see the 11%, because the numbers were much worse than I think anybody had anticipated there. And they don't have things to hide behind. You run a loss, you're not like Amazon where you can say you took a hit on Rivian, and then really you didn't actually really have a loss. And this is all legit. Like, this is core parts of their business which are failing in multiple parts of it. So, you know, I'm going to be shorting first to 36.25 if we get any kind of a pop there. I do have plays for NVIDIA and Micron and AMD as well. Well, probably NVIDIA and Micron as well. Intel, we'll see if we get this fill. 35 break, I feel like, is going to be the most crowded trade of all time. Everyone's going to be trying to hit that short, and it is SSR, so that could be tricky.
And I'm going to look at the opposite trade there, Neil. You're going for the fade, and I think where you would get out is where I'd start looking for a potential trade. It's going to be the 37 long. Is that where you're going to put your stop roughly, you think?
Oh, if it's above 37, I give up.
Yeah, and that's where I would want to step into a long. Until that point, I'm just going to let it go. I don't want to jump on the short side, but I do want to see what's got on the upside if we can get above 37. Technically, if we get above 37, we should have about $1.50 in space to the upside into the 38.5, 39. So there's a decent trade to the upside if we can get it. But given how it's been trending down, more likely Neil's short trades are going to be filled first with a move down before we even get a chance to take a shot at that long. But definitely 37 is going to be the area to keep an eye on Intel up to that 38.5, 39 area.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss here, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas, for a discussion on a few things. Great to see you, as always, Michael, on a Friday. It's an interesting time here because we're at a point in the overall market where we've been before on this march to the downside since the start of the year. During a bear market, during a pullback in the overall market, people like to kind of look back at what has happened in the past and say, okay, how is this different? First of all, is this different right across the board? And look for those signs that might indicate, okay, this is the time that it might continue. You're going to tell us why we should be looking back to May here this morning as to what happened and why it could be the same this time.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, you know, I hate to be Captain Buzzkill. I know I was last week as well. Got a pretty decent trade on the short side last week, you know, got out of that before GDP and FOMC and all the acronyms kind of push the market higher. But I do want to, I've got some ideas to the long side, and I've got some ideas when it comes to short float today. But I do want to preface, we are still in a bear market. This is a bounce in a bear market until proven otherwise. We chatted about this a little bit last week, but it's, that 420 level-ish that I'm looking for to kind of break and hold, to say, okay, now we've put in a lower low and a lower high. At least maybe we're sideways now, if not kind of entering a potential new bull market. But, again, I just want to preface everything I'm going to say with, I wouldn't be shocked if we roll back over and make lower lows. But one thing I did notice, and in the first chart I have here, I highlighted, like Brendan was talking about, I highlighted the May rally that we had, with the rally that we had right now. And it's about the same scale and percentage. It's about the same scale in just, force or velocity, right? Just nice kind of ramp up with not really much of a rest. And I was taking a look because I noticed that there was a lot of short float kind of activity last rally that I'm not seeing this one. So the first bar chart we have here, one of the things that we do at Trade Ideas is we store millions of points of data across every stock every single day. So as a data nerd, that allows me to get a lot of stuff to take a look at. And I looked at what the average short float of the S&P 500 as a whole was in the May rally, and what the average short float of every stock in the S&P 500 was in this rally. And you can see the bar chart makes it look a little bit more extreme, but it was 3.5% last time. It was 3.6% this time. So a little bit more shorted in the overall market on this rally than we were last time. And that makes sense. We're a little bit lower. There's going to be more short funds and things like this that are taking advantage of that. But this next chart I thought was really interesting, where I took the entire S&P 500 and I said, okay, let's look at the top stocks that made the rally, the stocks that pulled us up, the ones that made the greatest percentage gain from the lows last time. And the average short float on those last time was about 5.25%. And the same number this time is 3%. So quickly, what does that mean? It's essentially just talking about how last time when we had this rally, everybody started covering short positions. This time when we have this rally, way less short positions are being covered. And generally speaking, large short positions are done by hedge funds and institutions. So it may be to the point where if we do continue to rally, if this was a bottom and the market is going to move higher, that a lot of these shorts might be trapped. So what I did with Trade Ideas, I just ran a scan on heavily shorted names, looked for ones that were doing much better than the overall market. So the shorts are going to be in a lot more pain. And I hope that, again, if I'm right, and if people weren't expecting this rally as much, so they weren't as diligent about covering their shorts, things could get a little bit ugly for them, which for us retail traders who can hop in and out quickly may be really, really good for us. So the first one here is actually Kindmark, which is kind of AMC's, I guess, sister. It's another movie theater down the States, has earnings in a little bit, so be careful there. But a nice little bull flag here and a 21% short float. So 1/5 of the entire float is short. If the rally continues and these shorts are indeed trapped, which it looks to me in this chart that it is, this could get going. Next one here is Rocket Mortgage with 31% of the short float. So a lot of these have like a third roughly of the float that's being short. This one's bouncing around $10. If it can get and hold over $10, if I was short, that would be my ticket to exit. So maybe we get a little bit of a pop over that. Next one here is GOSS, GOSS, which is some sort of pharmaceutical company. Big push up, and now it's just chopping sideways with, again, about 20% or 1/5 of the entire float short. And last but not least is one that, full disclosure, I am already in, but I really like the look of this one. I just always want to disclose when I'm in something, but it's VUZI with another 31% short float. These guys, they make glass for augmented reality, and they got hammered from about $30 down to $3, but a pretty decent move since then. So if anyone's holding short, they're having a little bit of a hard time. And then over this about $8 or so, it's a really interesting kind of rounded bottom pattern. And I was taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. and that looks like a smiley face to me.
Neil and I were actually having a conversation this morning, Michael, before we came on, about the simple fact that just because, you know, we clear maybe that 420, as you were talking about on the SPY, and start to hold, is constructive, yes, back to the upside, but doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, we have to, as a whole, just rip right back to all-time highs. And as you were saying, you know, some congestion, some back and forth sideways action for the overall market even would be constructive.
Well, yeah, and this is, I think it's a really good point for your viewers, is one of my mentors, Brian Shannon, who's a prominent trader and is a great guy. He has a saying that I love, that if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. And what he means by that is that often we think that the market's got to crash and it's got to hit this point of capitulation, and then it's just a V bottom up. And I think a lot of people are getting excited for that. And that's why I'm doing my kind of Captain Buzzkill routine over and over again, where even if the bottom is put in, that doesn't mean that the next place that we're going is a new high. You know, if you look back at other bear markets, you can see that there could be years of sideways chop. There could be, again, months or years where every rally, everyone gets super excited and thinks we're going to make new highs, and then we sell off, and maybe we don't make new lows, but we just stay in the middle. So everyone's looking for a V-shaped recovery, but often sometimes we get what's, you know, they call a U-shaped recovery, where we're just in kind of that trench for a long period of time before making new highs. So that's a really good point.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean there aren't, you know, opportunities along the way in that. We just have to maybe shift our focus a little to find them. Michael Noss, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend, sir. We'll see you next week.
See you next week. Have a good one.
All about the smiley face. We love those. And like the short float, it's been a play. And realistically, we talked about that, and we've talked about the light float names as well getting pushed around. So when you look at something like a Rocket with a chance to go, Sidmark's been an interesting one, I think, for a while. But yeah, it's a weird one, like, because I kind of felt like it's been there, and if you believed in AMC, it's had a lot of reasons why it should have made some moves as well, but it never seems to. We just got a question on Roku, and I guess we're going to do the upgrades and downgrades, and this will definitely be on that board. And I was sort of just putting in the chat, someone was asking, do we buy Roku here? Usually when I'm looking at that hold doesn't break the low, only one place it can go, I want to see that at the open, right? Like, it's sure you've got the 65 right here, which for the most part in the pre-market has been the low. I understand it traded in the aftermarket down to 60 pretty much, and down to 63.5 much earlier before 7 a.m. But I'm kind of looking at that 65 first. I mean, if it doesn't break that at the open, we hold above there. I think that's where I'd be trying that dead cat bounce like long from. And then you can also be looking at the break of the high, which is about 67.5. I'm trying not to be biased about this. I put this in the chat as well. This is about trading and a certain pattern that can happen on stocks that are down like 20% or 15% or whatever they might be. What's working against that is it's only a 6% short float. Oftentimes when that does work out well, like a Teladoc was strong, it's because it has a much larger short float, like 20%, maybe 30% sometimes. We saw that with Beyond Meat. We've seen that with Bed Bath & Beyond as well for that particular setup. So Roku doesn't have the short interest. And candidly, when someone asked us, so we did a video, I think back then, about stocks that you think are dead and are never coming back, Roku was my pick. So this is just about a day trade, and that it sets up for a long if we hold 65 at the open.
Yeah, Roku is actually one of those names where in the past it's been a great intraday day trade. Today it's a little bit more confusing in terms of how you approach it. I do have a kind of a marker put down, but that's entirely dependent on, hey, can we break 60? If the answer is yes, then I'll take a look at it. If not, what can I really find here? Is there enough to go for a stable long? I'm not sure yet. Maybe mid-morning I can find enough information to go for the long, but for the time being, after that big drop from 86 all the way down here, down south of 64, here we are kind of going sideways. This could just be a consolidation before the breakdown. If that's the case, this 60 is going to be critical on seeing what it does below here. If we get underneath, just trap stops, then we stabilize back around 60, that's probably a long. If we get underneath and stay underneath, at that point, yeah, there's going to be an extension to the downside. So I definitely keep an eye on the 60, and that's the only time I'll take a look at Roku at the 60 point. So there's not much else I would see on this chart, especially given how sideways it is after that big drop. So we'll just kind of back off here, and we'll go to Brendan at Big Board there.
Yeah, on top of that, the analysts piling on as well. This is one of about 7, I think, this morning. To the downside for Roku, Intel's here, Comcast, Spirit. I mean, that deal in place now, it would appear anyway, so not a huge problem. Apple, First Solar, and Amazon. We'll talk a little bit about these clean energy stocks coming up. First Solar with its own news this morning, but the entire group, big days yesterday as well.
Yeah, definitely big days. And First Solar was, I think, one of the only ones that we maybe didn't even pull up or talk about. But we did talk about the entire group there. We'll definitely get to Amazon, Apple, Intel on their news. We touched on Roku a little bit there. But yeah, you've had a huge run after it looks like the climate bill is going to get put through, and then you had a huge gap up. Right? Like there's no chance to trade off of some of these prices the way that they were able to work. Like you can just look at the daily, but we're clean above multiple sets of resistance, which is what you're looking for. Breaking now the 200 period, breaking like the last really significant resistance level at about 86 there. So I think that's where, this is where you consolidated at really like 9 a.m. You need to be in this in a pre-market or just sit there and punch long any one of these at 9:30. That was really your play. After that, it just held support above that 86. So that's what I'd be coming back to today on something like a First Solar. Again, it's got a couple of reasons why it looks strong. 93 sets up for a break here. If you look at yesterday's top, it's a little bit cleaner to 92.5. So that's splitting hairs the way this thing can move. But those are the levels you want to see. If we're going to be have some strength today, I could see a second day push for many of these names. First Solar, quiet so far. The volume hasn't really been all that big, but you can see how the buyers came to defend this as the market really did pull back pretty heavily late in the morning, and then we didn't really do anything. When the rest of the market rallied, these just sat there off of those levels, and it just sat there at that 88 level and didn't really go. So I need to see it actually bouncing away from this and then trying to take out the next level up and see if this catalyst can get it going on day 2.
Yeah, it's a tough read at the moment anyways, in terms of what you can do. Like when I like to position or take on positions in the equity side, I like to kind of time it out with what I see on the futures. If I feel that the bias is, or if I see that the bias is going to be somewhat of a long on the futures, I'm willing to kind of buy some dips here on the equity side, maybe the weaker not the weaker names, but some of the ones that are more obtainable, I guess, when it comes to levels and where they are in terms of their support in relation to the futures. But if I can't get a read on the futures, I'm not sure what I would want to do on the equity side either. Right now, I'm waiting to see whether this market can actually stabilize around 90. It seems to be bouncing back after getting to that 85. It's coming back a little bit, so maybe we do have enough stability for a long yet, on at least on equity. And I've got some names in mind, and I'm kind of putting the alerts out there, but nothing stable just yet. Pinduoduo was a name that I was looking at as well, potentially. This one, along with BABA, JD, they're all down, obviously. This one's down huge right now. South of 48.50. It's consolidating, but it seems like it's consolidating with a downward trajectory, so potential shorts. And I'm just waiting to see what they want to do south of 40 in terms of action. If we get underneath, there probably will be a chance, a pretty nice chance, I think. Look at this. This is a fairly easy move to see. The fact that since we got below 49, we're just kind of putting in lower highs, kind of trending to the downside. But we've seen this before on these types of names where I think it was BABA actually, where it was doing something like this, and then the open comes and it just rips straight up. So I want to wait for the open. We'll keep this name in mind, BABA, JD, PDD. We'll keep those names in mind, see which one has the best technical setup. And if that open comes in and there's no bounce or heavy bounce, I think then the shorts are on for these names because they're already trending in that direction. Let's see what they got at the open.
Strength and energy continuing here, guys. Oil here back to session highs, essentially 2.5% now for crude. XOM we mentioned early on. There's also CVX here, both up nicely off earnings, record quarterly earnings for that matter for both, with oil continuing to show all kinds of strength. Let's go back to Arun here and get a check of the overall market. We're trying to bounce here off that 830 number, Arun. Still positive on the day. What are you looking at today?
Yeah, for me, this is the 30-minute chart here I've got up for you guys. It's one of those things where yesterday's move was when I came on yesterday and we were sitting right about here. Let's get the chart up, guys. When we came up here right into 4,000, there was a chance. I mentioned it. We had a very good opportunity to take a shot. We had enough. We got some decent earnings out, and we had a nice little chance to kind of use that 4,000 as a nice bounce to the upside. And we initially took a shot at 40 and then came back down and then confirmed that 95 area. Remember, we were waiting south of the 4,000 into the 90s, right? So that confirmed that support area and bounces back. This kind of translates into what somebody in the chat was asking. It's like, where do you put your fail-safe stop? I tend to put it a few points past where I think it should be in terms of levels, right? So if I am thinking 4,000 is going to be the area, and I want to account for some slippage and for some stops, I'm going to go 5 points down, and then from there I'll slip it another few points just in case for, you don't want, the last thing you want to do is get wicked out of a position that you have a good read on. So I kind of just use this area. So that's why I say mid-90s, and mid-90s held well. So here we are to the upside. Once we cleared 50, new stop comes into play. It's not drawn here, but the new stop comes into play. I'm using 25 actually as a new stop north of 50. We're still going strong. Another little base created here around 70. Not as solid as the first one, but good enough to work with. In a strong market like this, you're not going to get super solid setups, and that's okay. Now, sideways, expected after kind of a move like this. What I want to see is stability on a move down. And that's what we're getting right now. That number brings you down to 85. Now we're coming back into 90. Can we hold strength here is the question. If we can hold strength around these 90s, I like to get it as far away from 41,100 as possible. But if we can get it down into the low 90s, then there could be a nice little trade on the long side here and continuing this trend to the upside against the 65. And that's my only read at the moment. If we don't even stabilize and we just take off right off the open, north of 41.10, that's okay. I'll wait, see what this market's got north of 41.10. It could just be a stop run north of 41.10, comes back in, you look for the short and see if you can get it back down towards 65. So those are your two options right now is, do you have stability around 90? If the answer is yes, potential longs north of 41.10. If you get above 41.10 and you fail, potential short after stops are taken out. And if you get decent action above 41.10, then I guess we're going to have another decent day to the upside because that creates a nice little stable base, and then we continue to the upside, extending the rally. So those are kind of the scenarios that I've kind of lined up. We'll see which one comes into play and which one I can work with as we get into the open and we get a better understanding of how volume's going to flow on the last day of the month. I think we're going to have to wait for the open given the fact that it's the last day of the month.
Yeah, big names, big earnings. Let's jump into everything else you need to know here this morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day before we come on at 8:30. We send it out to you absolutely for free. Apple, obviously top of the list, going to be a big part of what happens today, obviously, off this report. It's the only kind of question mark, I guess, was China. China sales down in the quarter. Obviously, a lot of COVID-related reasons for that, but that was really the only question mark. Everything else pretty good.
Well, you could say that there was a slowdown on the Mac side, right? Like, and I think that shouldn't be a surprise, right? Like, if Intel's going to be blaming PC issues, PC sales is a bit of a problem, then yeah, you're going to probably have a little bit of a slowdown there for Apple. But it was a very, very strong quarter. It's only up 2.5%. I think most of the reason why Amazon got a lot of its bump, it's just the shock and awe of it. Like, if you really have a big surprise, that's why you're going to get that big move. So we didn't get that much in terms of what we see in this 2.5%. I love the fact that we're able to play off of 160 here today. You've got a lot of wicks on this chart. I'll stick to the daily chart for a second because we've broken back above the 200 period moving average. A close above is going to be great for the longer term, but I'm just looking to see dips at that price. Like, I think if we do have one of those downward moves in the market and you're looking for something, like yesterday, Microsoft was holding the market up. You remember that? The market was coming down and Microsoft was holding those highs. I could see a similar thing with maybe Apple doing some of that work for us here today. If we do get that bit of a rollover, I don't think Apple's going to be able to hold the highs in that situation. I think you could be testing back to that 60 and the 50 period. But if we manage to hold there, that could signal a bit of a turn for the overall market. So that's kind of the read I'm looking for in Apple. I don't really have any short ideas for Apple. I'd much rather be looking for the dip buys. I don't like the breakout on Apple. It's never been too much of a breakout style stock. It's more of a find the value when you can get it. As the market is trying to head back lower, I think it's going to be more about defending that 200 period moving average on the daily.
And that's the thing too, right? Apple's the biggest name in these indexes. So when you're waiting for some information on the indexes, like are we going to stabilize or are we not? We're waiting for information on the futures here. Apple's gonna do the exact same thing. Add a 10% weight, or not even 10%, I think it's like 11 or 12% on the NASDAQ. top weight out of the 100, it already controls 10% or just north of 10% of the index in the NASDAQ. So like if the way that Apple goes, it will dictate. If you get Apple and Microsoft going together, that's already a fifth of the index and two names. They're going to dictate how this market wants to go. So if Apple wants to stabilize, this market is going to wait for some information on how Apple wants to play. And Apple and the futures market are roughly going sideways. I mean, now we're falling off on the futures a little bit, but at the same time, Apple and futures market for the general chart is pretty much breakout, runs up to the top, little drift to the downside. If we stabilize here and Apple gets going, then the futures are going to bounce and it's going to get going. So once I get the information on the futures and I get the confirmation off from Apple that it's going to start moving north of 163, then we really do have a chance to take a shot to the upside. And I think you have to play them in tandem and you have to be aware of that relationship between the two of them. Well, or for you guys that are watching out, not trading the futures, SPYs and Apple together, or the QQQs and Apple is actually a much better relationship. So keep them in mind when you go for one. You got to get confirmation from the other because they kind of just because one has a large influence on the other one. Right? So just keep an eye on Apple. Right now, I'm looking at that 163 and making sure that the futures market can stabilize. If that's a go, then we're going to go for a long north of 163 on futures.
All right, the other one, obviously Amazon, on the other hand, a monster report, 13% in the aftermarket yesterday. We're up nicely here this morning after a big beat for AMZN.
Revenue is huge for them, and we talked about retail weakness. That's all that's been said in terms of some of the reporting that we're looking at, but not with Amazon. And you kind of have to ignore that loss. I think I said that at the open. Yes, they swung a loss, but they also took. That's because of the hit they took on the Rivian shares that they own, right? Which at this point, everyone has seen that the stock Rivian's down, so obviously Amazon's taking the hit, just like Ford did. And without that, they would have been profitable. So you got to work past that. Where their net cash flow is still going to be good for the quarter. So it was a great report. It'll be a bit counterintuitive, but look, it's still up 10% right now, and it's been a huge rally, more or less. Like yesterday, was already a pretty strong day, and then we had that, trying to go long in the afternoon, thinking it could have broken like a lot of things broke to 125. If it gets anywhere near that in any circumstance, of course, it's a fantastic long. But I'm looking at this breaking 135 here and asking myself, why didn't just have a stop order, to be honest with you? And if I can try to get it short off of this floor, just understanding that forget about this 139 top, looking at this 136 area where it consolidated, maybe it'll be some profit taking. It's end of the month, it's Friday. You're looking at up 10%. There was a bit of a shock and awe there. And now all of a sudden you're getting a pullback in the market. If the market turns red, I mean, Amazon's got the biggest gap to fill of any stock that's up. So, that's why I'm looking for it initially to the short side. In terms of support, maybe like 130, but 125 is too obvious. You can almost throw that out the window. My first look is going to be to fade Amazon to 136 here. Might have missed an opportunity because I could have just punched 135 when it went.
And Amazon does look like it's kind of rotating back, but again, when moves like that happen overnight, I want to make sure I see the open just to see the flow. At least the first 5 minutes of Amazon, I want to see how the flow is. Once we get that out of the way, then I kind of have confirmation, I guess. If this market can't get back above 136 after the open, then there's probably a good chance that we go for the short. But from the company's investment side, obviously they took the charge on Rivian, right? But people were making fun of Amazon when they were investing hard into their AWS. And for years, it was on their earnings reports, and it was like people were so concerned about that. It was like, why are they spending so much money? And then now look at AWS, right? So I mean, have faith in the company. They've been pretty smart on where they've been investing. So although it may not look good right now, we'll see how this turns out in the next few years when they actually kind of get it more in tune with what they want to do. So we'll keep an eye on this, but from the technical perspective for today's trade, let's get Amazon rolling after the open. If we can't get north of 136, shorts are probably on the table. Futures are coming off a little bit, so we're getting some weight there. Amazon's there as well. Remember, we talked about Apple, we talked about Microsoft. Amazon rounds up the top three, I believe, in terms of weighting in these indexes. So if Amazon's putting some weight on, these markets are coming off a little bit too. So if Apple goes sideways, Microsoft doesn't do anything, and Amazon's going down, market's probably coming down. So that's what we're going to wait for to the open and see how we can play this 136 on Amazon.
All right. On the other hand, Chinese stocks here, Chinese ADRs to the downside in a big way. The language has changed once again. from some of these regulators coming out of China. We learned yesterday that Jack Ma trying to get away from Ant. It looks like he's going to give up control of Ant Financial to complete the separation from Alibaba. Tech stocks in general, though, overnight were hit pretty hard in Hong Kong. Also mainland as well to the downside. Regulators essentially changing their tone a little bit, saying instead of trying to support these companies, instead of trying to prop them up, if you will, going forward, they're now looking for the best possible results coming out of COVID-19 lockdowns and shutdowns as well for factories. So a little bit of a change in tune has all of these big lists today to the downside.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I'll start with BOVESPA because that's where my focus has been the last week or so, the last couple of weeks, really. And it's just been playing off one simple fact. Like, we rejected the 200 period, came screaming for the 50. The fact that Ma's stepping down from Ant, you would think would give that some clarity going forward for the eventual IPO, that if he's stepping away from Ant, then that IPO should have an easier time actually happening. But either way, this negative rhetoric is going to push you back in, so I'm going back to leaning toward the short direction. It's a biased direction since we've been failing at 107 on the daily chart. There's just been all kinds of opportunity. Been missing out a little bit at that 103, the other level that we like, but now you can kind of see where we're going with this. Like, yesterday was really tough because I was trying to short it in the afternoon show, and it just didn't work. Ended up taking hits, but I love this 99 to 100 area. I don't think we're going to see that today. It's more a matter of the fact that if you don't hold 95 at the open, like I just can't see in a red day how this doesn't get much uglier for Alibaba. So it's got to hold right in this pocket here. I'm not saying it's one of those, if it doesn't break the low, there's nowhere else to go. I'm not really favoring a long on BABA. We've seen it before. I think Arun actually even mentioned it specifically, saying BABA had one of these days where it did make a breakout. I'm not looking for that long. Like, if I see the long come at the open on like a Roku, I'll go for it down 20%. I'm just not seeing it for Alibaba, so I'm going to be playing off of the short at the open. If it doesn't take out this 95.5 high or yesterday's bottom at that open, I'm going to be looking to be short off of that. I do want to see 930 come in for this one. It's already gapped down pretty significantly, and it is now a ways away from the places that it was. I'm not saying it was free money short, but it was easy to manage the short when you were trading the 105 and the 107 level, and to an extent 103 where you were playing it before. If there is that rip your face off, well, if we see 99, you can probably take a guess at what I'll be doing at that price.
Yeah, Baba, I've kind of made my read on the entire sector, I guess, with PDD, JD, Baba. They're all roughly in line. I all want to see the open. I actually want to see the open for all of them, and then PDD would be my choice for trade here. But the one I'm really paying attention to, and this is not on the board, it's not stock, it's the crude futures contract just cracked 100.
Oh, goodness.
When we were talking, or Brendan brought it up earlier, but we were sitting just underneath 98.50, I believe. And here we are north of 99.90, going right for 100 here on the crude contract. Keep an eye on this 100 because it's going to bring some stops. And if you go back to, what is this, the 19th or so, round number makes sense, but at the same time, we've been here before. It's built up some action around the 100. The fact that it's a stop slip makes sense, but at the same time, the fact that we're actually not willing to just come straight back down makes me think, is there a potential breakout trade here on crude? And if that's the case, and I can't find anything in equity and I can't find anything on the futures, on the equity future or the index futures, I might go for the crude futures contract on the breakout to the long. I want to see how this 100 plays out. If this 100 plays out well, I might step in here because this might be the better trade with a ton of potential to the upside, at least $2 from here to the upside if we can just stabilize north of 100, and that is going to be absolutely critical for this trade. For it to work out, it needs to stabilize first.
Yeah, a lot of strength so far in energy names as well. Let's go to Roku. Here's the note this morning you need to know. The annual revenue growth rate and forecast, non-existent in this report, so they did not give any kind of guidance for the remainder of the year on that. However, down here, 18% revenue was up 18%, I should say. Total revenue in the quarter to $805.2 million. It was still an 82-cent per share loss, though.
Yeah, look, man, if you're not making money in this market, I think that's been said to death, what things are going to look like. And I hate to pull the chart all the way back because, I think everyone by now knows what it looks like, but it's hard to imagine that this double topped at just under 500. Like, it just feels like that was forever ago, like it was a distant memory or dream. But quite frankly, it's not the only name that's made that kind of a move. Like, across the board, you can find all kinds of growth stocks which have done this. And I think that's why you're likely to find some buyers in the stock today. And as much as you might not want to be able to believe that with the bad quarter, that's just the truth of the matter when you get down this far. And maybe it's going to be Cathie Wood. We have seen that happen before, that if you do get a dump at the open, even if it breaks a 65 and takes out the low and there isn't that relief rally long, you're likely to find somebody at maybe even at that 60 level. So, I'm first looking, like we talked about this, I'm looking at the 65 at the open. I'd like to see something hold off the open and then try to structure along through it and then play off of that break at 67.50. If it were to jailbreak to the upside, I don't know, 72.5 is where I'm looking for the short. I'll have to go back to the higher time frame, maybe like my daily why I wrote that one down. But 72.5, if we got to that price, that's around where I'd be looking for sort of, if it rips your face off, I want the short trade in Roku for sure. If it does break and hold below 60, that's clearly like your line in the sand level. I think we'll probably have some trades before it gets to that price. That's why I'm kind of looking for it here with 2 million in volume. If it doesn't break that low, only one place for it to go. I'm looking at that 65 right at the open. If it wicks below it and recovers, that would give me a structured long to be sure at 930.
Line in the sand, 60, that's it. We talked about this earlier. 60 is going to be the marker, and that's the only level I want to play with that. Especially, and I'll go over it again, when we get a move like this, upward drift doesn't mean a whole lot, because that could just allow for an entry to the short side. So for me, if I'm looking for a potential short, it's going to have to be below the bottom there that we put in overnight, which is around 60.58. That's the overnight low. So hey, if we get through 60 and we stay below 60, there's a short. If we tick below 60 and get some stops out and come back in, potential long. That's just a stop flush. That's going to reverse course. At that point, I have enough. But for now, as you can see, there's a line here. That's just my alert system saying if we get below 60, we're going to trigger. No entries, but it's just going to trigger the alert. So that's what I'm waiting for. That's the only alert that I want. South of 60, if we get there, I want to pay attention to Roku.
All right, let's talk about these clean energy names here quickly. I want to make sure we get to HKD as well. Huge crazy mover from yesterday, low float stock coming off of that spinoff. But the clean energy bill seems to be at least constructed at this point. They're talking about maybe next Wednesday or Thursday for a possible vote on this. FSLR, it's worth mentioning, had its own news. So that one you can kind of put in its own pile. But the rest of this group had huge moves, 15, 16, 20% even yesterday. Worth an eye, or to keep an eye on some of these as well today.
Yeah, like you're actually getting a bit of a dip here in some of them. Like Sun runs down one, okay, well, depending on what the latest print is, around 1% if you look at where the real volume is. And I think that it has some support down around like 28 to 29 if it gets there. Like you said, it's FSLR that I'm going to be concerned with. If I trade one of them today, it's going to be that. FSLR, way too fast on the keys sometimes. But we like that 87 area. I think we were talking about this. Like, it just had all kinds of consolidation down at that price. So as these are all selling off, I just showed you Sunrun was basically flat as the market comes in a little bit, and these come back heavily off of a double top. It needs to start. This is where it needs to hold, 87 to 88, that price band. If it does that, then maybe you can get going to the upside. But as you can see, like I have a short going on in Amazon. I don't think I want to just be sitting on a bid. It's done 40,000 shares in the pre-market with still a 50-cent spread. I'm not just going to be sitting on the bid of a stock like this. I need to see it level off where I want it to, then recover from there, and then try and take a long trade. And I think that would apply to even Plug. If I was going to be trading Plug the way we liked the $20 area yesterday, I'd need to see exactly the same thing, and that's hit enter. I'd need to see exactly the same thing. Like it would have to maybe pop down there. Actually, maybe 21 looks almost just as enticing. Like it would have to hold that at the open. I do still favor 20 where it broke out from, but I would have to hold that at the open on any kind of a serious dip, and then maybe let's get into it after 9 o'clock. These are way too thinly traded. Volume's not that great in the pre-market. Not getting much of an indication. Like Amazon's given me 6 million shares worth of volume in the pre-market where it's been sliding to the downside. These have been falling because there's no bid.
For me, FSLR, trend is there. your trend is your friend, right? So far the trend is there. 86 is going to be the line of the sand, or the line level that I'm going to look at to say, hey, if we can actually stabilize somewhere around 88, and this market doesn't want to fall off a cliff. I mean, to be fair, FSLR has its own, the energy sector has its own, or the clean energy sector at least, has its own catalyst right now. So the fact that it wants to come down a little bit with the market, that's cool. But if it stabilizes and the market continues and there's enough here, why not take a shot at the long here around 88 with an 86 stop? But you need a lot of things to happen. Like Neil said, this thing's got a 50-cent spread right now. It's 88.50 by 88.99 bid and offer. It's done 40,000 shares in the pre-market. So you already got a 50-cent spread on a stock where you want to play within $2 range, and then it's only done 40,000 shares. So today's pre-market is not going to be the same as yesterday's pre-market, because yesterday's pre-market, you actually had decent amount of levels on the future side to kind of give you the condition that, hey, this landscape actually looks pretty good for long, so let's step into some longs on the way down. Today, though, it's a little different, right? It's a little thin. After a strong run up, market's coming off, and this stock has also run up well, and it's coming off a little bit. How strong or weak is it going to be relative to the entire market as a whole? You get that answer after the open. So a lot of these questions that we need answered on PDD, on Roku, on FSLR, all of them are going to come in after the open. The NASDAQ imbalance is coming in about 4 minutes or so, 9:25. So 9:25, you're probably going to get a move in some of these big names, these index names, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and then the open is going to be at 9:30, and then by 9:35, we should have a pretty good understanding of how this flow wants to go, and if it's negative, pull back, look for some shorts. That's the only way to go. But right now, this market's at 85, and we still have some decent strength coming through 80 into the 70s. So we'll see how this market wants to respond as we get a little bit lower, another 5 to 10 points lower, and we'll get a pretty good understanding of how strong the levels are when we get to that point.
All right, a few minutes here. Let's touch on HKD, yesterday's crazy mover. It just broke down a little bit out of a consolidation, but just to put things in perspective, that's 170. That's 180. That's a $10 range that this thing is trading in right now with absolutely no liquidity. Crazy run up yesterday, obviously, on a bit of a low float squeeze, I guess we'll call it, the AMTD idea spin-off, HKD Digital, guys.
Actually confirm that one is, they do own a big share, that AMTD, although I wouldn't try to trade these two off of each other. Like AMTD is not actually rising as you might expect it to when this thing is booming. So don't even think about that correlation. You might want to get that one out of your head before you start thinking about it. The spread on this right now, $5 if you wanted to trade 100 lots. I've seen $10 for most of the morning. So understand, like, the risk is insane. For us to short it, it's $8 per share. So you add that to whatever slippage and stop you might have, you're probably risking, I think, like $20 to $25 on any position you take. And that's just considering getting in, having a stop, and getting out. This makes it incredibly difficult. Yesterday, I think you actually had some shots, and we talked about that in the afternoon show. There were some reasonable longs in the morning where maybe you could have worked out, at about 10:30 when it's taken out this 80 level double top, you had a hard bottom at 70 even. Not bad. $10 worth of risk there, given what the stock had done the last couple of days. Like, that actually wasn't that ridiculous. Longs here up top, sorry, I just can't endorse it. Like, what? I don't know what we're looking for. Like, if you take a long up here, you need it to break 200. Right? You have to wrap your head around that. You need it to break 200 if you're long at these prices. It's more about what's going to cause you to give up if you've been long this stock for a couple of days. And I think waiting for it to break a 140 could be a little bit dangerous. I'd want to be out of it if it took out that 150 that was support in the afternoon. So I'm likely to be staying away from this. It would have to do something really crazy to the upside for it to be worth it for me to pay for any shorts. I do want to get to, Brendan's going to talk about Tough Bill. Fantastic. So I don't have to necessarily talk about that name for you, but I did want to mention one of the oil names here. I got to go over XOM. I'm going to be on the bid, and I prefer XOM to Chevron. A lot of times I'll trade Chevron or Oxy. So Chevron on earnings, usually you think about it, but you're breaking, you're already above the 200, you're breaking the 50, you're above that last lower high here at 93.25. I want to be buying dips well ahead of that if I can catch 93.5 to 94 if there is a flush at the open. Now, otherwise, it might just have to be jailbreaks. Oil is strong. If there's one thing I do like long off the open, is I'm going to go playing for these oil names. I do prefer XOM to CVX just purely for the setup. And CVX, look, it's strong as well. It's got a nice top here. It's just at the 50 period and at the last level of, I guess, resistance. Like when it had this flush, this huge flush, it was like a 7-day in a row from 181 down to 145. The bounce back took you right back into this range, and now that's the 50 period. So it's got resistance in front of it. Whereas I see XOM not really having all of that. So I'm going to be on XOM's bid and trying to grab that long at the open.
Let's go to Brendan at the big screen. He's waiting patiently.
TBLT, guys, big mover this morning, as Neil was saying there in the pre-market, back to this 7, kind of 8 range. That high, going back to last week, the pivot was about 8 up to 850. So it's consolidating nicely here, just holding 7 as support right now. But room to the upside here for TBLT, 8 and then 850 above that, guys.
Yeah, going back to that HKD, it's listen, this type of trade is for very specific types of traders. It's not for everybody. Definitely not for me. If you're willing to pay $8 a share to play the game, good luck. That's all I can say. Neil's already laid out the risk for you. It's going to be about 25 bucks a share for you to take a shot on this, to make some money on this. Enjoy the game, because that kind of casino play I don't do. So we're going to kind of get a better understanding of what we can do as we got the NASDAQ imbalances. Let's take a quick look. If I have these imbalances, I don't have the, all right, I'll open a new one here and see if I can't see what the top imbalances are. I thought I had it open, but here we go. Let's pull that up. I'll make this a little bit bigger for you guys. I know this is, you guys can't see it. Top one right now, biggest is a 741 buy. Not that big, obviously, especially for the morning too. I guess it's unusual, but it's not, actually, let me make that a little bit bigger. It might be a little too small still. There we go, 16, that should be big enough. So NLY is a buy, 741. Ford is a buy, 541. Ford means nothing. NLY, what does that even look like? At the end of the day, morning imbalances, it's fairly thin actually, NLY with the buy side imbalance. That's interesting. It's only down 177. It's got 739 on the buy. Keep an eye on that one. That one actually has a decent buy side imbalance relative to what we're actually trading here. So we'll take a look at none of those names. We'll see futures market on the crude side of things. Still working those hundreds. So I guess we're not doing a whole lot with 100 just yet on crude. So crude's still trying to play that game around 100, not getting enough stability. You see the alert I have here, north of 150, then we'll get going. Stability and action above 100 gets me long. You get this kind of action, I start wondering, can we actually run a short here after stops get taken north of 100? Because that's a very, very good potential as well to the downside. Market bouncing back off those 85s, okay, gives you some strength for now, but we're waiting for the long or even the short off the open to see what we can get. Once we get the first few minutes in, then we'll take a look at that PDD, Roku, MasterCard, Amazon I've got marked off as well, J&J. So all alerts, but no solid trades just yet.
Yeah, there was a crazy volume spikes just now in Amazon. I'll get to Intel in a quick second. I was getting bids out in front of 134, and then it just popped up through 135. You see a wick top in through 135, up to 135 and a half here, and then coming right back in. So I'm not going to do any adding. I actually accidentally got out of everything, so I did jump back in, not at a great price, just where I accidentally got out. So my price now down a little bit, but realistically, that's because I took some profit and got back in. So I'm looking in that 135 range. If it does pop again at the open, 136, that's either where I want to add on a curl or take it out. I just got Intel as well. So the market it's weird. The market didn't really bounce that much. I was looking over. I thought we actually had a decent bounce in the market, but I guess it was just Intel popping into that 36. I got 35.78. I'll zoom back in for you guys. Just want to show you how far it had come down there. I'll zoom back in. Got to take some profit going into the open. If it does want to show me those 50s, you got to take, when you get 20 cents on Intel at this time and it's almost like free money, I'm going to go ahead and grab that. Also, Roku just there. I talked about this. I wanted it at the open. If it started holding that 65, well, we're 1 minute away, and Roku is back above that 65 level, catching a bit of a bid. maybe a bit of a dead cat bounce. And I can't talk about Intel without giving you guys the other names in the space, AMD and NVIDIA, both looking interesting. For if the market gets strong, look at the level 181.5 on NVIDIA. Very similar thing you're going to see on AMD, a potential top breakout. I'm going to be shorting Micron if it tests its high, but these two both set up for a breakout through that high of the day if they can get there. And I like tough build to the long side. I'm going to be on the bid. I said this in the chat. I'm going to be on the bid, and I am on the bid in front of 680 in tough build. It looks like it's pretty bullish for me and a chance to take out those highs. It's Friday. Arun's going to be filling in for Sean, going to give you these boomers. And we've got Tony, as always, on the bell. He's locked and loaded, ready to go. Maybe not switching the show today, but he can definitely ring that bell for us here to round out the month. 2 and 1. Let's go, Tony. So right away, because I'm in Amazon, like that's going to be the first focus, is what's going to happen here. Oh, give me a break. The chart just froze. I'll go to my 15 minutes. You guys can quickly see it there. We're right at 135. Roku's gone. Already breaking 66. Give me a break. That long on Roku, you can pretty much forget about. That's where I'm trying to get involved. If I can get some 65s, I want to be into Roku. Amazon's immediately testing that 136 level, so I see it get up to 135.5. Just failed at 136. This is where you want to try to calm down. I know where my stop wants to be here. I'm going to try and get some shares in the mid 135s, run the stop at that 136 if it gets above. I don't mind getting wicked out of this because I think if it does jailbreak on me, then you want to be preserving some capital there. Intel running to the downside, that looks okay. Roku looks like it wants to retest that 65 area. We'll see if we can't get maybe a little bit more tighter, that 65 even. But that's that big level, about 30,000 shares on the bid there.
Yeah, well, the one that we were really kind of interested in, PDD. Damn, PDD, you gonna wait for me on this one? It takes off south of 48. We were looking at it when it was at 30. Now it's at 47.80. So 50 cents already on PDD. I wanted to see the open. The problem with the situation like this is you're gonna gamble on the shot going into the open. You can't really, yeah, you missed out, but this is something you gotta pass up because the opposite side is, we've seen it, BABA taking off. So this type of name has the complete potential to do an absolute reversal. First Solar, though, I think we're getting enough action for a potential long. Damn, First Solar, nice little bounce. That I like. That's a one great long. That's actually continuing its extension to the upside after a nice little dip off the open. So I think actually take a look. Oh, it's got a 40-cent spread too. Damn, okay. I got to be a little bit smarter with that one there. But First Solar is an option. PDD coming back in a little bit. And then Netflix, NVIDIA, and PG also kind of heading to the downside a little bit, at least ticking to the downside. But keep an eye on those as they kind of bounce back a little bit.
Well, it's going to be 2 for 3 so far because we got below that 65. It doesn't hold at the open on Roku. That's setting up for a short if it takes out that low. Amazon, look, it piped up to 136. Trying to catch that short was very, very tricky. It is going absolutely bonkers on the level 2. Like, you're just seeing it pop, like levitate 20, 30 cents at a time. But I'm continuously able to take profit at that 134 range. If we can get some in the 135s, we will. I just think the gap fill could be imminent. Intel's also jumping around here as we were able to get some out there, taking some 35.50s. It continues to jump back to that 36. Alibaba, forget about it, Alibaba. Yeah, this one just absolutely tanking. BABA now at 93. Look, I like the shorts in Alibaba. There's a limit to how far I'll chase it. I thought below 95, you want that short, but you had to punch into it pretty much right away to have any hope whatsoever. I'm still looking at tough build, of course, and kind of let the shorts that are working run their course here. But tough build's starting to come into my bid there at that 680. Come on, give me a break. I'm sitting I just said I'm at 685. It got to 685 and didn't even print. Now it wants to fill me at 685. We just grabbed it. Here's where the consolidation was, 665 here. That's your support level. This is where I'd like to see it start to level off, and then we can dig into it. I forgot all about Meta. Sorry, guys. Lot to cover, always. Meta, I like the short. I like the short off 162. That was the high in the afternoon. That's a pre-market high as well. Are we going to get a chance at 162? Probably not at this point. Amazon now at 133, so that continues to crater there. Obviously, that's going to be an AMD, probably in the tank as well. And let's just go over Tesla pretty quickly for you. Tesla still below that 850 level. It did make a chance at breaking it. 850, that was yesterday's top. That's your resistance. Tesla climbs above that. It can do some heavy lifting for the overall market. Ooh, as I see Intel down, look what's creeping to the upside a little bit here. It'll strengthen NVIDIA. Remember that 181.5. That's a potential breakout price for NVIDIA. Right now, it's about running the gambit on this Amazon and trying to find a way into some more shorts on Roku. I'll check back in on those small caps in a second.
Yeah, PDD, remember we started off with a down move? Well, it did a complete reversal, and this is what I'm trying to avoid here, but obviously we missed out earlier, but now here it is sitting just north of 49. I actually like this. I actually like this because of a long setup potentially because, again, we were thinking short, how do we open? We went down, everyone's thinking, hey, Baba's fallen off, let's go with the short, and then PDD does a complete reversal. 49 is going to be the key here. So even if you were short, 49 was going to be the stop. I want to see how this market handles 49. If we can get above 49, with the market coming back in, now we had obviously a decent bounce, a 7-point bounce or so on the futures, but it came all the way back in, and now we're actually going below that 85 once again at the same time. PDD had a nice little bounce to that 49, backing off once again. So if we can get above 49, the longs are on board, but at the same time, you're doing it in a field where the futures market obviously doesn't have the strength. So looking for shorts. First Solar holding up well as the market comes off. I'm still waiting on First Solar to kind of solidify a little bit more, so that's a candidate for a long, even with the market going down. Remember, we're looking for this relationship earlier, right? How strong is First Solar going to be when the market opens up? If the market goes down and First Solar is stable, then you know this thing's got strength. It's got its own catalyst. It makes sense for it to actually be strong. So the fact that it's actually willing to show you that it's strong in this market, in this environment right now, at least, gives you a potential shot at the long side. I'm definitely waiting on this one here. That's a candidate for a long. Futures coming off a little bit. Well, not a little bit. Now we're at 83.75. Yeah, a lot. After bouncing all the way to 94, now coming back in. If we take 80 into 75, that's where you're going to see a bunch of action. You're going to see a bunch of volume come through. Doesn't mean it's going to bounce, though. I just want to see them get through it. If they get through it, it opens up the downside, and I would rather take the downside move south of 40.65 versus trying to catch a long somewhere in the 80s because of the way it's been moving down. There's too much strength to the sell side. So backing off the shorts, or backing off the longs, looking for shorts, except for First Solar because of its relative strength. But even First Solar is now coming back in. I'm waiting for stability north of 92. I'm not getting it. So we're going to back off that potential long idea as well and see if we can actually find some other trades that are setting up much better on the short side.
Okay, we got a couple new ones for you here. I'm going to talk about XOM. Just got into XOM. It's holding the low as the market is continuing to flush into the downside. We'll ring the register a little bit on Intel again as it just got to that 35. 35 is a jailbreak bottom on Intel. If we get through there, I'm going to be shorting that price. It's short sell restricted SSR because Intel's down over 10% if you hadn't noticed. Obviously a big mover to the downside, but the short the pop has worked. Tough Built has come in, challenged that 660 that we talked about, and then made a big bounce. So we talked about this sort of 660 a couple of seconds ago. We bounced off that, but the consolidation not really there yet. Tough Built still showing some signs of fatigue here to the downside. I did get Roku taking out the low of the day. I always said if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. We tried the long off that 65 area, showing some strength. Now it just flushes. Now we're looking at that 63 into 60 for potential downside for Roku. And Amazon might give us an opportunity for a bit of a reload here as it's getting back into that 131, 134, 135 area, Brendo.
Just checking on Teladoc here. There were another, looks like 1, 2, 3 different price target cuts for Teladoc. Remember, yesterday was a big mover to the downside off of that report, but back to highs here, about 3%, trying to take out highs, in fact, for Teladoc.
Teladoc.
How is that going up? But also, by the way, just looking at some of the chip names there, you got to stay short on Intel and short any pops. But the fact that AMD, remember the chips bill passed, right? So outside of Intel earnings, we'd probably be up across the board there. AMD wick off top through the high of the day there. It is starting to come back in, but relatively strong. It's NVIDIA, the one that I wanted to be involved with, not showing the kind of strength that AMD has. So I'm not going to jump over and say the daily break on AMD looks way better if it holds above than something like an Intel. I don't want to ignore Microsoft, maybe the strongest name in the morning yesterday. Still very strong, not breaking the lows, trying to hold near those highs. I think if we're going to get lifted to the upside, watch out. You've got Microsoft trying to take 279 up at the top with 280 and clear sailing above. So if this market does decide to flush and Microsoft hold the highs, we go right back to what we were doing in the morning yesterday, which is playing off that for some strength. XOM and Tough Built are the only two longs I've got on right now. XOM already heading back into the upside. I will ring the register on some of this in front of 95s and also think about the high of the day. I would have liked the dips to be a little bit better than what we got, but we're going to take what we can get. This is 938. In that first 5 to 10 minutes, you always want to pay yourself and have the opportunity to hold on for a bit of a bigger move to the upside on anything you might want to play. This is that morning rush trade. Pay yourself, Don't get away from your key levels. If it dips from your price, have a stop order. Know where you're going to be wrong, like we did on the long side of Roku. Now we're ringing the register on the short in Roku. Tough built, back into VWAP. What did I just say? Got to be able to pay yourself here. I was not sitting on the offer in front of VWAP. I'm going to go ahead and make sure I do that now. We've gotten the dip we were looking for. Now it's trying to get paid off of that. And hate to steal it, but Roku broke that 63, 62 and a half, 62, and then from there, I think 60 is going to be that last leg in the sand. So we're going to keep going to the downside. It's a party to start the day here, but the market overall, just to keep in mind, as Arun had said, we have to decide where we're going. And at this moment, you've got yourself a wick bottom through the low on the NASDAQ and trying to recover. So as I see that, I have to have at least some caution when it comes to Amazon, which is the only thing threatening to go higher against me here. Before we go to Brendan, Arun?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my hands on some First Solar longs here. This is difficult, to say the least. First Solar just running now towards 93. Damn, I'm trying to get some mid-90s here, mid-92s here. It has got a 25-cent spread running strong. I'm going to have to catch it on the way down. Damn, I'm not chasing this to the upside, but I'll catch it on a flush to the downside. I'm going to have to. But here we are. That's going to be my first potential position if I can get my hands on the price that I want. Futures market, a nice little bounce off the 80s. Remember, 80 to 75, there's going to be some action. We got the action. Now we're bouncing strong, so it looks like the longs are going to work out. They're stabilizing a little bit, so it looks like we're going to be looking for some decent longs here to the upside. First Solar, hopefully I can get that fill soon. Brendan.
This F45, if you remember, a couple of days ago was wild off of earnings. Continues that way this morning. Breaking back to the upside 2 days in a row here, back higher after that huge flush for FXLV.
So I'll tell you this right now, like Amazon, this is not a reload here. This stock, I just took some and I'm not going to take any more. You got a wipeout bottom. You got the market putting in a wick off bottom that I just showed you. This could be a bit of a jailbreak when you get a wipeout low like that. Remember, it was good earnings, so we wanted to see a gap fill, and we looked this gift horse in the mouth at 132.5. We thought maybe we'd go to 130. We're going to end up likely wrong about that, but this gets through 136. I'm going to start looking for longs in Amazon. You got to be able to trim bait. Everything else so far is going to end up working out. The last thing you want to do is compound it by holding on to something which is not following the thesis, and Amazon is 100% not doing that. 136 is incoming. There are some other longs that I like. I'm not going to lie. I talked about Microsoft as well, so there's going to be a lot that I'll be looking at if we get up to that price and break out. Softy as well, getting up toward that high, could be taking a 279 breakout. AMD, which is the chip name that's the strongest, it's coming back up toward its high. This is setting up like it wants to be a jailbreak. 93 break. I'm actually going to get on the bid in front of 92. Am I implicitly hedged by still being in some of the Intel short and looking for AMD on strength? I've shifted from, by the way, I've shifted from NVIDIA to AMD, liking the longs. Just showing, it's showing me which one is stronger, and it happens to be AMD. There goes Amazon, like I just told you, did not want to be reloading through that 136. Instead, I want to be looking for a potential reversal in some of these. So I just reversed into the long side. I'm thinking we can get to that high of the day at this point. I got to go to tough built. This one keeps on stacking it up, but it looks like it's about to break VWAP. The next cluster of outs I want to take are going to be in the 7 to 715 range. So going to get my offers locked and loaded for tough build. Roku has made a bit of a storming comeback there. This got right down to 62, gives you 63 to 62. Now it's right back challenging 63. Wipeout bottoms, I don't want to be reloading at those lows, so that's not going to be in the cards here. You want to make sure that you do not get trapped short at the low of the day. Not going to happen. We've paid ourselves on Roku for that short. I don't want to compound it by reloading. XOM still going. I missed First Solar as well there, Arun, so I wouldn't feel too bad, Breno.
Some of the monkeypox stocks starting to go here, guys. Both New York and San Francisco declaring public health emergency surrounding monkeypox. So GOVX 18.5%, SIGA as well. Back to the upside on volume.
You know, you can't trade everything, man. I was looking at GovX. I was looking at that, whatever, the Getter was also going to be a potential small cap one, so I completely ignored Siga here today. As I see Roku, I got to watch this 63. Like 63, that's where we're short on the breakdown. You had a couple of wicks up that got you to 63.5. If it holds below, I think we then can be flushing into 60 even. But I want to think about where we can capture some of these longs now. I reversed in Amazon, want to give it some space. Microsoft just resisted breaking out, so got to be cautious with that. I still have not gotten AMD because it's still breaking out. So AMD did not do a bit of a dip buy there. Watch out for ToughBuilt. ToughBuilt's in those teens, so you got to watch out for that. But AMD's making a charge at this 93, and I'm waiting back here at VWAP at 92.5. I've already got 5 positions on. I want to be very cautious about where I want to put on the next one. I like AMD to be that trade. NVIDIA's lagging just a bit. And I do have one offer out there that I do have to watch out for, and that's going to be Meta. So if we're going to get something else and this market starts to boom, I am still waiting topside on Meta, but that's way up there at 162. Still relatively weak over here in Meta, down at 158. So I'll check back on it every now and then just to see what happens. Roku's going to continue to do what it does. It does a wick high of 63. My play was to not reload at 63. It was simply to not add to it, see if it takes out that 63.5. It does not, so we're back to the downside here on Roku. All systems go, but I'm going to get on that bid at about 61.5 to take profit again on Roku. That one's still dumping, and AMD is still ripping. It's now holding above 93. I guess I have to grit teeth, get long at 93. There's nothing you can do. It's just continuing to break.
Yeah, Amazon is, it caught a lot of people north of 136, I'll tell you that, because the way they broke through 136, you know a lot of people were trying to get long, like even round number, let's go for the long. Now, I did pick up the long, but I wasn't going to go for 136. I caught it on the way down. It's still, obviously, out of the money here. I caught 135.57 on the way down. It's still at 135. They just cracked 135 just now to see what was below there. Now we're bouncing back up. Now we're back underneath. It's going to flirt around a little bit, but I like the 136 long. No, 130 half, 135.50 long against the 134. So $1.50 risk. I've got enough potential to the upside. It's worth a shot for me. So I'm going to hold on to this, see what we got. Futures obviously taking a little break here, back towards 4,100, coming off a little bit. Couple other names. First Solar. Hey, I would have loved to have this one. This one just buy. Okay, here I am saying I don't want to pay. I don't want to cross the spread. That spread was too much, and it goes $2, and it's still going strong. Do I still like the trade? Here's I guess an approach to this. How do you figure out whether you want to give up on this trade? Is it done or is it not? I'm going to leave the order here. Technically, this trade is still sound. It's obviously gone $2. It would be nice to have that, but at the same time, technically, it's a solid setup. Even if it were to come back down to where my bid is right now, it's not that bad of a fill. It's not a momentum trade, so if it's a technical breakout, why not? Why can't I get the fill later than earlier? So I'm still okay with the long. So for time being, the trade is going to be in play. I'm going to leave the order out. If it comes back down another $2, yeah, I'm going to go long against the $2 drop. But if it comes back down into that price point, I will step in and go for the long. And now Amazon back towards the 135 half. So you see Amazon is quite volatile at the moment. And we've got something from Brendan.
Ford trying to make it 3 days in a row, guys, off earnings. If you remember, big move up aftermarket. In fact, on the earnings day, about 1.8% here, just took out session highs on Ford.
Yeah, the market's trying to get going. Ford, I wanted to talk about Tesla as well a little bit there, but Ford breakout from yesterday. Tesla is just screaming to the upside now. Oh, give me a break. 850 came and went. That's where I think you got to have it. Like if you want something back, if maybe there's a check back here in the market, I think holding at 850 or bouncing at 850 would be where I want to play it. Got to go to ToughBuilt, try and get you these guys. Got some out. We talked about the teens. I would take some out in front of the teens and then hold through the break of the day. That's exactly what has happened on ToughBuilt. I'll show you the daily, but I have some issues with data on my chart in the daily. So I want to go back and just show you 825. That's next stop on ToughBuilt. If it can get through 8, I think the 8 quarters may be a bigger level than that 825, and then from there 9 even. TBLT on the run. I didn't get Amazon more. I didn't get any more Amazon shares down there. I was looking to see if I could pick some more up after we swung and said, let's abandon the idea for the short. We kind of were like, yeah, no, it's not doing what I expected there. That's way too big of a whipsaw. Let's abandon getting any more in front of 136 and hunt for the long. When it held that previous resistance at 35, I saw it bounce up. I tried to do the whole get more shares on the bounce to the upside instead of stepping in front of it. Yep, like Winston Zeddemore, I missed it. I didn't catch it, so I'll ring the first register on Amazon, but I do not have any more of this. I do not have any AMD. XOM is absolutely churning to the upside at this point with the overall market. But remember, energy was strong. Even when it looked like we were pulling back, guys, energy was pretty strong. We're now through the highs. I will look to flip to dip buying at this point. on XOM in particular. That's what I'm trading. I'd like to catch some back in the 95.50 range. But hey, breakouts matter too. 96 break will be in there. I will scalp some of that out. I will buy the dips. I will ride the trend as long as it's to the upside in energy. Let's get going, Brendo.
All right, more earnings, guys. U.S. Steel, they reported revenue beats. Another buyback program, I should say, announced. 4.5%. Nice look here for U.S. Steel.
Another good look.
Oh, I should have picked some. Anyways,
what are you looking at? U.S. Steel?
No, just U.S. Steel. I sold some shares that while back, and I never really got back into it. So I'm just kind of, I saw it up to 4%. I'm like, I guess I could have done something. But it's earnings, right? I never play stuff like that in front of earnings. 96 has some juice to it here on XOM. So it might take a while for it to potentially break out. And sorry, Arun, I know you were probably just about to say something. My bad. Intel, I should have reiterated this one. Trying to cover a lot here, guys, for you. Intel came back up to 36. I did grab a re-entry off that 36 level. This is why we kind of give the level so it's a little bit easier to follow. 36 on Intel, that's where I like to be short. I grabbed some more shares on the reload. You can see it start to come back in here. Gonna pay myself in front of VWAP. Why? We did not take out the 35 bottom. So if we make another higher low off VWAP, I see most of the chips in the market trying to go to the upside. Intel's down 10%. The chip bill did pass. The quarter was absolute dog crap. I can say shit. It was that bad. But if we break 36, I do not need to be fighting this one too much. Yes, I have a weird implicit hedge here, buying the dip in something like an AMD because it's relatively strong while still being short in Intel. But fair enough. First dip at 93. If it holds 92.5, I think we want to ride that trend to the upside. If Intel takes out 36, I'll have this long. And someone told me that they thought NVIDIA was stronger than AMD. Maybe I'm wrong, but I flipped over to AMD. It looked like it was stronger to me. If you're watching Tough Built, that's still holding 750. So that's about 80 cents in the money, almost a full buck on that trade, looking pretty good. And it's really all about energy, just powering us to the upside. It's a winner, winner, chicken dinner. We add on the break of XOM at 96. It's already at the quarters for us here, so we're ringing the register on this one. I'm going to guess you could have probably played Chevron and it would have done the same thing. I just happen to prefer XOM here. We don't always trade energy, but when we do, we always make sure that there's a good catalyst for it here, which realistically might be a mistake because it feels like it's always been good. Checks notes. Amazon's still a bit of a long here to the upside. It has not taken out high of the day. That's a bit of a problem. I mean, the NASDAQ is stalling out here 12.9. And Amazon can't seem to get through the top. I thought if this reversed, it would be a little stronger than it did. So I might have to get on the offer 137.5 and get out of this. I don't want to be too overexposed here. Now, originally, I thought that this had too much of a gap. If that's what's happening, there's too much profit taking in front of the pre-market high. I can always get out, try the dip at 35 again, maybe play a breakout at 138. There's lots of ways to profit from a move to the upside. I don't need to be overexposed one direction or the other. So we'll take out the Amazon trade here, stay on the bid in front of VWAP, maybe see if we can get something at 136 if it dips. Always have an eye on the 138 break as well. Lots of ways to skin a cat, as they say, although you don't really have to skin any cats when you're doing anything like this. And if you're interested in HKD, I will give one look at it for you guys. It is halted. And it's halted at $208. So
Good luck.
this is the most ridiculous thing I've seen since GameStop. I basically told you that I couldn't figure out any kind of a long today, and I damn sure don't want to short this thing. Sometimes the best trade you can make is not to make a trade at all, because every day trader I know that likes to fade things is looking at this and seeing dollar signs in their head and wondering how much they can make. It just opened at 218 and is probably gonna, what am I talking about? It opened at 230 something and might halt to the downside. So this stock is basically about to break people's backs in either direction. If you've made money on this thing, continue to do so and maybe think about where you want to take your profit. The spread is nonsensical. The stock is nonsensical, but it's a fun show to watch. And if this thing gets to 300, man, it just got to 250. I got to stop talking about this, Arun. This is stupid because it's distracting me at this point.
Yeah, then it's a good entertainment stock. Is it a good trading stock is the question. I'm going to say no, and it's just one of those things like, oh, it's at this price, and it's at 250.
All you had to do was punch long any price.
I mean, if you punch long and you pray, you might just make some money. And sometimes trading is that simple. Obviously, when you've been trading a while and you're like, okay, it's not that simple. I know that, but then it is though. Sometimes you get names like this. You're like, punch long, hold. Okay, I just tripled up or quadrupled up on my position. I'm making some money. Talking about money, Amazon. Not just delivering packages, but also delivering profits here. Look at this, up $1.41, working 137s. I've got some offers out underneath 138, and now I'm going to step down a little bit and see some mid-halves as well. Join Neil. I think Neil got some out there around halves,
I took it all out, man.
Oh, you got it all out.
I want to buy the dip now.
I want to give it a chance. I think there's enough, but I'm going to start pairing some out as we, stabilize here around that 137 into that 138. So somewhere in this range, I'm going to start working some exits because it's delivering special packages, and those packages are full of money. So I'll take that on the way. As the futures now taking a look north of 05, okay, that's a little creep up into that 05. We can actually just get north of, I think, if we get above 08 or so, I think we're going to get quite magnetic right towards that 4110. And that 4110 is going to be that overnight high that everyone's going to be looking at. So north of 4110 opens up the stops as well. So we'll keep an eye on this futures market. But right now, it's definitely looking like a lot of the big names that for this market to do what it's doing, you need support from the top three: Amazon, Microsoft, Apple. We know what Amazon's doing. Let's see what Apple's doing. Take a quick look at Apple. Is Apple taking off to the upside? Yeah. Stability to the upside. North of 163 was the play on Apple to the upside. If we can get above that, we'll join them. We'll join the rest of the market here. Odds are, though, if we get above 163, we're going to time that entry with the futures break north of 4110. I'm going to assume that everyone's saying wow is to HKD that halted to the downside. I don't even know where it halted.
No, so look, we'll cover it because I think there's obviously people that are looking at the stock, so I don't want to completely ignore it. But it's up at 254 and a half. That's obviously a fresh high here. So 250 has churned. It is absolutely gone. I got to update you on a few things here because things are moving fast and furious. Remember 63.50 on Roku. If you want to keep up with this thing, Roku going absolutely nuts. 63.50, that's where resistance had come into Roku right back here. We were short 63. We held it as it tried to take out that level. You'll see it double bottom there. We caught some out at the bottom. We then took the hit when it broke through. It's now jailbreak to the long side and looks like it has a chance to challenge back up to 66. The issue with this is this had a wick off top and failed at 66. So the thesis I had where it could just go up and test like 70s, I'm not going with that anymore. I'm just playing this. I don't want to be out here. I'm going to get out because it's giving you these key levels. If it puts a lower high, I don't want to get trapped, right? Going to take it, bank the profit. It's a jailbreak style trade, so I'll treat it as such. AMD still powering to the upside. I got some out off the high of the day, but it's still strongly trending up. So we're able to work this one for the long. That does mean, however, as much as we're able to stack a little cash there in AMD late to the party, and as much as Intel was initially good, we're able to get some 35.80s, play it down to 35 and a quarter, taking 30 to 50 cent winners, then grabbing another 30 cents on the reload. Now you're getting a bit of a wedge here formed over in Intel, where it's about to break this 36 and jailbreak to the upside. So, I don't want to be going long on Intel, but getting out, at least that makes some sense to me. So I'm out of Intel. I don't want to say I'm done forever for short this stock, but I'm damn sure not going to be holding through that when it takes out that 36 level. For those of you looking for a long, it actually gave you a bit of a clean break there if you wanted to take that profit. But I'm out of that game. And going back over to Tesla, if you're looking for the 850 dip, never came. There was no dip there at 850. Looks like you got 854. Still churning to the upside on Tesla, and a decent chance that it can consolidate and break out from here. If I was buying dips, it would have been closer to VWAP. Although if it's strong enough, sometimes you never see VWAP on Tesla.
Yeah, VWAP is a mean reversion tactic, and if you got one big trend to the upside, you're not going to see VWAP. And Microsoft is looking to break out to the upside north of 279. That's the next long that I'm looking to tee up here. I'm just waiting for a little bit more action here. We've got the market going. We're cashing out on Amazon as we work through these 137s. That's working exits. Just so you guys can, I don't have the thing. I'll set it up for you guys so you guys can see where the exits are when we come back. But for now, futures market, again, flirting with those 08s. Like I said, if we get above 08, we have traction. We don't want to get above 08. We're going to work this area a little bit more. If we get above 08, we have traction. It's going to be magnetic. Those 110s are coming in hot after 08. But for now, we're really stalling out here. It makes sense, right? We spent a lot of time north of that 41.05 into that 07, 08 area. A lot of volume built up there. The fact that they're willing to resist this decently is what's making me hesitate on the Microsoft long as well. We're north of 279, but if we can get Apple going, Microsoft going, and the futures taking at 08, you know all of that's going to get real hot real quick. So we're just going to wait for all of that to line up, and once we get that line up, we're going into Apple, we're going into Microsoft. Futures market, I'm not going to touch any entries because the risk is too high there at those prices, but I can definitely participate through a side participation, or a different way of participating is if I take Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple, that's roughly 30% of the NASDAQ index in just those three names. I think I'm good with that. So I don't need the entire index. I can just take three names and participate in a third of the entire index. So I think that's the direction I'll take, especially given the prices and the action we're getting at these prices. In the meantime, we'll go to Brandon, that big screen.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock. Great to have everyone with us this morning. Make sure you take a second, guys. Smash the like, hit subscribe as well if you haven't done so already. Nice green day shaping up here. 0.74 for the S&P, the Dow about 0.25%. The Russell, all but the 2,000 having a pretty good day. NASDAQ Composite and the 100 both in positive territory. There was a number that just came out there, so a heads up on the futures moving back downside there. But 1% for the Composite, about 1% for the 100 as well. There's NIO. We had these Chinese ADRs on the watch list this morning off that BABA headline and some of the regulatory comments coming out of China. Back to session highs anyways for NIO. Yeah, huge day for energy names. Look at CVX up 6%, guys.
Yes, sir. And by the way, thank you guys. Thank you for the super chat, Monkey Shiner. Sometimes you've got to be able to play it in both directions, right? I came in, I was short in the pre-market in Amazon, and look, it doesn't do what you expect. You got to be able to flip. Yesterday, that literally saved my day because early on, I was looking for some longs. Everything just flipped into shorts, and we were able to play some late. But that's what it's all about. We don't ask for the super chats. All you got to do is hit the like or subscribe, and that'll make us happy. Microsoft took out that high of the day there, that 279. We got you again, Softy. We'll go for it. Sean may not be here, and I might not have the bang key. We'll go bang for Microsoft. That's his bad boy. But it was super strong in the afternoon. Sorry, in the morning and the afternoon. Microsoft, again here today, taking out highs. This time, it's got the market going with it, which is a little bit of a difference from what we saw in yesterday's action. AMD as well, continuing to, I hit enter, flip. AMD trying to continue again through the high of the day. It just put in another wick top through 93.50, so you're seeing it break and then fail a little bit. It's having some trouble at these highs of the day, so I'd be a bit foolish not to try to take a little bit of profit again if I get it up there in the 93.50 range. I do still want to buy some more dips in AMD, just thinking that we are in jailbreak mode to that upside. I'm going to go over to XOM, which I got the dip buy in. We're always going to have it first in, first out. So yes, we initiated our long position at 94.50. Yes, we added it to it on the break and then took some shares out. But you have to almost consider that two trades. It's like long here, out here, out here. And really this entry point, what you're seeing now is this entry point and this entry point, playing it back to 96 and then higher. So I'm playing it both ways here, but it is all to the long side. I've abandoned all my shorts. I do still have an offer on Meta. So if that gets high enough, I will be taking that at some point. But yeah, it's a long party to the upside. I actually had a conversation with my barber. He had an analyst. He talked to me and he said he had an analyst that came in and said August was going to be a crash. All I said to him was this: yes, after all three rate hikes, you made a high on the Thursday or the Friday and pull back in. But if we can actually hold this move till Monday, Tuesday, into next week, then you are extremely bullish. At another trader, one of our best traders on the floor in the last few years, he even said that this is more bullish looking momentum-wise than the last couple of bottoms. However, we do have to get through today. We still have to open next month to green, and then we have a chance for a bit of a temporary bottom, which is not to say you're out of the bear market, but you are booming to the upside here, guys. Ringing the register on some Microsoft. It was 279 break. I took some out when it got to 50s there. I apologize for the wick on my chart, making this very skewed and making it seem like it's not moving much. Believe me, it absolutely is. XOM, we're able to just ring the register on a play off of VWAP. I'm going to continue to try to load off of 95s here and continue to play this trend into the upside. And then going back over to Amazon, which I hope you're still in it.
Which one, Amazon?
Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
So I took it all out at 137.50. It has not given you the chance to get back in. There's been not even like 36s you could take, and I'm waiting back here at 35. So if I want to get back into the party on Amazon, I might have to get just a teeny bit more aggressive. Otherwise, this is going to get away from me, and we will have missed out on yet another long. But hey, longs are working so far. Let's just continue the trend.
Yeah, and as the longs have been working out well, when we talked about Microsoft earlier, 279, let's get the action from the futures market at the same time. We got them both. We got the futures taking out 41.10, Microsoft working through that 79. So here we are longs, 279.09. So we're long 2 of the top 3 names in the indexes here in terms of weighting. The only one left that I'm going for is Apple. Apple's going to be the third one that I'm just waiting for that 63. Once we get above that, I know the futures are clear, ready to go. So if we can just get Apple going to the upside, this market will take off to the upside. It's got some decent strength. So we've got the longs on Microsoft. You can see on this chart, that's your blue entry. I got to change these colors. I defaulted my layout for you guys so you guys can see it. The blue in this situation at the moment means I'm long. So here we are long 279.09. That's up 31 cents. Amazon, as you can see, we were long here. Got some out here around the 37, still working it. I'm just going to manage the rest of this. I just want to see how much more it's got. We've got to clear through some resistance here. If you look at the 30-minute chart on Amazon, it does look like it's got some decent areas that it needs to clear. Its futures accelerating to the upside at 15 now, north of 15. If we can get above 38 on Amazon, we can really get going. Crude still continuing to the upside, so that trade is still in play as well. North of 100 on crude, that's an option. Amazon continuing north of 138 opens the door up. Futures market has cleared 10. All signs are kind of pointing to the upside. I would love to see how this market wants to take all this information and run with it, because right now it does look like we're going up there, Brendan.
RAD, Rite Aid, back to the upside today on a big volume spike here, guys, through $8. There's some Deal Reporter was the first one, but some activist chatter and takeover chatter for RAD again.
Rite Aid. Why is there always chatter on Rite Aid that they're going to get bought, and then like nothing comes out of it every single time? I just tried to clear up this chart. This happened yesterday, and I apologize ahead of time. I can keep trying to clear this dark order on Microsoft to make this chart look a little bit better for you guys, but it just doesn't want to cooperate with me. It's like it crashes every time I do it. Not much I can do about that, but I'll go back to one of the chip names here. As the market continues to churn higher, Arun already mentioned that. AMD still holding off at the top, but I do want to come back to Intel at least, right? If you're watching Intel, that's me making the top wick. So it's been a good morning, but I can still do one thing. At least once a day, I gotta make the top wick on a short. I mean, for now anyways. I mean, Intel could still continue to go higher. Now it's holding above 36. You have to be able to get out of these trades, right? Like I can think Intel and rant about the quarter and how bad it was all I want to do, but if it's gonna make a relief rally with the market, that's just going to happen, and I have to accept it, and I'm not gonna keep averaging into it. I'm not gonna be stubborn about this at all. Tesla, for all you that played Tesla to the long side is your choice. You made a good one. I don't know that you could have made a bad choice for the long today. I have to check a few more names to maybe confirm that, because everything seems to be working right now. Although if we get back to 270, back to 280 once again on Microsoft, or up closer to it, I will take some more profit on Microsoft in front of that 280 and maybe play that break. Tesla upside, 885 is the next level I'd be looking at here. Just if you're hunting for resistance, I just remember the last time we were up here, we failed. We had some chopping around 885, had some trouble, one break of 90, and then it was a lower high that had some resistance to it on 885. That's about all I can tell you. Otherwise, ride the longs, make sure you pay yourself on the way. It's been a pretty good one so far this morning. You can't really complain about it. Even something like a tough build, this is now trying to bounce off of VWAP. So we took some out at the quarters. I was waiting in front of 8 to cover the trade. We talked about 825 as resistance. Now it's bouncing off VWAP. I'm going to hesitate to add to this because it did reject close enough to my high that I don't know that I need to be loading back into more longs here. So tough belt looking pretty good, but it's at the point where I want to consider jamming out of this trade anywhere in front of 8 to 825 and taking the profits and running, because this one has resisted close enough to where I would have been considering shorts at least. So I'll throw an offer out there, maybe get a trailing stop. Market continues to look relatively strong. I did make a keystroke error. You're going to see me not an XOM. Yeah, this is like, I already had an offer out, and then I hit another one, which caused me to cover the trade altogether in front of 96. I jump right back on the bid 95.5 to play it back to 95. I'll still play the dips. I'll still try to ride the trend, but you see me out of the trade. It's not that I took a loser on it. It's just that I got all of it out when I didn't mean to do so. It'll happen to you when you're managing multiple trades. Nobody's immune from keystroke errors, but I wouldn't be too aggressive in trying to rectify them, right? Like, I'm not going to just automatically jump back into the trade. I'll take a step back, look at the chart, understand it's making a lower high, and wait around for VWAP.
Yeah, this market's taking a little break now. Okay, great. That's perfectly okay as long as we don't kind of get back underneath. I'm going to say on the future side of things, if we can stay above 40.90 at this point, we should still be good on the long. Worst case scenario, I was worried about this earlier, is if we get north of 40 of those highs and actually immediately just take out stops, flush back down, and at this point come back south of 40.90, it opens the door for the downside. And that would be a trap type of move that could get very, very dangerous very, very quickly. So let's just see how this market wants to play this pullback here into 41.10. Again, I'm under the assumption, based on how things have been stabilizing, that we can actually get a decent long going. So obviously Amazon's up $1.50. Microsoft's up 20 cents now. It's come back in a little bit, but it's up 20 cents. I've already picked up some longs on AMAT as well. That's out of the money 20 cents or so. I'm still using this kind of pullback as a potential long because I haven't seen enough to worry about on a trap type of move, but at the same time, you're aware that that could potentially happen, right? So I'll mark the level off, and we're just gonna keep it very close. The only thing I guess that would be concerning in this market is the fact that Apple doesn't want to go. Apple does not want to go north of that 163. 41.10 to 279 on Microsoft. Amazon was already strong, but yet Apple does not want to take 163. And usually, like I said, Apple's the biggest weight. So if Apple's hesitating a little bit, it's kind of a warning sign to kind of back off. But Apple's done this before, so that's why I'm not too crazy with it. But I'm going to keep an eye on Apple because if Apple starts losing it and this market starts coming in through these 10s with some volume, then yeah, we got to kind of back off a little bit. Stop with the longs. We've got 3 longs on board, maybe not. Until I start to see some stability with Apple, I'm going to back off a little bit. I've made some money here with Amazon. Amazon's carrying this. It is delivering money. So we'll kind of take this and run with it. Like Neil said, just pay yourself along the way. Because at some point things could turn, and if things turn, it could turn very quickly, right? So it's been great with the run to the upside. Let's just make sure that we have enough to keep going and continuing to add to the upside.
Exactly. Like, you don't look, if you're sitting in the money and things, you're not completely obliged. You're not contractually obliged to add at every single price, right? Like, you can do so where it makes sense. I'm looking at Roku here, man. It's just what a run. Like, this is sometimes things aren't that complicated. Like, you look at it, take out the low, not even get to that 60, where I thought that'd be the line in the sand, by the way. I thought 60 would be the line in the sand, not 62. And then it breaks back out from 63. It is now trying to wedge. Oh, if this thing goes higher, if it had a 20% short interest, this would be headed to 70, no troubles. It's about the fact that there's no short interest why we're not seeing too much of a fall through. We have to be wary of the markets trying to pull back in here. AMD, the last entry, that's now going to work out of the money a little bit. I still think we're in the midst of a breakout. When in doubt, zoom out. I'll show you that's your daily chart on AMD. But then you go to the 15-minute, and you can see that we're cleanly still breaking out above these prices. So, like, you have to ask yourself, where's the breakout done on AMD? Yeah, we got 93s as our entry price a little bit late, but it's actually got to be below 92. It's got to fail this break at about 92.25. So there is some room for this to come back in. And like a Microsoft here, where we're in that break, if you look at this thing, it's well above that 29 still, so that break is good, but 28.5 is where we were at the high yesterday's trade. It's failed 280, so the next time it gets up to that half, maybe I need to be ringing some more registers on this thing, because if we're going to be slowing down, maybe we end up getting with a dip to VWAP. At this time of day yesterday, I was actually looking short Microsoft into VWAP and then taking the breakout long. So if that happens, I do want to pay myself in front of the high, be on that dip in front of 278.5, and then still be able to play the breakout in the other direction. As far as tough built goes, it's bounced off VWAP. Well, I'm way too high on that offer. It's bounced off VWAP, but I want to play off a lower high exit. If it just wants to give me 90 cents, we'll go ahead and take it. And I have to always look at some of these. Sometimes it's about winning trades and it's about liking stocks and showing you guys the setups. But we got to talk about the swings and misses here sometimes too. And
don't bring that up. No.
No. Come on, Aruma. We have to bring this one up. I think we both talked about First Solar here. Very illiquid in the pre-market. Let's get that one out of the way first. I'm not going to sit here and pretend there was all kinds of liquidity and you're going to take a pre-market trade in it. But we're going over the crazy. It just showed you where the buyers were yesterday at about that 87 to 88 level. It told you this is where the buyers are on the stock. And we liked it down at that price. And then I kind of looked at the daily and was telling you, big jailbreak, you're clear, you could maybe look at a double top breakout. I don't have First Solar. I know you don't have it either, but it's a gorgeous setup. And it's about being able to understand that it's set up. And if you came in today and had the read, I want to buy dips at 88 and I want to play breaks on First Solar, and you have no winners, and all you do is track your P&L on the stock, well, then you consider I was worthless on the stock. No, you weren't. You had a good read on it. You just never got the fill. So you can chalk that one up as a good read. That's fair enough. Just got to be able to execute too, Breno.
Lockheed Martin, LMT, just popped up on a volume scanner. You can see some sell volume came in there. Just seeing a couple of notes suggesting the Air Force has temporarily grounded the F-35 planes. If you remember, LMT just awarded a brand new contract to build more of those F-35s for the Air Force, guys.
Yeah, it's the market's stalling out a little bit, and this is where I'm starting to think I should probably bring in some hedges. Microsoft coming back. Microsoft and Amazon have been stable, but AMAC coming back in. Apple still hasn't taken that top off yet. LMT could be an option for potential shorts. I'm also looking at J&J as a potential short. So I'm starting to look at potential short ideas that are, relatively weak. When you look at the market, J&J has been falling off as this market has been running to the upside, so relative weakness is in play, especially south of 173.50. Now I'm just trying to make sure that I can get the price that I want on this short. Microsoft just went negative, by the way, for me.
Yep, same.
If south of 173.50, futures market coming back in through the 10s, I'm worried about that potential fake out here north of 41.10, so I am going to bring in some hedges. And this, again, going back to Apple, that was the warning sign, right? When Apple wasn't moving up as strong as it should have been, it tells you, back off a little bit. So now, potential shorts. Apple stabilizing at 162, but that doesn't mean it's going to go up. We'll wait on this one here, but I do like the relatively weak names. J&J is one of those names, and then forget FSLR, that's gone at this point. J&J is one of those names. There was another name. Was it UNH? UNH is down as well. Yeah. So some health names that I want to get involved in that are relatively weak to the market. So we'll take a look at those. Yeah,
think about like rotations, right? Like Procter & Gamble reported as well. It wasn't even that bad of a report, but they're actually down 3%. You see healthcare, which had been strong. If you're rotating back into growth and tech is going to be strong, then where's the money going to come from? The defensive names that have been doing pretty good in people's portfolios. So I think that's why you can see healthcare fall off a little bit. Like I'm sure I'll check my Danaher, and it's going to be to the downside here today. I tried to just get Intel came back below 36. I just tried to get some short in the 80s. It's now down at 70s already. So I was looking the same thing as you, Arun. As we pull back in, I'm looking for some names that I like to the short side. One of them was also Micron. I'm not going to get the high of the day on Micron, but it's now back below at that 61. I'll look to fade that at 61.5. I will definitely look to catch some Intel if I can get it, but I tried getting this as it came back below 36, and I don't want to chase it too far here. I want to try to maintain at least a little bit of discipline. I just got out of TBLT, so another one of these longs is going to be gone, maybe too early on tough builds. We're playing the dip back into that 66 previous day's high, and then I end up taking out when it makes a double top. It has an 825 print from the 15-minute chart that I was a little bit concerned with. So I thought maybe if it couldn't take out the high, you could rug pull from here, given that overhead resistance. We'll see if that ends up being the right call. Sometimes you take profit and you look like an idiot, but you know what? No one ever went broke taking profit, so I do not mind if this goes and moons on me. That's okay. We can definitely live with it because I'm more concerned with the rug pull. Like you fail to break that high again, have overhead resistance, and the next thing you know, I'm staring at $7 in the face. HKD, for those of you that are still intrigued by this one, it was going to happen eventually. Look, I think everybody knows that this was coming. It looks way cooler if I pull up the 3-minute chart than the 15-minute. The 15-minute doesn't look cool enough. This was going to happen. Being able to predict it, probably not that easy. But if you paid for the short and shorted the halt down, it worked. If you got liquidity at like 2:30 when this thing put in the halt, it is now at $160. This is the entire reason why we say you got to take profit, because if you do so on the way up, there aren't a lot of ways that can go bad for you if you take profit on the way up. Sure, you would have not gotten 250, but who cares, man? If you had this thing long yesterday from 80s and 100 or 120, or even if you had the 180 break, if you're the guy that took it out here at 205 or 220 guy or girl, 225, 230, who cares if you missed out on some upside? At least you didn't have this happen to you. I'm not short because there was no way I was going to have it happen to me. I just didn't want to be trading this one at all. As the market turns around here, look, you saw the market stall out a bit at the top. I see AMD coming back in. It's at that 92.5, maybe even challenging that 92 level. Tesla, no, we're not going anywhere. It's still above 850, still near enough the highs of the day here. Microsoft is holding that 279, so I know where the relative strength is. The chips are still going to be dragged down by maybe sell the news A, B, the crappy quarter by Intel, and then worrying about what the others are going to do in the next couple of weeks here. But Tesla, no troubles. Certainly no troubles with Microsoft still maintaining those highs. And if you're watching Amazon, I'm still out of the game in Amazon, as that's managed to it's not giving me VWAP. This chart's not loading for me. And 136 is like a pipe dream. I keep thinking we're going to be able to buy the dip on Amazon. It keeps on not wanting to happen. And XOM, the one I accidentally got out of, yeah, sometimes this is going to happen to you. I said I'd wait back around for VWAP there. It consolidates where I got out and now makes fresh highs. So this one's going to end up getting away from me. You pay for your mistakes almost all the time there. That was a mistake. I wanted to ride that trend, playing breaks, buying dips. Now it's another breakout. If I try to get more shares, now I'm looking, at 96 instead of 95.5. Have to be patient with it, guys. We're showing you the winners. We'll show you the losers. I'll own up to making a keystroke error here on XOM. If you guys are enjoying it, definitely hit that like, hit that subscribe. Thank you guys for the further. I'm sure I'll enjoy one at lunchtime. But I know Brendan is all over the name I just got out of in small cap space. So we're going to see what else is moving as we go to the small cap recap.
Hey guys, a few to discuss this morning. Busy morning for the small cap group again. I was looking at this AYLA. It popped up once we were already on this morning after 8:30, 150 up to 220 there on a positive note. It's been pretty wild though the past few days. 220 was that level we were looking at going back to the beginning of the week on this one, if you recall, which is this level from the daily chart over here. So it failed a couple of times in the pre-market. As soon as the market opened, it just flushed right through $2, even gave you a nice trade, down to 175, just kind of consolidating right now, going sideways, but very weak for AYLA. TBLT, great long, idea, essentially. I took the break initially, but same idea as Neil was mentioning, and then a nice move up to 780. I just flipped this short because of this crazy reversal candle that came in on heavy sell volume. So short now TBLT as well. See if it gets back to 7, guys. Back over to you.
That's a good look. I probably should have considered the short when I got out of that TBLT, but that wasn't on my read. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I paid for the short. I got to double check that, to be honest with you. Dave is in play. Look, Fly Rodu, thank you for the super chat. Dave, for me, I'm thinking about the same thing I was yesterday, or I guess it was 2 days ago. It wasn't yesterday. I just wanted a shot at the $1 level, and then you saw it was really early in the pre-market, and then I missed it when it popped up. It's nowhere near $1 right now. It's about 80 cents. I think it's got some room to go. Sometimes you see this, like you get a stock it'll kind of climb from the dead, it'll break out, completely give up the move like nothing had even happened, and then just go right back to where it was before, consolidate, and then try to break it out. So if you're ignoring that move and looking for the breakout, well, you had 80 tops before, right? Like you had 80 tops. It needs to get through that before there's any gusto. Like you're either long off the consolidation or you want it holding above 80 cents, and then that's the break you're playing into $1. For now, it's below that 80 cent mark and then trying to reclaim it. So you're either buying the dip in front of like 65 to 70, getting yourself a reasonable price, or you want it holding above 80 for the run to 1. I'm looking for 1. Like that's what I want to see there. That's that Mark Cuban fintech play, by the way. I don't know anything. I know nothing about it fundamentally other than Mark Cuban is involved. So take whatever you want out of that. Take Microsoft every chance you can get because it continues to churn to the upside. 280 is going to be on the offer in a second. I still have some 79s but you are going to see me get more shares long when it breaks 280 on the breakout, because that's the way we've been playing it, buying dips and playing breaks. We're going to get this break at 280 in a second, Breno.
Oil pushing 5%, 4.85 right now, about the same actually as XOM currently, but just a crazy move here. You can see day highs currently 4.84 for oil, back to the upside in a big way today, along with these energy names.
Yeah, along with the energy names, we were looking at 100. It stalled at 100, so I kind of left it to the side and focused on other things. And then 101, there you go. Again, crude, the electronic trade on crude closes at 2:30. So we still have time, and we know that as we get to the 2:30 mark, from 2:20 Eastern to 2:30, you're going to get a ton of action in crude. So just keep an eye on this area, the 100 to 100 and, or I guess 100 to 99.50. This is the area that they've been spending a decent amount of volume in. So if we're still near that 101 going into the crude close, you're definitely going to get some action here. So we'll definitely we'll keep an eye on this when we come back for the closing show and see if we can make a play. When I saw this break, I also quickly took a look. I'm like, okay, do I want to pay the risk on this at this point? No. But is there a trade I can take in energy that's setting up now? Well, Devon Energy is actually looking somewhat decent north of 62, and that's going to be an option for me if I can actually wait. I'm waiting for Apple to get going. And once Apple can take out that 63, we're a few cents away from hitting some stops. And then if we can find stability north of 63, that opens the door for Apple to join the rest of the logs. Remember, we have Microsoft, Amazon, Apple rounds up the top three in terms of weight. There goes Apple north of 63. We're going to wait a little bit. Once we get that we know that we really want to play to the long. Amazon's up $1, Microsoft's up $1, AMAT's out 50 cents, and then J&J, my hedge short, well, it's not even a hedge, but it's a short play, it was a relatively weak play in the event that the market stalled out, is out 10 cents. I'm okay with that. I can take a hit on J&J, a 10-cent hit or whatever it's going to be when I've got Microsoft running up $1. That's perfectly fine. That ratio works out for me. Some trades you've got to be willing to exchange in terms of risk and losses for other potential trades on the opposite side in different names. So you've got to be willing to take the hit on some of these names just to protect yourself. So that's okay. It's a hedge. It's meant to lose money if the other one makes money, right? So we're going to let that one go. Devon Energy still going strong. Crude working well to the upside. I noticed that Affirm, everyone's favorite name or people's favorite name that was hot at one point, 5.8% to the upside, 27.32 it's at right now. I haven't looked at the chart yet, but this is a name that's just, talked about quite a bit, and here we are working that top end, 27.50, going back all the way to, what is it, the 25th or so. You see the area they want to work with. Can we get above? If we get above, we're probably taking a look at that 29, so that's going to be an option for the potential upside as well. So now Affirm on the table for longs, and Apple kind of got this ball rolling here because Apple finally got above 63. So that allows you to be like, you know what, the longs are actually low risk at this point, because now you've got the big dog playing as well with the rest of the names. So you've got the top three names working well to the upside, breaking out, futures market looking stable. Now the rest of the market wants to kind of join. The ones that haven't been going well now probably will most likely start joining the party later on.
And the party's a little something like this. That's what I'm talking about. Got a little more hair in that picture, but the shades are working, and we're definitely happy with Softy. And the fact that I finally got rid of that crazy dark pool wick, so the chart looks a little bit better now. There you go. We're up to the 280 break. Look, we had a couple of trades here, so I'll be out of my 79s by this point, right? So you'll see my price now 80s because the 79 trade is now done. We've gotten out of everything we had at 79. We only have the 280 breakout. So you see my price is now 05s. I will play these. Obviously, I mean, you can probably figure it out. I'll play some into the halves. I'll play some into the evens, as well as we continue to ride upside. So we'll continue ringing the register. This one is just slap-shotting to the upside. You just cannot get away from the strong market that we've been able to see. AMD starting to boom back in, and I'll get to that one in a quick second, but I did want to show you guys, because, hey, it's nice we can celebrate the trades for a bit, but I'm not in Tesla. And I just have to point this out, because anytime there's something interesting that I am seeing, and certainly Tesla's going to fall for that, as you just broke out and just about everywhere I could see, I mean, the NASDAQ made a fresh high there, testing the overnight highs. The ES is breaking through the top. That's the S&P 500. And where's Tesla to be found? Tesla's actually resisting that. I don't know if Apple's still going. I know you're watching Apple.
163.50.
So Apple's gone. Tesla not going here. So just a bit of a caution if you're in Tesla. Like the chips, I mean, yes, the chips are now starting to go again, but Tesla hasn't broken through its top just yet. I will still play back into the short in Intel. It's now got a wick high through 36, so I will short in front of 36. I will not, however, and the key word being not, you just heard Arun talk about a firm, up 6%, looking really strong. If the rotation is back into some risk names, then this chart doesn't want to load. But I don't want to be playing against this one. It's got to be at a very, very key level. Now it's starting to fill in there. I'll show you guys. You can probably tell where am I thinking short on a firm at $30. It has to be under, and I mean decently holding under this 27.50. This is jailbreak 27.50 into 30. That is too much of a gap. It's got to come back and fail this break to even think about shorting in a firm. And even then, this market feels way too strong to do it. So I'm going to stay away from that one and not going to stand in front of that moving sword, or that falling sword, breaking sword, freight train, whatever you want to call it. TBLT, I think Brendan had this one right. I think pretty much dead on. When it put in that wick candle that got us out of the trade for the long, it was probably a short. But the short would have been in here at that 750, where now you're working in the money at VWAP and looking for a bit of a plunge. I don't think you can short it here. I mean, you can if you want to. I just don't think that I would short it here because your risk to reward does not set up at all. You still have to contend with the support that we're buying in front of at that 660, which skews the risk to reward if you're taking it all the way down here. Brendan?
Here's a chart of Bitcoin currently, guys, testing overnight highs here from the past couple of days back to 24,200. So I just saw a number of crypto-related stocks popping up on volume.
Oh yeah, we're just talking about Amazon still working those 37, pretty much in between 37 and 37.50. It makes sense, right? We cashed out earlier. We haven't done anything since, just trail stop the rest of it, see how far it wants to go. Microsoft obviously now north of 280 in a big way, almost hitting 281. There you go. There, 281's gone. Now that's almost $2 in the money, $1.95 in the money at the moment. And then the one I got to really worry about is not even a big loser. It's the fact that it won't be a big winner so far. It's AMAT. AMAT's shown me a ton of weakness here around this 105 half area. Now that's the level I wanted to play with when I took this long. But the fact that AMAT's really stalling out, I'll give it a little bit more of an opportunity to take a shot and see if we can actually get going towards 106. But if we can't get going, I'll just take the, right now it's a 3-cent winner. But if we can get going, I'm going to end up taking a loss. And I'm okay with like a 20, maybe a 30-cent loss on this, because I don't want to stay too long. If this is how we're going to play around 105.50, then I'm going to back off a little bit. And this was meant to be a good, decent breakout trade. I'm seeing too much weakness. So maybe we'll pull back a little bit depending on how the next few minutes go on AMAT. But we'll give it a chance. We'll give it a chance, and if we can't get going, we're going to have to cut this one. No point in holding on to this when we've got other big runners. We've got Apple now. We've got Microsoft. We've got Amazon. And AMAT doesn't want to go. And we still got that hedge on J&J. That's perfectly fine. I'm okay with that short. So that's going to be a loser if this market wins. But 3 winners and 1 loser outweighs everything. So I'm perfectly okay with that ratio. But AMAT's the concern. And we'll go to Brendan with social sentiment.
Hey guys, 10:30. Let's get a check on what everyone on social media is talking about today. It's actually about a 50-50 split so far, negative to positive, but you can see a lot of the names we were mentioning throughout the morning here. Amazon, tough built, very strong, but did put in a bit of a reversal there. Some of the monkeypox stocks popping back up today. There's GovX, SPY to the downside currently, ever so slightly, but very positive day. Tesla and the Qs back to the upside. HKD, I'm surprised this one isn't this size so far today on just another crazy move for HKD. Mullen, typically the past couple of days to the downside. Roku on here today. But if you're seeing this for the first time, guys, just takes everything from social media that's being mentioned as far as stocks are concerned, compiles it into a visual representation. So the size of the box is the frequency to which it's being mentioned, and then you get a directional bias as well for stocks on social. Guys.
Thank you very much there, Brendan. Yeah, a couple of things. Yeah, I don't understand how that stock is so crazy and it's not occupying that board. I just want to see HKD up there. For us, it's so exciting. But I want to thank you, a couple of members here. We got a member, Delasazo Smith. Thank you for becoming a member. And Brian Hardwork Hogan, thank you for the super chat. No such thing as a bad question. Traders like to throw lingo out all the time, and I get it. Everything's moving fast. We're managing trades in real time, and we're just going to drop things that may not make sense to you. When we say jailbreak, at least what I mean by it, I'm going to assume we all mean the same thing, is when you get to a key price level, it's not going to be, here's an example, like in the afternoon, like you might have seen consolidation at 100. This is 100 on Alibaba in the afternoon. This is it when it's breaking 100, doing nothing, and it actually pulls a jailbreak at 150 at the close. Or when it broke 95, you get through a level and it's just flush or clean, clear break. Like the quote just elevates, it just runs away from that price. You go through that level without anything in sight, as opposed to maybe consolidate, stair step to the upside. I'm looking for it to get through something on a clean break and go absolutely nuts. See a real big, not a capitulation candle to the downside or just an explosive candle into that upside. But we got a bit of a pullback there in the market. We got the 41.20 on the ES, the overnight highs on the NASDAQ, and a bit of a dip. So I just picked up some more AMD. One of my AMD charts kind of stinks. I apologize for it. So I'm going to have to show you the black chart when I come to AMD. The 93 break did not give you more than 50 cents. The dips have been off of these levels here, and I'll zoom in a bit so you can see it. The dips have given you this 92 lower high early on. We didn't catch that. And then 92 and a quarter. I was a bit late to that one. That's why we have an average price of 50. But this is not broken until it gets below this 92 area. But there's relative weak in the chips, and I'm going to put all of the blame squarely and solely on Intel, whether that's right or wrong. That's just true in my humble opinion, which is looking like it wants to roll over. So I got wicked out of my Intel trade here at 36. I've tried to get back into the short at 30, in front of that 36 as a bit of a hedge, and it's starting to roll over. I think this is why you're seeing some pressure on AMD relative to the overall market, but we are pulling back in general in this space, regardless of what you're seeing in the chips. Maybe I should have taken that Tesla weakness, relative weakness that we're talking about as a sign to go short. I just didn't like the short. I didn't really like the short anywhere except for Intel, to be honest with you. So if you got it, congratulations. As the market was breaking out highs, you saw Tesla was not doing so. That's the kind of thing you want to look for. Like if you were flat and looking to put on a trade, then you could have done a heck of a lot worse than shorting Intel off the high of the day. I was looking for maybe dip buys here in AMD, maybe a place to get back into Microsoft on a dip and continue to play the strength as I see that back into 280. So I wasn't really looking for that Tesla short. I really just wanted to go back over to like something like an Intel there. And oh, that's right. Squeeze the cheese. Good look. I keep forgetting about this, but there is TSLQ. So for those of you that don't have the ability to actually short, yeah, they have single stock leverage ETFs. Well, the leverage part hasn't really happened yet, but you can go short on something like a Tesla by going long TSLQ. I will caution you though, look, I mean, it's done about 500,000 shares. Liquidity is steadily getting better in this, but when it first started trading, I'd say it was a bit iffy. Like personally, I wouldn't have liked trading it, but now it's getting a heck of a lot better and certainly an instrument that is out there for you. I don't know if they've added any others. I suspect those will be coming. It's an interesting move. At some point, they might even have, I think it's a mistake, but it'll be good for traders. They'll have like triple leverage maybe. Can you imagine like a triple leverage like AMC or something?
All I can do is just shake my head when I hear this stuff. I'm just like, this is such a bad idea. This is so bad of an idea to allow triple leverage, inverse, single stock, not even futures anymore, single stock ETFs? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess accessibility, right? Accessibility is a great thing, but it's just so dangerous in terms of like, people get the wrong idea of like, oh, I can triple up so fast, but you don't realize the downside of that, right? You've always got to be aware of the downside when you look at that leverage aspect.
Zero.
But
how, okay, well, so one of the things that it'll give people, and just, look, I kind of queue with you. Like I understand the risk, and I think it's probably a tool for people that are trying to like experienced traders, right? And maybe not something that the average investor wants to look at. However, if you're someone that wants to be able to hold an overnight short or maybe play a quick little swing short, it allows you to sort of take this. You know where your downside risk is going to be. Understanding, yes, it is risky, but it's a vehicle out there, and I think traders are going to like it. And as usual, anything which is of good value to experienced traders tends to be something that you should stay away from if you're a bit of a novice. But hey, it's out there. Thank you guys for pointing it out. I just want to also point this out. That finally, I can get this chart working finally on AMD, by the way. So we did dip into VWAP, maybe too early on the reload at 93, although the 93 break gave a winner. So we're a little bit too early. I didn't get 92s the first time. So I take some out in this channel, the 95 to 93, that's where we're adding before. So you're essentially going to be flat on those, and now let's work off the 92 level. Now we want to think about the 92 trade. The dip into VWAP, no Moss. That's a flat trade. Now I'm working off of 92s. I'll play it up to 93 even. I'll definitely take some out in front of those highs. I keep searching for shorts in Intel that I'm not getting. But I need to go back over to Roku. So remember when Roku, first trade, it tried to hold 65, we lose on Roku. Then we go for the short off of the low break at 63. That doesn't get to 60 like we would have liked. We end up taking it out there at 62. I'll zoom back in for you guys. That 63.5, which was your resistance on the breakdown. We go long, take way too much of it out early in front of 64, and then it stalls out on trying to break 65. It has yet to get through the opening range high. So the longer this happens, everyone's going to think, okay, down 24%, you're shorting off of this high. Fair enough. That's actually not that bad of a trade, risk to reward, if you want to go ahead and short 66 into 66.5. However, if we break this, consolidate, break this, then you can think about that jailbreak into 7 even. I think that makes a heck of a lot of sense and something that you can definitely sink your teeth into because Roku is doing tons of volume and it ain't done yet. What is not done yet is the new trade in AMD. Like I said, takes them out in front of the 93 level. We're going to rinse and repeat off 92s. It is now trending back in with the rest of the futures, so I want to continuously buy the 92 level, play it for the hopeful break at 93 into the high of the day, but pay yourself along the way as we go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, let's figure out what is leading this market so far today. We are nicely higher, obviously, just over a full percent for the S&P right now. Big move, obviously, as we were talking about with oil. So all of the energy producers back to the upside, these two with earnings as well. So CVX, 7% kind of day for CVX now. Material stocks also back to the upside today. Some of the underlyings helping a little bit with positivity. Utility stocks in positive territory as well. There were a couple of earnings names from the household group in consumer staples that reported to the downside, PG and CHD. Comcast down here in the communication services group, notably weak on the day as well, 5% to the downside for Comcast, dragging down some of the other streamers, WBD, Paramount as well, also in negative territory. There was negative news on AbbVie today, one of their drugs failing. Moderna, other side, the new COVID vaccine contract for them, so they're higher. There's Intel, yeah, 10% in negative territory. Intel is SSR and will be on Monday as well. QCOM, Micron, both to the downside on that. There's Amazon, the only notable name from the consumer discretionary group. Best Buy reported earlier in the week, also downside. It's industrials and banks that are leading, though. Industrials and banks providing most of the strength, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, we're just talking about my AMAT exit. I'm like, okay, I'm going to get, I didn't like what was happening, so I got out, took the hit on it. And then AMAT turns around, and now Neil's informing me that there's like a whole story behind it.
So when we talk about the chip, it's so easy to look at a sector and feel like, yeah, everything in the chip sector is the same. Like even within the chip makers and designers, you still have to split up names like NVIDIA, AMD, and Marvell, and then Marvell, and then sort of juxtapose that with like your Intels and your Microns, and then in the supply, and then in the machine side of it, you've got Lam, you've got AMAT as well, ASML. Those are the other plays. So you have to consider this. And then Lam reported this week, and so when Lam tried to make a high and pulled back, that was holding AMAT back relative to some of the other names. And then is it, like even the slightest bump up in Lam, and then AMAT finally takes out the high. So sometimes, and this is why, like, I know people like to look at the ETFs. It can be a little bit deceiving when you have these little pockets where these little groups within the chip space are going to follow each other. You got to be able to understand these differences sometimes because they can be informative. Speaking of the chips, I finally have a short again in something, and it is going to be Intel because that's what it has to be. 3580s I got. I mean, a better price would be 90s, obviously. 36 is still the out. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of that wick. The other short that I wanted this morning, and it's just, look, it got away from us big time, was Alibaba. It's actually showing signs of strength here. So BOVESPA already made it slow. Like sometimes you just gotta, like you grit your teeth, understand that you missed the trade you wanted. I never got the short beneath 95. It's now bounced off of 91.70 and showing signs of strength. The market takes out these highs. BOVESPA's probably gonna reverse course, get through this 93, and start going and start showing some signs of strength. So I no longer want the short in Alibaba unless it comes to $95. So I'm gonna walk away from the idea of being a fader in this stock. Microsoft is not as strong as Apple. I never got into Apple. As Arun was pointing out to me, Apple actually much stronger. It had the earnings report. As we're retesting 280 here on Microsoft. Like we're way up. We did take the 279 trade and we did take the 280 trade. Those are two very separate trades. We did hold on to some in through to be able to get that, to be able to get $1.50, but now we are in only the 280 trade and I have to respect that end of it. Do I like 79s if we get it? Sure. Am I willing to hold my 80s all the way back to 79? No, I'm not going to do that. If we cannot hold like 279.80, then I'm looking back into VWAP, right? So understand that when you are doing this style of trade, you can consider it a trailing stop on the overall position, but I'm taking multiple entry points because these have been both breakout style trades here on Microsoft, and I do want to make sure we're preserving the capital that we have in it. So we're going to take a trail out on this if it does dip below that 279.75.
Yeah, I'm just, at this point, there's not much else for me to do. I've got the positions I wanted to get my hands on, which was somehow play this index because I couldn't get it through another way. I can obviously buy the ETF, or I can just try to build up the top portion of the index myself. So Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, that rounds up the top three. That controls a third of the NASDAQ. I'm good with that. So those are doing well, and I'm not gonna force my hand on anything else. Obviously, we've got J&J as the short. Because of the relative weakness, I'm okay that even if the market runs, that the hit on J&J is gonna be small. In the event that the market turns, J&J relative weakness should accelerate, providing some cover in the event that these longs turn around. So I'm okay with the J&J short being 3 cents out or 5 cents out now. So that's fine. On the short side, Apple up 30 cents, Microsoft up $1.22, Amazon up $1.40. What else can I do? At this point, I'm just kind of backing off. Futures market wants to continue to the upside. You see the futures trade here. As soon as we clear 41.10, we were worried about whether it was going to back off and come back in. That's why I pulled the hedge in. It did not. Caught strength. Apple went. Here we are to the upside. There's nothing else to do at this point. Once you've got your trades going, don't just go out looking for more trades just because you have time on your hands. If you've got your reads ready and all your trades are all set up and ready to go and they've been executed, it's one thing to kind of talk about trades. Once you've done your execution portion of it, just let them work out. There's no point in forcing your hand and trying to do other things trade related and just over or micromanaging your trades when you just staring at the chart, you're like, okay, now what? What's the next thing for me to do? So there's not a whole lot you can do once you've got all your positions on. And it's one thing to talk trash, or not talk trash, but talk about your positions. It's another thing to execute. And I think Fahad should learn from that. It's one thing to talk about things, it's something else to execute, and execution matters because you can only really talk about your trades after you've executed. If you haven't executed anything and you're just talking about trades, then, are you really doing anything? Fahad, I'm sure you have an answer to that.
That was literally unnecessary, Arun.
Oh, I'm coming for him. He knows that.
So I told the viewers the other day that he talked smack and challenged you to boxing, which I thought was like, look, I've seen people do a lot of crazy things in my life. I have friends who have car surfed, jumped out of cars. I may or may not be one of them. It was pretty stupid. But challenging Arun to boxing, just understand. Just look at the guy, man. Even if you didn't know that he's trained in boxing and Krav Maga.
Yeah, Krav Maga.
Then I think you got to understand that it'd just be stupid just looking at the guy. But understanding that he actually has combat training and experience might make that one of the craziest things I've ever heard. And quite frankly, it's just stupid. But everything you just said is so true. You hear us talk about the positions, the prices we're waiting for to make a decision, whether that's to add to the position or take more off. And that's what it's going to be all about. Shakib asked a question about Pinduo Duo. And look, I was looking at Alibaba today. I think that's what I just went over, maybe why you asked me. I know you looked at Pinduo Duo today, at least. But the reversal's been strong. Just remember, it's still down 2% because the entire group has been a bit of a fade. So I think that's why you're seeing it turn. I think you're long there, Shakib. But you look at this 50 level, That's the higher low that it put in yesterday. So it makes some sense that it's barcoding there. Also look at the daily chart here too. Like I think it's going to have overhead resistance if it even gets to like 52, 53. That's going to be of some concern. I just look at what happened at the open and say to myself, you have the right call being bullish on it. Like anytime you see this in the higher time frame, look at the wick bottoms at 48. Like it's just rejecting the breakdown after being down, gapping down, and then jailbreak to the upside. On top of that, you know what these things can do when they catch a bit of a bid and quote unquote program buying, and that's all I will say about that. They get super strong and they just start trending for the entire day, usually stalling out around lunchtime and pulling back, and then sometimes getting another push at 1:30, 2 o'clock. So that's the pattern that we've seen happen on these. I think you definitely want to pay yourself because A, you've got this channel here, yesterday's bottoms into the afternoon highs, 50 to 51. Makes some sense, that's where it would pull back. And you might see yesterday's low is where this thing settles out throughout lunch. So I'd be, pay yourself out a little bit there. If you're considering buying the dip, allow it to hold 49 before you get too frisky. When you've made money today, keep in mind a few things. We have not broken overnight highs in the NASDAQ. The ES has cleared the top. The NASDAQ is up 1.4 and has been leading the charge, and it's gotten to a high that it has not been able to break yet. So you want to pay yourself on your longs, I do think, if you have not done so already, as we go to Brendan, to understand what's going on in the world of crypto and currencies with Money Talks.
Busy one this morning, guys, for currency markets. Let's get right into it here. The U.S. dollar back to positive was down about 0.5% to start things off until we got those numbers out around 8:30. A big pop back to the upside, suggesting maybe inflation coming back into play a little bit. 106.3 right now for the DXY. So pretty much lower across the board here. There are a few standing out. Japanese yen 2 days in a row up 0.25% on some volatility. Russia back to the upside as well, 2% today, 1.5% once again. Bitcoin just went green on the day. You can see that's a chart of the past couple of days anyways. Quite the 3 or 4 day rally back to 25,000 now on an hourly chart. Looks pretty good. Held 23.5 on that pull-in, but struggling here, top end of the range for Bitcoin though, but trying to hold, guys, 24,000 again.
24,000.
Yeah, while Brendan was talking, Fahad lets me know that Floyd Mayweather is training him tomorrow. I mean, his mouth just doesn't stop, and he never learns his lesson. So
He's
I mean,
confident,
whatever.
right?
He's confident, but there's technique and there's confidence. I haven't seen anything that makes me think he has any technique. Trust me, if there's just like in trading, technique matters so much more than just outright trying to make a play or whatever. However you approach trading, techniques matter so much more. So once you build technique, just like in real life, if you have technique in something, you're probably going to be better than someone else, even if they're physically bigger. It doesn't matter, especially in combat sports too. If you have technique, you can overpower anyone. But Fahad, I don't know. Floyd Mayweather is going to have to put some work in for you, though. But going back to what we're doing with the futures, it is, Pedro, you were asking about the NASDAQ. I didn't really cover the NASDAQ. I don't really trade it that often, but I do look at it. And you're absolutely right. It is coming into resistance. And it's a big one that you got to pay attention to. It is the big 13,000, big round number. This is the daily chart, by the way, and we've been here before. We've been north of that 12.8 into that 12.9, going up to that 13. That's a problem. And this is a large area going back to early June, early June, early May, and then a couple bounces back in March. So you know that 13,000 is going to bring a problem. We're in the area. We're at 12.9 right now, 12,900. So you know this market at any point, if it catches a sell wave, it could turn around. So as I'm starting to see weakness in Apple, remember we took the long around that 163 mark, and now Apple doesn't want to do anything except go sideways. Knowing that and the fact that this market is already in that sell type of zone, I'm going to start getting rid of the weak ones. And for me, relative weakness is being Apple doing nothing when I've got Amazon up $1.45. So knowing that, I'm going to start working my exits in Apple, and we can just limit the damage there in the event that it actually does turn. And you're absolutely right for bringing this up, that sometimes because we're so caught up in the S&P side of things, that we don't look at the NASDAQ, or at least I don't look at the NASDAQ side of things, and I'm trading NASDAQ names, so you would think I should know about this already, but usually I have both futures contracts up, so I kind of just quickly look at the level 2. In this setup in front of the cameras, I don't have them both up. So thank you for bringing that out. 13,000, definitely something to keep an eye on, because we're definitely in an area where this market could easily turn back around and come back through that 12.8. It's a problem. It's an area to watch out for. If you have longs that are working out well, that are starting to slow down, taking profit at these zones makes sense. We've already cashed out some of Amazon. Microsoft, I'm going to start looking to cash some out. And then Apple, we're just going to fully dump out and walk away from, because it should have gone by now. It should not be taking this long to get going. And it could get going later in the day, but at the same time, given what I'm seeing, I don't really care to hold on that long.
Yeah, and as you say that, like I just trailed out of Microsoft, which you broke that 280 level. We definitely played it to the upside the whole way. We'll try to get back into it on some strength if it dips. And then I'm down to AMD, which is, look, off the 92 level, it's good, although it hasn't broken out those highs. And I'm back to Intel, right? So the Intel short's back in because we're below 36. And this is what we mean about just sort of understanding the price levels that you play. I stopped out of Intel, but the second there was a hint of weakness, I just went right back to the only price I've been selling, which is right about 35.80. Sure, there were some chances to get it in the 90s, but I wasn't really waiting for that at any point. I'm always taking, if I get more in, I take some out of VWAP because it's now starting to coil a little bit. And as it lessens the range at lunchtime, I want to make sure when I'm scalping it that I'm understanding it's going to be a smaller range and going with that. We got about 5 more minutes here before you send you guys over to Trader Prad and Luca, who do a fantastic job as always. We're going to get to some earnings in just a little bit. I will say this, because we've trash talked. I guess kind of like we've trash talked Fahad a little bit here.
He trash talked us. I'm just saying.
He did trash talk us. He also challenged me to a race, which is also crazy as far as I'm concerned. But I will say, like, he was bowling for the first time when Lucas beat him. So when you guys see that score, and I know you want to talk smack, and yes, it was his first time bowling, he did fire out like a 113 his second time, which was higher than Lucas's score. So I will say that in your defense, that if you guys had a rematch, I personally think you could take Lucas in a rematch because Lucas was not nearly as good as I thought. All that being said, we're not talking about bowling. You are now challenging a beast to boxing, and then you wanted to race me. Like, it's nonsensical. There's confidence, and then there is arrogance, as someone said it in the chat. Do you stay in your lane, my friend? We love you, Fahad. But there are some, if we're ready, I don't know if I've heard it in my ear because you're a bit busy, but we do have some earnings to get to that'll be coming up for next week. Interesting board, although we got some great ones this week. What do we have on tap for Monday there, Brendo?
Typical for a Friday. Nothing today, guys. So this is actually Monday's board. So Monday morning, we'll get what you see in front of you. Watch out Sunday for a brand new week ahead video coming as well. We'll get you set for what else is to come next week on Sunday, guys.
You know what I love about those? It's like there's so much information packed into it because Brendan just always wants to give you more. He wants to give you more. Next week, down with Kellogg's, because my wife doesn't like Kellogg's, and so every single time I see the stock or it comes up, I'm supposed to say a negative comment, and that's my way of getting points. So
is there like a story behind, should it like a cereal or something?
I'll leave it. So I'll leave it at this. Like she had a summer job with Kellogg's.
Oh, it's a job. Okay.
And I won't go any further than that. It's nothing really. I love the cereal, by the way. I'll say this first off. Like, it's really great cereal. So it has more to do with just an experience that she had there. So anyways, down with Kellogg's. Next week, you do have some decent earnings coming through. This week was the gargantuan. It's going to be a fantastic rest of the day and the afternoon. And do not want to ignore just some final thoughts as the market is pulling back there. Talked about the relative weakness that Tesla had put in. Now it actually got back to the high. So when the market looked like it was going to be relatively strong testing those highs and Tesla didn't go, well, eventually it did and is now rejecting that high again. I don't have anything significant about this 865-ish area that it's pulling back from. Like, even when you go to the 15, I go to my daily chart, there's nothing significant about it. But it's got some room to come back. I think 850 is obviously what we'll be looking for in any kind of a serious pullback in the market that we might see. But I just don't like this short because it feels like it's into air. And Tesla's been so strong the last couple of days that I don't like picking a random level. On the higher time frames, like you pull up a 60 or a daily, and it just feels like you're diddling in the middle if you're playing Tesla at this price. So I'm staying away from Tesla. I'm working back and thinking about Amazon, which I've managed to miss out on. It hasn't really dipped back into 36. It didn't break the high, so I have to be patient and think about 35s where I'm still bidding, and it never took out that top at 138. But what made my day today and saved me was when we were initially shorting Amazon and it couldn't crack 34s, kept on, sort of had one break to 34, I did not take it, didn't take it out, and then it just jailbreak back to the upside and looked way too strong for me. I said, that's a wick off bottom. I need to get out of the short. I need to think about the long side of the trade. Little decisions like that can save your day. Just deciding not to be stubborn about a price level or a direction. This is what I was in pre-market. Often that can get you into trouble when it shows strength. You got to be able to get away from those. That can save your day. It definitely saved mine. I want 135s on a dip as the market comes in. AMD comes down. Intel works. We're going to be managing these ones throughout the rest of the day. Any final thoughts there, Arun?
Yeah, and this is exactly why we started working our way out of Apple. And we were out of Apple as before it fell off here. You could start to see it. And I'm glad that Pedro brought this up because the NASDAQ was getting into an area where it could easily turn around. And then Apple, the big dog, if it's starting to stall out, there's a very big signal that it could potentially happen soon. So we worked our way out of Apple. We started taking profit here on Microsoft. We're out of that, south of 280 as well. And now that hedge, that J&J hedge that I was like, yeah, I'm probably going to lose if this market continues up this way. Well, that's making money now. And this is the whole point about this. I was worried about the short, so I took that. But at the same time, I was working the longs. Once the longs slowed down and I started to get signals that maybe this could turn, I worked out of some longs, kept the short on. And now this market's turning back in a little bit. And this is why we kind of keep an area in mind. Somebody was asking, well, how can you say this is the resistance area on the NASDAQ when there's still 100 points? Because it doesn't have to be precise. The area is going to be wide, especially when you're working with a daily zone. It can be 100, 150 points. You just got to understand that once it enters a certain area, there's going to be more likely to have sellers than buyers if there's a resistance level. And that's what you're getting up here, as there's more likely to be sellers once you cross north of this 900, more likely to be sellers than buyers. And then Apple was the first red flag. Even though it's 100 points wide, that's for you to figure out how you want to adjust your risk. But just understand that it doesn't have to be exactly 13,000. It can be past 13,000 too. It could be 13,050 or 13,100. There's always a little bit of a window. It's like on the NASDAQ, call it 150 to 100 points on either side of your potential range area as the resistance, as you start entering that area that you got to watch out for. So definitely keep an eye on this one. It'll be an interesting close for the end of the day. So definitely come back after the midday show for the closing show.
Yeah, and just to come back over, there was a question about like what was and I don't know if maybe Arun already addressed it because someone was asking something about what was the signal, and it might have been when I was talking about what got me out of Amazon. So if that didn't answer the question, I'll try to do it here for what got me away from Amazon. It'll be much better on the 3-minute chart and giving you a better perspective. I was shorting off of the 35 breakdown, this consolidation. So we had multiple shorts. We were scalping to 34, and then when it broke down at 34. I wasn't even out. I wasn't taking anything out, thinking that this is now a jailbreak. Like I want to think about 30 to 31. It's now taking the next leg to the downside. And then it does two things. One, it puts this wick off top through 35, which to me, super bearish, great. This is why I thought it was going to 130. The wick off top rejects 135, but the response to that move was to consolidate and make a huge jailbreak up into 135. And I'm talking about two massive green candles in here. You'll see this running into 136. And then suddenly, when you look at your higher time frame, what you have is a failed bottom on a stock up 11% on strong earnings. Right? That is a reason to get out of that short. It's not trying to fill the gap. That is way too bullish of a move because in the higher time frame, you've got a wick bottom and a possible trend upside. That's me taking the hit out. If I was patient, I could have saved myself $1 on that last short. I could have had a better price to the long, but I just wanted the heck out of Dodge when I saw that wick off bottom. It's already past 11 o'clock. We promised we'd send you guys over to the fun team over there. I love Luca's outfit. It's my favorite of Luca. Luca has many outfits, but this is my favorite one when he drops this one. So Trader Prad, Luca, go get him. What do you have from Tim Hortons also, Prad?
Yeah, it's Midday Mayhem. It's Midday Madness, however you want to put it. What do I have from Timmy's? It's called, it's a peach tea quencher, so it's pretty good. A little fruity, obviously. I'm not your coffee, your tea guy, but a nice little peach drink over there. Nice and cold for a nice hot day today. I mean, it's not even that hot. It's actually pretty nice outside. And what's even good is the trades that I'm putting on today, man. These trades are insane. I was a little not ready because I was actually getting into the meta trade over here. So thank you, Neil, for covering over there a little bit extra. I kind of lost track of time, but baby, we're here for the next 3 hours. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's get the trades going. So obviously, I'm talking about a Meta trader right now. You'll see my positions populate. I'm taking some profits. Meta has some size on 156 to the downside. 156 was the bottom or so yesterday also where Meta started bouncing off of. So going into the market drop right now, I took a lower day break on Meta platform short, already 50 cents in the money. Couple other positions that I had is a Procter and Gamble short. Obviously, they missed out their earnings today. Taking that short on the lower day break over here near 140. That's also another $1 in the money. And last but not least, real quick, man, how many times do I have to tell you? Be careful with Roku. This company is, I don't know if it's ever worth to put money in, because I don't think their products are worth putting money into. Hence, Roku missing earnings one more time. And now I thought Roku would bottom out near $80, honestly. But guess what? Another 25% down on Roku today. And we're in $60 ranges. I don't like to say I told you so, because people losing money on Roku if you're long, but I warned you. I warned you about Peloton. I warned you about Roku. Here's me taking shorts on Roku, $2 in the money. My number one stock is Procter & Gamble, pretty close to his Roku, right next to his Meta. I clearly just don't know how to go long, just been shorting all day.
You may be getting ready for the Free Fall Friday, right? Maybe getting yourself ready, thinking, maybe it's coming into play. But yeah, absolutely crazy. Apple, Amazon earnings, things go wild, holding up the market here, And yeah, we broke that 4,000 level and just straight to 4,100, straight to 4,100. So this is the it's like I hear people in chats talking about maybe this is the start of the next bull market run. Is this a bear market rally? Well, regardless of what this is ripping everyone's face off. That extra strong move all the way through 4,100 today. Now coming back down, testing VWAP here. So kind of interesting. We'll see kind of how the rest of the day plays itself out. But, Meta kind of interesting off that 160. Was at 160 this morning and then had the flush and just kind of reject that level, So anybody who had that short, that 160 level, absolutely solid from yesterday. Peter Post in the chat, Luca needs a sandwich. I'm always hungry. I'm always eating. Feel free to send sandwiches over to the office over here. I'll be super excited. Yeah. But Apple extra strong today. Amazon, obviously. And let's just quickly talk about HKD. I looked in the morning, I was like, shorts on this thing, too expensive for my liking. But this thing blew through 250, halted, and then just kind of... Yeah, right now it's 225. This is why I was like, let me just start off by saying
Wasn't
HKD.
This at like 70 something yesterday?
This was at it was at, it bounced off 100, it was at like 150. And then it just goes, and it's like halt. It looks like, okay, halt. But like opening at the same, this thing's insane. This thing is insane, obviously. It's SSR, the spread is insane. I don't know who's trading this. If you are trading this, all I'm going to say is good luck to that, because this is a difficult trade. Definitely something I'm not going to trade. But, exciting to watch, right? Just to kind of quickly cover this as well, PGY, I was really hopeful this morning because I saw this run up in the pre-market. We're above 20, and I was super excited. I said to myself, maybe we go to 25, and if we get that set up, it's going to be insane. But, unfortunately, didn't get that set up. Extra week, right? It's day 2 SSR. So, even if we did get there, a little bit of a tough trade. But, altogether, obviously, you got the flush right off the open, and it's not something that I wanted to chase or even pay for shorts. So I just kind of let that one go. TBLT, I think name of the day. Just to kind of talk about this very quickly. They ran up, and I think it was actually last Friday, TBLT, where it had a push towards 9, break of 9 and flush. Crazy day doing lots and lots of volume. And then, they come out with the offering. They come out with the good news, and here we are going back up again, right? So I would love for this to kind of inch its way to 850, 950, maybe even a breakthrough 10. And this flush right off the morning was super trappy, just trap everyone and then kind of rip their face off, go for the high. But these sort of wick off tops here, kind of double top feel, it gives me the feel that maybe it's now dead and done. But, I want to believe that, the algos are strong with this one. So, it would be nice to see if this could get a push towards that $10 level. That'll be super exciting to see if we get that today. I just don't know what's going to happen. And speaking of some monkeypox stocks, let me quickly pull up GovX because this is the one I want to look at. It's at $3 right now. This is ripping everyone's face off. This had an over under 250 level. That 250 level did not get broken from last time, and it just kind of rejected from that level. And look at this, right? Runs to 250, breaks the level, slams it down, drops down below VWAP, holds, right? Holds the level, holds the VWAP area, and then makes that run towards $3. So this is actually going wild right now, and I would expect this to actually break $3 and then see some type of sharp reversal. So maybe if we go sideways for a bit and the volume drops on this one, I'm sort of expecting this type of wick off top. So maybe you get that breakthrough 3, lots of volume, flush down and slam. I think shorts on this one aren't too expensive across the board. So for anybody that's looking at this one, definitely super exciting. Probably an easier trade than something like SIGA, higher price, a little bit of bigger spread, and kind of feels like, less overall volume, right? You got GovX, you got the liquidity on the book there, kind of the easier trade. So for anybody looking at that, I almost want to say this is the easier trade, but at the same time, just understand the personality of the stock and you'll be just fine.
We got a super chat from Rob's asking us, NASDAQ 100 going to hit the 12,480 mark? I mean, we don't know the future, sadly, so not sure if it's going to do it or not going to do it, but we'll be here to cover it in case it does. Thank you for the super chat over there. Something I'm trying right now is actually a long on Apple. We know Apple earnings came out pretty good, actually, in line or above estimates, and in iPhone sales numbers also going up overall. So Apple now $10 above my long-term account price. I'm loving the fact that Apple's, once again, my only positive thing in my portfolio overall. Never goes to fail with the stock over here. Too big of a company, and never fails in general. When they drop a new phone, there's a line around the block at every Apple store and so on. So keep in mind, though, there is the China COVID problems that might cause more issues with chip shortages and so on. But with the new bill that passed not too long ago, I believe it passed yesterday or the day before that, for the chip makers in America. So I think Apple over here should take benefit off of that and start going back up. As Apple came down with the market over there to 4,100, it's at 162 for itself. So I'm trying a small little long here. I had a long on Apple earlier on in the day. The 163 break. My best exit was near 163.60. Took my profits, got stopped out when 163 came back to the downside. That was the end of the trade there. Now we're going to try another long around VWAP, slightly below VWAP though, but around VWAP. And as you see right here, 10 cents in the money now on the Apple long, $2 in the money on the Roku short, $1 in the money on the Procter & Gamble short also. I know I said I don't know how to go long, but here's a long for you guys, for those of you who don't really expect that trade from me. Another stock that was moving off of an earnings catalyst today is Amazon. Amazon bumping to the north side. Hey, what did I say? Amazon's not going to break $100 ever. So here you go. Here's the proof in words. But keep in mind, Amazon also coming out and saying that they are also seeing a hit in consumer spending. Or maybe it wasn't Amazon that said that, actually. Yeah, Amazon never said that. Amazon's biggest hit was once again the investment in Rivian, the $3.9 billion hit that Rivian gave Amazon, causing them the most of their issues. But overall, 10% to the north side for Amazon, and even Google never going to break that $100 level. I should have just went long on Amazon near 100, and I should have just go long on Google 100.
It's kind of funny because if we look back at this moment and say to ourselves, this was the bottom, this is the start of the next bull market, which, doesn't make sense right now, right? Obviously, we'll see what happens, and everybody has their opinions. But if we look back on this moment and we're just like, damn, I had the opportunity to buy it at that price, and now it's just all the way up. So kind of funny. I feel the same way. I did not load the boat. I think that we could see another downtrend, but I want to tell myself that could happen, in October, if we get, October being historically kind of like an overall bearish month. So for the time being, lots of strength today, lots of strength overall, obviously, in the overall market, and lots of strength in GovX today, 50% up, just broke that $3 level. And, this is the type of action that you look for, right? The break, the make of the high, the break of the $3 level, and now we're right back below that $3 level. And, if we now flush from here, these are the trades that, from kind of my perspective, from like a scalping perspective, is you have these significant levels. This is like a recent high, right? It's obviously very, very strong, but you get these parabolic moves into a level, then kind of a hold of trend, then it goes for the level again. You get the flush down, but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. It breaks the level, it comes back through the level. If this does not kind of tank from here, break lows, and continue, you know, then there's no follow through. Obviously, the name is extra strong. And we're watching this live. This breaks 3, it comes back, it holds, it goes for the 3 test again. It looks like it could continue upwards, right? Extra strong today. Definitely a stock that probably, you know, everybody is interested in taking short. So, you know, anytime anybody tries to short, algos are involved, you know, ripping people's face off. Wouldn't be, I mean, you know, this has potential. It has the potential today. Maybe it continues to make a run. And if I'm quickly looking here at the daily, I think one of the most recent highs being 340 on this thing. So watch out for that level, 340 area, definitely interesting. Could be some little bit of resistance from 340 going into that $4 level. So let's see if it gets there. Let's see how it acts. You know, keep your eye on that one for sure.
I could be wrong on this statement, but you know, I'm actually looking over to see if Neil's here, and he's not. But if you guys really want to learn how to read tape or time of sales, I think one of the best examples on a day like today is Intel. It's not really moving in too crazy of a range, and there's a lot of volume coming in on the tape, and you get to really focus how much size is going on the mid prints, how much size is going on the ask, how much size is going on the bids, where the volume is coming around. It's moving around in penny ranges. Look at that. Is that 100,000 order on a mid print right there on a dark pool gateway? So lots of volume coming in over here. I actually was trading Intel almost like a buyout trade for myself. Keep in mind though, the stock is not a buyout stock, right? It's your chip makers, #1 chip maker in America, at least according to stats. I believe it's Intel. Came out with the bad earnings report, missed on earnings, clearly dropped 10%. Anytime a stock is down more than 10%, it triggers the system called SSR, short sale restriction. You cannot short the stock by sitting on the ask, which is on the left side, sorry, on the right side. You have to, what am I saying? You cannot get short by taking off the size on the left side, which is the bids. You have to sit on the left side, which is the ask, the right side, which is the ask, and get picked up as the stock's going up. But what I'm talking about earlier is reading the level 2 in time of sales. You'll start seeing the level 2 on a size really start decrementing or people adding back orders on there. You'll start to recognize reserve orders sitting there. You'll start to see big levels where the stock kind of bounces off of, or big levels where the stock pushes towards to see if that's a real level, because that's where liquidity is. So there's a lot of factors over here that you can learn from, and Neil's back, so maybe Neil can answer this question. I was just talking about how good of a stock Intel is today to learn how to read the level 2 in time of sales. So much volume coming in, moving in tight ranges. You can really sit there and learn how to read mid prints and bids and asks. Great range bound stock. So yeah, trading it like a buyout, I guess, wasn't a bad idea.
For sure, 100%. You know, if you guys are new to kind of and you want to learn tape reading and kind of understand what's taking place, everybody says the same thing. The slower movers are good because it's just happening very slowly. Or another kind of alternative that you can take is, you know, if you want to kind of like oh, I want to read the tape on small caps, record your screen and watch it back, because you will be surprised at how much time you have to react in real time. But you know, obviously in real time, the first time around, maybe you're kind of fumbling, you're new to the game, you know, whatever it is what it is. But yeah, so record your screen goes such a long way. Speaking of tape reading, like look at this GovX move. So we were just kind of grinding up. This is the importance of defining your levels and then making decisions off of these levels. You know, have your playbook, have your setup, and we make that move towards 3. It's, you know, the tape is really kind of grinding, it's holding, it's not really moving the way that it could be moving. Then you get the break of 3. It runs to 310 area, and I'm just watching this very quick, like kind of glancing over at it, and the velocity of the tape changes, right? So like as you get enough reps in and you see this over and over again, you'll notice that the velocity of the tape changes at certain points. And I almost want to say that for this particular setup, as like, you know, take the approach of like, oh, I'm gonna take a GovX short. I just don't know where to get in. If it's grinding, then like maybe it's not the best spot to get in, because you know it's grinding. It's not really gonna move in one direction or the other very quickly. But you know, like as it kind of the pace, the velocity changes in the tape, you know, things go a little bit wild, and maybe now is the time to make a decision, right? So this is kind of my approach to tape reading. I'm saying where are the levels, kind of how are things playing itself out? But keep in mind that these things are going to happen very, very quickly, right? So it's good to get the reps in, get different experience with different stocks and how they move. But yeah, for sure, 100% easier to read the tape on things that move slower, because your brain will kind of process that information a little bit easier. And somebody mentioned TBLT going for the squeeze. Yeah, you know, TBLT TBLT will be exciting if we could actually get to that 850 level and then see how it reacts over there. You know, the fact that we're now back up over here makes me think that, yes, we are going for the high a day push. I mean, like, think about it this way, right? We popped and dropped so quickly. We popped and dropped again, held VWAP, dipped below. This is classic small cap action, right? They run for the highs, they make another high, they run it down, they make it look like the short is good, then they rip everyone's face off and go for high of day, right? So this thing could for sure go wild. I think 42 million shares traded. It could do more, but, you know, inching its way to that sweet spot of over 100 million shares traded. And, you know, if this thing does get there, then for sure 100% will be wild. You know, last week it was wild. There's a potential that, you know, like, we got lots of time in the day, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, like as Luca was talking about the slow movers and so on, I'm just watching Intel have a ton of size on the bids get taken out, and now size on the ask is just piling up, and that size on the ask wasn't there. Look at the lot sizes on the ask, just keep on increasing, and then people chasing for that outs. The fight on Intel, you gotta love moves like these where you get to read. But as Luca was mentioning, you know, slow movers, a good buddy of ours, Adam, and congratulations, Adam, by the way. Not gonna say why or anything. I'm going to let you reveal to the boys and to everybody else why you're getting congratulated on. But congratulations, Adam. You know, we love you. And as Neil would say, just don't spend too much money on that. It's not worth it. But if you do spend too much money on it, we're going to be there. We're going to party up. And I'm going to be there to get SHIT faced without a doubt. Just don't make me come to Hamilton. I don't want to come up to Hamilton for that. But anyways, coming back to what I was talking about, Adam, he traded on this floor on TSX for God knows how long, and his answer behind that is because TSX stocks move way slower than the New York NASDAQ stocks because they have way less volume, and that allowed that person to really sit down and hone in on the skills of how to read the level 2 time of sales, and also how to learn to take a ton of size and hold on to that size in his trades to the point where now he owns his own office, he runs his own floor, a very successful floor. So you know, just go build your skills slowly, step by step. I guess that's what Luca was talking to me too. On Discord yesterday, you know, step-by-step incremental process to success. It's not just a one-shot thing. You know, everyone's like, oh, look at him, he just made it out of lucky he just made it out of nowhere. But really, it's a lot of nights of failures. Oh, yeah. And then you make it out of nowhere, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Overnight success. But,
overnight success.
Yeah, exactly. You know, things. You know, like obviously you could you know, fast track the process if you're, you know, think about it this way, right? A lot of people, you know, work out, stay healthy. They go to the gym, they say, okay, I want to get bigger. Well, how do you do that? The best way to do that is a slow, steady process. So you want to, you know, hit your macros and kind of make sure everything is right. Go to the gym, add size very slowly, get bigger, get stronger, then cut a little bit, then, you know, kind of bulk again. And everybody knows the process. And then those same people will come to trading and be like, yes, I'm going to bench 1 plate. And then I'm going to bench 2 plates. And then I'm going to bench 4 plates. Like, you know, you could do that, but you might die. You might blow out your shoulder. So, you know, just understand that, like, you know, it's probably easier to add, like, little bits of size to kind of your process. And you know, it's going to take a while, right? It's going to take a while to build the playbook and kind of get better and better. So I would always encourage everybody, do not get discouraged, you know, as things don't go your way. Because, you know, they bounce back. And then you're going to tell yourself, well, you know, I was really upset and it was really for no reason, because now things are better than ever, right? So just always be happy, always enjoy life, and, you know, if you really want this, then go for it. But yeah, like Prad said, you know, it's everybody, you know, everybody sees the success that some people have, and they don't know all the pain that they went through, right? So it's a lot of pain, but you know the saying, no pain, no gain, right? So
no pain,
I'm
no
sure,
gain.
I'm sure Mr. Laker behind me understands that 100%. And yeah, guys, let us know what else in the chat you guys are trading. Luca, ask the guy behind you what the secret is. Oh yeah. Well, so we're actually speaking about this, and it's very simple: hard work and dedication. Everybody will tell you the same things. I have like a lot of friends too that are like super into the gym. Hard work, dedication. Like, you know, I think like kind of building your body up is one of the most like intense things to do. You know, like it takes so much commitment. I was there before, you know, before COVID. I was like super into health and fitness, like working extra hard. So I've been there and I know what it takes. And it's definitely a lifestyle, right? There's no shortcuts there. But yeah, anyways, back to the market here. Looking at BLT here, looking like, yes, it does want to go for that push, right? So if we get that over 780, maybe we get the run to 8, anything's possible. And then from that point, you know, I mean, for anybody kind of looking short, or thinking short, you know, obviously if we get to that 859 level, 9 being the recent high, where it broke 9, kind of reversed and then flushed back down. So let's see if it has a similar setup today. It'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, someone said Pratt Apple long didn't work. Time to go short. Maybe. You know, I took that long. I got a 50-cent scalp out of it. I was watching the S&P 500 market and the NASDAQ market. NASDAQ struggling to get back above VWAP. S&P 500 was above VWAP, but not really having that oomph to get above the pre-market highs. And it's not even lunchtime yet. We still got 30 minutes for lunchtime to come in. So all those factors put in together, I said I'm going to take my 50-cent scalp. I'm going to get out of it. I'm not going to look for that move till higher day or whatever, because it's very easy for the stock to just get canceled over here and get rejected. As we're watching the S&P 500 also come down, now only up 0.69% on the day, and NASDAQ up 0.64% on the day, which were both, I believe, at one point more than 1%. I actually believe there was a move to 4180, 4175 coming into play today from how the market was above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was, I believe, around 4110, 4115 or so, if I remember correctly. So the market being above that, I thought the longs were in play. But look at this, man. Now Apple pushing to the downside. I guess you were right. The viewer who was asking me, your name started with an S something, but also had some numbers in it. So I can't really remember what your username is. But if you took that short, congratulations, man. Yeah, you're about to cash out right now as the market is indeed pushing back to that lower side a little bit. Maybe we see a retest of 4K today. Maybe we see a retest of 4020 today instead of 4K. But all of those depend on father time, mother time, whatever it is. Only time will tell you right now. My Procter and Gamble trade is something that I have to manage as it is reversing back to the upside a little bit. Only 87 cents in the money on that. But my Roku trade, $2.40, still riding that stock. Hopefully we see a break of low of day on Roku and then an extension of that move, because come on, who really owns a Roku?
You know, that reminded me of a great saying: Mother Nature gives you life, Father Time takes it away. And, you know, that's such is life there, such is life. But yeah, you know, overall market looking like it's coming back down through VWAP now. So let's see how every other kind of large cap name, you know, like kind of moves in tandem with this. You know, you got Apple coming down looking like it's maybe want to test that 161. See, I was super excited about Apple maybe making the move to 158.80. That's the 200-period moving average. And, you know, to start the day, kind of my ideology was maybe a similar setup to Google, being that we sort of flush down, find that bottom, and then pop up. You know, that 158.80 level being right here, and we reversed right off of like 159.50. So, like, we didn't actually get close enough. And, you know, like, to me, it's like, you know, strong earnings, everything kind of going up, Apple gapping up. I figured if we get the flush down and we get close enough, that's like an A+ bounce play, right? So we did have the bounce play. It was nice, but we just didn't get close enough there. You know, sometimes things don't set up exactly the way you want them, so you definitely have to adapt. Sartre is a French name, and stone stands for 7 theories of human nature. Wow, okay. Pretty cool name there, my friend. French name, but let me try to pronounce it again. Sartre. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Clearly butchering it if I was to guess. All right, anyways, Apple is coming down indeed. Let's go check some of the other stocks across the board. Maybe Amazon or even Google. Amazon right now around VWAP 135.50. Google around probably the same levels. I'm sure that you guys don't want us to keep talking about the same tech stocks every 5 seconds. So let's look at some of the stocks that you guys are looking at today. VUZI long. Let's go check out this position. If I remember correctly, I remember trading the stock once or twice. But yeah, the lack of volume on this position, only 400,000 shares traded. What is that on a relative volume scale? VUZI on a relative volume 1.23 with only 400,000 shares traded. That's actually not bad at all. But we like to look at stocks that are doing around 2 or more relative volume. For example, I'm going to guess Roku today, or even Intel. Let's go take a look at Intel's relative volume. You know, for Intel, the amount of volume we're seeing today is ridiculous. And look at that number right here, 6.01. That's the relative volume. 6 times average volume is what it's pulling in this very same minute, or maybe this hour. I don't know how they calculate it per hour or per minute, but the number does change as the day does go on.
So for Roku, the relative volume is 8.46. The negative catalyst coming in for Roku has brought in a lot of eyes, a lot of longs who are looking to exit, a lot of short sellers who are looking to enter, a lot of short sellers who are looking to take profit, giving it extra oomph in volume today. Hence, we are trading stocks with that catalyst behind it, that reasoning behind to make a trade for these stocks. Please, can you update about Tesla? I don't know what you mean by update about Tesla. Maybe you're talking about look at Tesla. Yeah, we can for sure take a look at Tesla, but in terms of how the stock is trading at least. But if you're asking us as an update for like some news catalyst behind it, I would have to do a little bit more research on that. Looks like Tesla also coming back down, and the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ actually accelerating the move to the downside below VWAP at the moment. So a Tesla short around 860, giving it that $2 range, could be something. Did I just try to get long there? Haha. Giving it that $2 range. I actually wanted to cancel that order there, but I guess we are short now. Let's give it that $2 range up to $860 on Tesla. And if the market coming down over here can work out for us, we could maybe get a nice 10-point drop on TSLA. Well, you're trading anything?
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm just looking at one thing.
you.
Yeah, thanks.
I forgot to what time it was again. Where are we going to? The market, BABA, hold or what? BABA, hold or what? BABA. I guess, I can't really suggest you to hold for long term or not hold for long term. That's like a financial advisor thing to do, and I'm not one. What I can tell you is right now, BABA, there's a catalyst coming in on the stock every single week or so almost. Once the catalyst comes in for the positive side, the next second the catalyst comes in for the negative side. So keep in mind with those factors coming into play, you might want to be a little careful with a stock like BABA and keep your ears really glued to the radio stations on that side. So as Tesla right now pops up above 860, my stop does trigger and gets me out of that trade. Sadly, we take a loser. My first loser of the day just so happens to be Tesla. But market's still coming down. Maybe Tesla short at 860 is still something that we can take a look at. We'll try one more time over here as my stop is still the 860 stop. So same stop, but better average price. I think we can work with this trade a little bit better over here as the market seems to want to go down. But Procter & Gamble, PG actually doing the complete opposite over there. PG running back to the north side, not working out for me. So I'm gonna cry about that trade a little bit. Maybe not really. I'll be actually loading up on Procter & Gamble once we push closer to 140 or so. But it is time for social sentiment with Brendo at the big screen.
Hey guys, quick update on what people are talking about today. It is getting more and more green on this board, which we always like to see. So again, this is just a board displaying exactly what names are being talked about on social sentiment and then which direction people are mentioning them in, including Amazon, obviously a monster report for Amazon. Very green. Apple as well, back to the upside, very green today, leading the entire market at that. This GovX still kind of hanging out at day highs or thereabouts. Relative volume on GOVX, very high again today, worth mentioning. So it's strange though, you can see SIGA, GOVX, opposite directions on this board, even with some news headlines suggesting the opposite. HKD, that little crazy stock that could and still does continue to go. AMC, Roku to the downside, Meta as well, off of what happened yesterday. But more and more positive, guys. Back over to you.
Market is indeed holding up over here, and apparently Meta at low a day. So let's go check out Meta real quick. Meta, oof, I had that short too, and I covered it too quickly. Pretty good short, I guess, if you ask me, as it does take out the low a day and pushes towards as close to 155. Looks like it says the low a day was 154.88, but I think that's actually a pre-market bottom. The actual low is around 155, slightly above 155 on Meta platforms. That Tesla short did not work out. I tried it twice. I took losses on both of them. I got out of that real quick. Now we're gonna just go right back to the stronger stock on the day, at least in my opinion, which is going to be Apple. As Apple pushes down below 161 and creates a bottom near 160.83, we're taking a long around 160.83. Already 10 cents in the money on that trade. But man, Roku, $3 in the money on Roku right now. Don't know when to really get out of that trade. Pretty successful trade for me today. Number one stock on the board for me, and Tesla, the absolute opposite of that. My only loser on board today, sadly, and it was Tesla at the time where I'm actually okay with losing, because it's this time around this time of the day when volume starts to dry out and the losses starts to come in. So cut your sizes down on these trades. Don't need to increase your losses up. Even though Tesla is negative, I'm still positive on the day. Still get to keep my profits over here. I like PG, says Maori. So yeah, PG pushing back to pretty much my average price. It's at 139.66. My average price is 139.70. I have an order to get short more near 140. So here we go as PG pushes up. Let's start taking some more orders to take some short fills on Procter & Gamble, a stock that is also weak on the day with the earnings catalyst.
I want to quickly hold on here. I want to quickly actually talk about Tesla. Yesterday, Tesla could not break 850 with the market being strong overall. And although the market's up right now, look at Tesla, only up 2%, right? Had that dip, rip, same kind of pattern as the overall market, but still not like as high as it could be. I mean, overall, kind of my bias on Tesla is like we're going to go lower, and at some point we are going to test that 600 break level, and then maybe get towards, I think the 200 period moving average is around that level. I want to say like 560 maybe, if I had to guess off the top of my head. But, yeah, so it's like I think, Tesla's definitely on my radar as like one of the first names to short, if we turn, and it just kind of gives that feel. But, overall today, obviously, like I think, for the most part, longs were good to start the day. But yeah, getting some of that parabola action. Sometimes it's down and up, and then other times it's up and down. Never know what you're going to get. Looks like VWAP did not hold, so we'll see if that 4090 area to 4085 area on the ES holds, and kind of feel like everything's going to move the same way.
Yeah, so market's pushing back down over here. We're going to have to take a loss on that Apple long too. Not going to work out. And PG pushing back to 140 over here. So time to actually take our size that we want on Procter & Gamble, as it is exactly where our average price at least where I want my average price to be. So I'm going to load up on this trade a little bit, take my size that I want to have on this position, and try to take advantage of said trade. Market's still trying to decide, I guess, which way they want to close at, but let's take some guesses in the chat. Which way do you guys believe the market's going to close at today? Do you guys believe it's going to go to the plus side or the negative side, and end up taking out on the shorts, whoever's loading up on the shorts, that is? I know some of you are expecting that free fall Friday, but I don't really see that happening just yet. Just got to be a little patient, be a little careful for the short entries, because the market could reverse back up and go straight through the moon over here with the help of Apple. Apple being number one position in the S&P 500 and in the NASDAQ could easily start swaying the market to the north side with the one big buyer coming in. The fact that Apple is now back to 160 is pretty big of a number itself. Not too long ago we were at 130. Now we're at 160. So pretty insane moves coming in over there.
Yeah, pretty insane moves across the board. This is not the summer that I expected. Summertime trading is supposed to be slow. It's supposed to be relaxing. It's supposed to be hands-off for me. But this summer is absolutely insane. Things are moving, things are wild, and you don't have the same liquidity like you have October to May, as every trader knows. But for the most part, things are wild. The volatility's there. The moves are sharp. We're getting these exciting moves. So things are exciting. Great time to be a trader. There's all types of opportunity. You just got to find your spots and kind of roll with it.
I guess Apple long is the right direction, so we're going to jump right back into that trade, and now we have the size that we want on it. Apple is indeed pushing above 161 for me, so in the money about 15 to 20 cents is Apple. Procter & Gamble also coming down below 140, so that's another trade that's in the money. We did give back some of the profits that we made on the day today on Tesla, but thankfully with the help of PG, Roku, and Apple here, we might just be able to make those back. Watch out for Wish company transformation in August. Yeah, well, I guess we'll talk about that in August, but not now because there's no point in talking about Wish, something that's not going to have any volume on a day like today, most likely. Let's go check out Wish. Actually has 4 million shares. I'm pretty surprised it's at $1, but the Wish transformation needs to be at a grand scale, a scale that I would like it to be at almost eBay level. So there's a lot of things that the Wish has a problem with, and I don't have enough time to address all those problems right now on Wish in general.
I bet they wish they didn't have any problems.
Yes, they wish any problem. Exactly. Too many problems on Wish's side over there. But we'll see if they do end up revamping their company, changing their company over there, and actually turn into less of a knockoff selling company that they have. Then things could eventually change for the bright side for Wish for sure. S&P 500 right now pushing towards VWAP, getting towards 4,100 and actually above 4,100 for the S&P 500. And the NASDAQ also pushing towards VWAP over here. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a kangaroo market day today as the market just goes up and down.
Oh my God. TBLT, check that out. The break, somebody's just like, wow, Justin, TBLT. See, this is the thing. These algos, and I loosely say algos, but they are savage. They are savage. They make the double top. They run the high. They make the short look good. They dip it down. They pick it back up. And when you least expect it, at a time of, whoops, not wearing my watch today, at a time of 11:37, they're like, okay, boom, breaks 8, runs to 850. Now things are getting spicy, so let's see what happens next. This is solid, but let's see if this can make a push to 9, because guys, remember that $9 level from last Friday was the over-under level. I think we're going to 10. I think we're going to 10. The move is strong, and the more people that try to short this, the more this is going to go to 11 and 12 and 13. Anything's possible. It's absolutely savage. The way that they played this, they did the offering, they came with the good news, they ripped everyone's face off on the short side, on the long side. These are the names that get spicy. These are the names that get spicy. So yeah, guys, just make sure you're making decisions at interesting levels. That's the best way to kind of approach these. Do not. It's tough to just kind of like look at the chart even. I'm not really like a chart trader, but this kind of gives a really good picture here. It's like, look how these candles look. They're just chopping around. So it's like you cannot expect crazy moves. But when you get the parabolic move, like something like this, then you get it. It's exciting because it could reverse the whole move. It could keep going. It could hold trend. So, the opportunities are there. And for me, the higher it goes, the more the opportunities. So, yeah, definitely interesting. Donald saying TBLT, watch it flush at 9. That's where it flushed last time. So I'm thinking that's where everybody's thinking it's going to flush this time. And if everybody's in the same trade, there's no free lunch. So just be wary of that. This thing could possibly get to 10 if we get there.
No free lunch. Thankfully, we got free lunches over here at work that I get to complain about every day. So still free lunch for Pratt and Luca and some of the traders as long as they've graduated. Anyways, moving on from that conversation. Taking profit. Yeah, no one, what was this thing again? The saying, no one went broke taking profits. So yeah, take profits. Make sure you're taking profits all the time. And try to leave some for that bigger move if that move does come into play. For example, Apple right now pushing to the north side, giving me profits all the way up to, where are we? 31 pennies in the money on Apple. So whatever we lost originally on Tesla, we're about to get that back right here on this Apple move. But Procter & Gamble still making my hands sweat a little bit. So just got to hold on to that. Apple short 163 or hold. If you think it's going to stop at 163, yeah, go for it. I personally think 163 is kind of diddling in the middle on Apple. Look at that. Look at the range. I guess it's creating somewhat of a head and shoulders around 163 also. So yeah, you could short 163 if that's your target for Apple shorts. I like the longs better. That's why I've been taking only longs on Apple today. Very strong catalyst, which is the earnings catalyst. A stock that was 132 2 weeks ago is at now 160. It just goes to show how much people love Apple, how much hedge funds, how much everyone across the globe in general love Apple. Even Apple haters such as myself loves the stock Apple. So that's something that needs to be noted. I will never own Apple products for myself. And yeah, don't say never, but honestly, I will never own Apple products for myself. But I will always own Apple shares until the company does something really stupid with technology. That's the day I dump it. And buddy, Apple 50 cents in the money. Ring the cash register.
That's kind of funny. So, you know, Prad's never going to own Apple, but he owns Apple shares because he sees me over here with my Apple phone and kind of everybody else, right? So you're like, yes, that's big money. That's big money. I'm the only one with that.
Google. Yeah.
So I'm the only one. Okay, well, you know, then I take that back. Okay.
He's taking that back. Luca doesn't have a headphone in, so he's not going to hear that, Fahad. So nobody cares about the fact that you have an iPhone in that corner.
That's it. I heard that. You know, say it loud enough.
What did he do to me? He lost bowling. I had money on this guy. Dude, he's single-handedly tanked my betting career. Single-handedly tanked my betting career. So thank you, Fahad, for that. Now I have to depend on free bets from FanDuel to recoup my losses over there. Speaking of which, Fahad, there's another free bet on FanDuel for Blue Jays. $25 bet to win $22 back. Free bet. Go put your money in there and make that money back, baby. Here's 51 cents on Apple pushing the north side. So every dollar that I lost on that Tesla shorts, we made them right back on this Apple longs. What does Lucas say? If the long doesn't work it, take it short, or the short doesn't work it, just go long it or something. I don't know.
That sounds like the Shakespeare thing that you Googled the other day. No, if the long is wrong, do not abort the short. If abort the short, the long can't be wrong. We did not come all this way to not take the size.
Yeah, so pushing right back to VWAP is the Apple stock as the NASDAQ pushes right above VWAP. NASDAQ is now at almost 4110. It's at 4106 for those of you who want the exact number. And sorry, not NASDAQ, for the S&P 500. And NASDAQ is almost close to VWAP, pushing to the north side at the moment. So Apple clearly the benefactor of such moves. I'm guessing even Tesla is a pretty good benefactor of that. Look at Tesla long off of 859. What? I should have just went long Tesla instead of trying to short Tesla.
Goodness.
It just popped straight back to the high of day. I guess if you want to short Tesla, the price would be around now as it's about to triple top. But I'm just going to leave shorting stocks like Tesla and other strong stocks across the board today. Just going to stick to shorting my Procter & Gamble, stick to shorting my Rokus, which actually I'm completely out of Roku at the moment. Did not like how Roku didn't go all the way to $62 when the market was coming down. So if the market's going up at the moment, I'm going to be out of my trade completely for about $3 move on Roku. Once Roku pops back up towards the high day ranges near $65, $66, I'll be looking to jump right back into my short position.
Guys, look at that GOVX over under 3, right? This is what I'm talking about. Like, look at the change in the velocity of tape, right? So you're watching the tape, nothing's really happening. You're watching it right now. It's kind of slow. You're getting, you know, some offers, some bids that are getting hit. You know, volume's sort of slow. But when we broke 3, for anybody that was watching, it was going wild. It went from 305 to 315. Back and forth. Now, these aren't very big price moves. It's like 10 cents. But like, understand the change in the velocity. That is what you're looking for from a tape reading perspective. And the reason you're looking for that is because you're trying to identify where is the capitulation that is potentially taking place, what is a good level to play off of, and, you know, what's your overall bias on the trade. So, you know, kind of my approach to this GOVX is, you know, like, it's difficult for me to long these stocks, but it's easy for me to short them. And so running with that theory of the short, looking at that $3 level, looking for the potential over-unders, it breaks, it comes back, it runs again, you get the change in velocity of tape, it does a lot of volume. Anybody looking at the chart sees that around 11:10 to 11:20, you know, 10 minutes, did a lot of volume over that 3 area, right? So now that we're back below, we tested 3 and rejected. So, you know, keep in mind, still strong on the day, still up on the day, anything is possible, but it kind of gives me the vibe that over 3 area is going to have some resistance just based on kind of volume profile approach to the overall level, right? So it'll be interesting to see how $3 kind of plays itself out. Are we going to reject again? Are we going to go over again? Are we going to make another high? At this point, anything's possible. I think, you know, for anybody kind of taking the kind of similar approach that I'm taking, you know, if we break 3, break 315 and then reject and come back down, I think that's your like kind of super short opportunity for a trade back to VWAP. Guys, keep in mind, GOVX had the run to 250 last time and then fell off to 170, right? So it was a 30% move. That in my books, that's an A trade. So, you know, at this point in time, like $3, you know, like could see a 30-cent move. That'll be 10%. You know, sorry, that'll be 10%. But, you know, it's possible to get back down here because it did it once, you know, so I say to myself, it did it once, maybe it does it again.
I'm out of Apple here as I take my successful 90-cent scalp off the bottoms on Apple. Thinking about going long on Roku, but that question itself makes me laugh. It's why am I even thinking long on Roku? I am so bearish on this position ever since it even spawned in the face of the earth. You know, a little gamer term there, spawn. Roku spawn point was like what, 1990 something? I don't even know when this stock came out. Either way, man, absolute question mark as a product in my mind. But I do know people. Actually, I know one person in my life now that actually owns a Roku. He actually happens to work for this floor. I don't see him right now. Yeah, I actually know one person in my life who owns Roku. Besides that, I don't know anybody. So that's reason number one as to, you know, what did Luca just say? Pride might not buy Apple, but he sees thousands of people around him with Apple. I might not buy Roku, but I also don't see thousands of people next to me with a Roku. So, you know, I'm never going to buy Roku with that mentality coming into play over there. Sir? Yeah, I don't know them personally. I'm talking about I know people personally. No, I don't know a single person personally who owns a Roku. And I was actually, surprisingly enough, you know, well, maybe not surprisingly enough anymore, because you guys know that I do my morning research in the shower. So while I was doing my morning research, you didn't know that? Anyways, I was you know, going through my phone and everything, just sitting there, water on my head, and I'm actually going, I see Roku, blah, 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 and I was thinking, in this day, you have Chromecast, you have those Apple TV things that people can just instantly swipe up to, the Apple AirDrop things. It's like, how useful is this box? So it makes sense to me that they're dropping like a rock over here. Eventually, we'll see where this one goes to. Sorry for the stock, but man, I need to be sorry for myself over here as Procter & Gamble pops right back above VWAP, most likely about to stop me out and turn negative for the day. There we go. Procter & Gamble turning negative for the day after taking my stop out to the north side. Look at that volume actually coming in for a north side push for Procter & Gamble. Not sure as to why. PG now turning negative as the second negative stock on the day. That just sucks, man. But I guess we will be able to look for another opportunity eventually as PG pops up to this range low near 141 or so, 140.50. I'll try to take one more shot over there. You know, we had a pretty good opportunity shorting the stock today. We'll try a couple other opportunities, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We still had a great time going long Apple, great time shorting Roku. We're still positive on the day.
Yep, and you know, people in the chat are talking about Pratt hates Roku and Peloton.
Yeah, that's right, Peloton. I called that one too. Roku.
Have a look at Peloton stock. See where it is today.
What is it? $10? Yeah, $10. I mean, I called it when it was like, what, 180, but, you know, only if calls made me money instead of actually executions, because I'd be a millionaire.
Yeah,
well, like a trillionaire, sorry.
You and everybody else.
I'd be the world's first trillionaire. Speaking of which, I know I asked you, Luca, but maybe we can ask the chat this question. Do you think in our lifetime, you know, I'm 28 years old, in our lifetime, we'll see a trillionaire?
I do think so, yes.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
No. Sir? No. But a trillionaire that's a lot of money, man. I don't think we'll see that in our lifetime, but maybe, who knows? With the way inflation goes, the trillion is not that far out.
That's why, man. Inflation, next thing you know, it's like not that far out. Yeah.
What are you looking at, Luca?
You know, just kind of chill.
I got you. Shopify over here. People are talking about Shopify. I know someone said, why are you guys not trading Shopify? I'll be honest, man. 100% of the reason is I am just simply not used to pulling up Shopify because it used to be a ridiculously overpriced stock. The same way I'm not used to pulling up Google or Amazon. It takes a little bit of a habit. Amazon and Google, the habit was a little bit quicker because, you know, they're big tech stocks. Tech stocks is something that I always go to. So I got acclimated to pulling up Google and Amazon a lot quicker than I got used to Shopify. I guess I'm still not used to Shopify, a stock that has been extremely weak with the catalyst of firing and freeze hiring and so on. Just got to let the stock move around a little bit. If you're short Shopify on any day, you're absolutely loving it because it does push down a lot. I mean, look at these 3 days, 4 days. Yesterday also, even today, just continues to pay you bonus. Oh wait, that's actually before the split. This is the split right here. So yeah, 3 days to the downside, 2 up days, and then another big down day for Shopify. Clearly struggling across the board for this stock.
Clearly struggling, yeah. And wasn't it them who said, they they kind of fudge, I don't want to say fudge their numbers, but wasn't it them who came out and said like, we thought the numbers were going to be a little bit better.
They cooked it?
Yeah, but that's not the right word, and I'm it's off the top of my head. But for basically, I mean, back to kind of what I'm looking at here. That GovX $3 level, if we get back to that level, I think worth a short in my book. So I'm going to take a look there, see what happens next. I got to bring it up again. I'm going to quickly glance, for the rest of the show, I'm going to keep my eye on HKD. I'm just always going to glance back at it. Like, where's this thing going to go? I mean, like, at this point, we're just kind of dead, not doing anything. But it's, like, still at 242. Like, what is the high on this thing? Like, 254? Maybe it actually was like, was it? 254 is the high yesterday, 170. Yeah, something like that. It's kind of funny because remember yesterday I was like, oh, yeah, this is the thing. Like, what is it going to 500? Could you imagine? Just goes to 500, 800, and then just, like, halt the whole way down. Seen it before, kind of one of those wild ones, but yeah, I'm gonna keep glancing over at this one.
Yeah, market clearly pushing to the north side over here. Apple, not sure if Apple wants to go past that VWAP area, 162 area that it's stuck at, and Tesla showing us rejection once again near 865. Procter & Gamble actually moved up to that number that I was talking about earlier, the 140.54. So let's see if we can work with this 140.54 area for ourselves, get able to build our short, is what I'm trying to say, into this 140.50 area and take it right back below VWAP for Procter & Gamble. If it doesn't work, that's fine. We tried our shots. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes they do work. But the Apple long, I guess I should have just held that Apple long a little bit longer as it is pushing above VWAP. I thought the market was going to stop itself out at 41.10 or so. But, that's my fault. I predicted, I anticipated, I didn't participate, and that's causing me some profits, some extra dineros, some extra dineros into my pocket.
Yeah, you always want to save all types of currencies. Doesn't matter the currency that you have. Speaking of currencies, thank you for everybody that sent super chats so far today. I'm not sure if we got to all of them. There was one actually before saying, great show, guys. Shouting out Sean and Neil like the yin and yang.
Yin and yang, I love that.
And Pratt in the midday show, coming with that fire, coming with that entertainment every single day. We appreciate you guys. And not sure if you saw, Dolph, welcome to the team. I don't know if you acknowledged it before while I was doing some stuff, but Dolph, welcome to the Trader TV fam. Love the community we have here. Extra exciting. Love seeing you guys in the chat. Much love all around. Hopefully you guys are having a great day, keeping it stress-free, enjoying, the Friday, and, going into a long weekend for any Canadians out there. Got Monday off, but, we'll be here. Monday, U.S. markets open, definitely exciting. Took a small Apple long here. We broke through VWAP. The overall market back up through VWAP. And look at this dip and rip action, right? At VWAP, you get the dip, holds that 40.95 area, and then back up, right? So I kind of feel like we're going back to the highs. This is an ugly kind of punch to get myself in, but just didn't want to miss the boat in case like this we kind of make the move up and then channel from here. So if we get an opportunity, I'm gonna kind of add to this and scale in, and just looking for that overall move back to maybe 163 area if we can actually get that going. I mean, the name strong on the day, so we'll see what happens. If we break back down, though, kind of feels like that 161.80 area from a short-term perspective, going down to 161.50. Potential support. Like if we breach 161.50, then it kind of feels like maybe we're gonna go back down. But overall, I'll be surprised if this goes back down, right? I kind of expect it to just kind of channel around. Normally, I do not diddle in the middle, so size accordingly on this one.
Holy.
But just feels right.
Intel with a nice pop from slightly below VWAP. Looks like 35.50 held on Intel, and now we're at the day's high, only down 8.73% instead of being about 10 to 11% on Intel. excuse me, pushing towards the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, which is around $36.50. So nice pop coming in on Intel. I want to see if there was a catalyst behind it. You know, that Senate bill that is now only waiting, I believe, if I'm wrong, please correct me, chat, that I believe it's just only waiting for Biden's signature now for the chip makers bill. So if that is the catalyst coming into play, even though Intel missed out on earnings, we know that Intel is going to be the head founder of NVIDIA. I'm looking at Neil to see if he can see. Never actually went through, so good thing I actually looked at you for confirmation on that side. So yeah, so if that's just a rumor, then maybe Intel is due for a little bit more damage. But man, Intel, I have Intel chips in my PC, and I've always had Intel chips in my PC. Never had AMD, but I love AMD. You guys know that. But Intel with a nice clean pop to the north side. I'm expecting rejection at the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart here. Trying to see if I can get the. Yeah, I guess we'll just get that as a target. 36.50 rejection most likely, and Procter & Gamble showing me the rejection that I also want to see at 140.50.
TBLT looking like it wants to go for that push of high of day again. This thing 861, high of day being around 870, 880 area. I think at 871 to be exact. And, you know, is this thing going to make a run for 9? Sure does feel like it right now. Sure does feel like it. But, you know, keep in mind that this was the strong move up, the break of trend, the consolidation, and then the next leg up. Are we going to make that push? Time will tell. Guys, this is you know, this is spicy. This is definitely interesting, you know. So, you know, if this breaks 9 and 10, if we get to 10 on this, that's going to be extra exciting. And just quickly glancing over at my Apple trade, dipping back down over here, I think we might get some sideways action. So, you know, this is something that I'm going to scale into. So let me add a little bit more here.
I got you, Luca. Let you build into that trade?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you can build into that trade a little bit because I am doing absolutely nothing. There's nothing to trade right now for me. You know, there's nothing to trade for me. I'm trader nothing. But that being said, I am short a PG and I'm holding it. It's now 17 cents in the money, and I'm about to slam dunk this trade home, send it below 140, as we are now going to send it to happening now at Big B.
Hey guys, heading into a lunch hour on a Friday. Nicely positive for the overall market. We are off the highs ever so slightly, but still heading in the right direction. 0.85 there for the S&P, the 0.4 for the Dow. Just lagging ever so slightly today. You can see the composite in the 100 NASDAQ leading 1%, 0.9 to the upside. Good to see tech stocks in charge. We have gone back to positive here for the Russell 2000. It was negative, the only one that was negative early on this morning. NIO, we were talking about some of these Chinese ADRs. If you joined us in the pre-market, NIO, worth mentioning, gave you a really nice breakout long there. It has come all the way back, but through yesterday's closing levels was a pretty good long opportunity for NIO late in the morning. Oxy as well. Energy and all things energy, where the strength is at so far, 64.50 was support. It's hovering just above that right now, guys. Back over to you.
Wild.
I have lost for words. Brendo, I don't know if you're watching this stock, but this stock is D-whacking through the moon, my guy. HKD is at $300. $300.
This is going to 546. I'm calling it now.
546? Where did that number come from?
That's the well, yesterday, somebody in the chat reminded me. They're like, didn't he say it was going to 240? It went to 240, but now it's higher than 240. So I got to say it. It's going to 546. That's my call. Not a cent higher. Arbitrary number. It's a bold statement. I'm a bold person. I think it's possible. I'm seeing a bunch of one prints. You know, 100 shares are not even going off on this thing. This thing is just going to keep going. Here we go. We're getting that 300 break now. Let's see what happens next. This thing is wild. This thing is wild. And somebody's saying TBLT boom. So let's take a look here. That's right. TBLT boom goes for the high of day.
I think it stops at 420.
420?
Yeah, I think it stops at 420. I think 546 is a little too high.
I
think 420 is a good number.
Yeah, a little too high.
420.69 I think is a perfect number, actually.
Galvin saying, going all in, let's go. Best of luck, buddy. You know, like, you got way more, you know, what's the word, than I do, because, you know, I'm definitely staying away from that one. You know.
$11 per share.
Oh my God! I think it was like
Lordy
9
Lord.
this morning when I checked, and I was like, "Yeah, too much for me." But now it's 11. But yeah, you know, maybe I should. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. But yeah,
How
TBLT.
did this not halt though?
It's just not gonna halt. It's it's gonna go just
Like,
clean.
are they gaming it to the point where they bring it right back before the halt band hits? Like, is it that gamed right now? That's insane if that's what's happening. This stock has been absolutely monstrous. 65% to the north side, trickling to $300 by only 66 cents, and now coming back down. But man, let's go to PG as we're about to make bank on that trade today. That's going to be my #1 stock of the day. Whatever I lost on Tesla, we already made that back 4 times, so we don't even care about Tesla no more. Let's go Procter & Gamble. Right back to the lower days, what I want to see. 66 cents in the money. We already scalped out some profits. We took out about, I think, 25%, so we're still holding a good 75% of our size over here. And we're back to what our original P&L was on the day, so whatever we make from here on out is just fun coupons.
Bunch of fun coupons going around, and Want Action in the chat. He goes, no, because you're like 546 is too high. I think it's going to 420. He's like, no, 420 is too high. I found that funny. And yeah, somebody else, I think Sam saying, you know, let's be realistic. It's not going to 500. Hey, come on. This thing was at $50, and if I said this thing is going to 240, this thing is going to 300, you'd be like, come on, let's be realistic. So listen, anything's possible when you see these types of moves. But you know, like if I had to put my money where my mouth is, this thing is gonna be below $50 before the end of the year. I think that's too easy. Yeah, that's too easy. Okay,
$20?
This thing is gonna be below $50 before the end of mid-August. Calling it now, before August 15th, this thing will be below $50. You know, we've seen the setup before, and at the first sign that this thing turns back down, it is never coming back. It is never coming back. So, you know, to anybody saying, is this going to the moon? I just want to say, Houston, I think we may have landed. So, you know, just just be responsible kind of with your overall ideology. And quickly looking here at Apple, I'm not sure why the fills aren't here. Looking at Apple, working for me. Well, I shouldn't say working for me. 14 cents in the money, 14 cents on Apple, not really too much. But this is the thing. This is going to chop around. This is not going to be like, you know, the morning trades that are trendy. Like, this is like a different time of day. It's going to be a little bit slower. I think, you know, if we get up to like 162.50, like I would love to see a break through 162.60, and then, you know, it's kind of on track to get towards 163. So, you know, could get there, but maybe get a little bit of resistance at that 162.50. And keep in mind, you know, we're headed down, right? So it's like lower high. Is this going to be a lower high, or is this going to be just kind of chop action, no volume? You know, maybe a volume comes in towards the end of the day and, you know, end of the month. So I'm expecting some type of fireworks, just not sure which kind. But, you know, got my expectations aligned.
Your Apple long seems to be working out, mate, as the market is indeed pushing to the north side still. NASDAQ above VWAP and S&P 500 been above VWAP. Both of them looking to touch that 1% marker once again to the north direction. So hopefully that doesn't ruin with my, doesn't mess with my PG short. Procter & Gamble clearly a whole different sector than the tech sector. So we're just praying that the market as a whole, the S&P 500 as a whole, doesn't start launching Procter & Gamble to the north side. By the way, did you know that there has been a change in the top 10 market caps for the stocks?
I did not.
So guess who's not in the top 10 anymore?
Who?
Zuckerberg.
No. Oh my God.
Not in the top 10 market caps in the North American stocks anymore. He is now below 10, and I think the last number is Nvidia, I believe, or maybe not Nvidia, another company. No longer in the top 10 for the Meta platforms. I guess we saw that coming from for a long time now, right? Ever since their advertisement money has been having issues. Apple coming in and kind of disturbed their market up a little bit too. A lot of other companies coming in disturbing it. Looks like metaverse is going to have a big issue in terms of other adoption in general. You know, the metaverse needs to be adopted globally on a more bigger scale for it to really matter. So until that happens, I guess we just don't have anything to really look at Meta and be like, oh yeah, I like this company. There's nothing that really stands out there and screams at me for now.
So speaking of Meta, that just made me bring up the stock. And I know I had that 160 level from this morning, but, you know, down on the day, down 3%. Overall market strong. So, you know, if we get the opportunity, if this gets a little bit higher than from where it is right now, shorting the name, you know, you convinced me.
Sorry?
No, I said you convinced me. Like they're at a, they're out. They're not looking good. They're down 3%. The higher we get on this, the more I'm gonna love the short. Like we're just kind of like smash down, sideways, down, sideways, down, sideways. Little bit up, but could not break that resistance area. So maybe get a little short going off that 156 level, and I'll average into this one because, I don't really think that this is breaking 157 and then making a move to 158. So that's kind of my overall ideology on that one. And just looking now, Apple does not want to work, moving out of the money for me, but, maybe another opportunity to add. I would love to see some dip, kind of reclaim action and then rip, kind of see that pattern overall. Obviously midday, this is the time of bots. So understand the game that the bots are playing and play the game with them. And, you will be fine.
Yeah, it's with my niece, I sing that song. I'm pretty sure most of you know, Daddy Shark do 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 do. But with the market, you're basically singing Daddy Bot do 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 do, Mommy Bot do 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 do. So yeah, don't be singing Mommy Bot and Daddy Bot. Daddy bot do 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 do. Don't be doing daddy bot and mommy bot on the market over here. Let the market play out. Let the sharks, fight each other over there, and then come back in when the normal fish is swimming, who are easy to attack on. That's a sad truth, but they're easy to attack on. What's I don't put these terms out there, but there's smart money and dumb money, right? Dumb money is easier to win against than the smart money is, and the dumb money usually trades from 9:30 till 11 o'clock, and then they come back on from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That's where most of the volume in the market is too. Between 11 till 2 o'clock, or even I'll go as far as even 3, volume dies off in the market. But the official lunch o'clock starts from 12 Eastern Standard Time, goes up to 1 Eastern Standard Time, and that is now as we're talking about it at the market. It's 12:07 EST. Market's going to be slowing down on the volume side. There's going to be a lot of correction movements coming into play. For example, a lot of people like trading breakout setups, taking a breakout of a level to the north side or to the downside, whatever it is. Those type of setups appear and are best during the opening drives and the closing drives of the market period, because that's where the volume is. That's where the oomph and the extra pressure comes out. That's when you tap the ketchup bottle behind you, so you when you squeeze it, you don't get the little air puff. You actually get the nice solid pressure of ketchup coming out. So that's when breakout setups work. At a time period like these, you might want to consider looking for different setups, right? Look for stocks that are not as weak in the market, stocks that maybe don't actually have a catalyst in them, but they're only down or only up because the market's moving around. So, for example, maybe a stock could be, I wouldn't really trade this stock in that term, but a firm, no real catalyst behind it, probably only moving around because the market's moving around. As the market's coming down now, probably a lower day breakout short of a firm would be good, but the setup that I'm talking about is a reversal setup back to mean reversion, back to VWAP setup, which most usually happens on your tech sectors, your AMDs, your Apples, your Microsofts, and so on. That is why I trade those stocks. I take breakout setups in the morning, I take my reversal setups in the evening, I sit out during lunch, I come back at close, I look for where the volume is, I look for where the catalyst is, and then I start punching my positions again. So just got to make sure that you know what time, what trade, what kind of setup can be applied, because your setup and your stock selection will make or break you in this business. I know risk management is a big deal, but you can't manage risk on a stock that does not have a catalyst on it and you're just taking random shots on it all day. I guess that is risk management in a way, though, because you're managing your risk by selecting the stock and by selecting the setup and everything. So you get what I'm saying. Just rambling on over here. HKD 350. What is with the stock? Lost for words. Look at the volume though, 7777. So let's go. HKD with 777.7K volume on the board today. $350 to the north side. I am absolutely lost for words. This stock is insane. I guess I could have taken the long on the two. What was the high yesterday, Neil? 250. He doesn't even remember. So, you know, I guess I could have taken that 250 breakout and just forget about it because it's $100 in the money and it still keeps going. We're about to see 370 break most likely, 375 on the bids, on the ask over here. Is anyone on the floor even trading HKD? Most likely not. No? Is it blocked for us? No, okay, it's open, it's not blocked, but man, it should be blocked because this stock is insane. It should be blocked, man. But no, pretty crazy moves coming in for HKD. I guess we're gonna see that 420 number, and then if 420 breaks, I guess we'll see that 540, 543, 546, whatever number Luca mentioned. Hi, Neil, says Peter. Neil's eating, but he waves back at you. How do you even manage risk with the stock moves like HKD? The risk management in trades like these comes by not touching it, by staying away from that trade. If you want to manage the risk, you take as minimum size as you can. Maybe 10 shares because that's the minimum size on our platform. Whatever size minimum is for your platform, maybe 10 shares, maybe 1 shares. Take that 1 share and just have a stop out and take that loss. Don't move your stop from them. And the fact that the spread is $10 itself, that means you got to be willing to lose $10 per share every time you enter this trade. So it's maybe very tempting, but the best thing to do on stocks like these are just let the nonsense moves play out. Once the nonsense is done, you'll find a great setup for a short opportunity, and you smash that short, and on that very same day, you will watch this stock probably drop down $200. Neil's typing in the chat or in work chat, not sure. But lots of... Sir, thumbs up, yeah. AMTD is the same company as HKD, but it's only $2.06. It's moving the same. Okay, let's go check out AMTD then. Did not hear about this one. Let's go check it out. AMTD on New York, maybe. 17 million shares traded, and HKD on New York. So let's compare the charts a little bit. Yeah, they do look a bit similar, but I would have to confirm that AMTD and HKD are the exact same. Okay, got it. So HKD is a spinoff, and AMTD owns 90% or some percent of it. Got it. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Neil, for that. So yeah, then if HKD is doing those kind of wild moves, then AMTD, which owns 90% or a big chunk of it, should be doing the exact same moves for the most part. AMTD barely impacted by HKD moves until today, says someone else in the chat. It's a Chinese runner, always rug pull on HKD. Yeah, they will for sure. I mean, I don't know the future, maybe not for sure, but based off of past experience, they might. Yeah, Intel offering. I was just trying to finish my sentence. But Intel offering. Look at the size on Intel. Wow, 367. Okay, where did that size go? Anyways, Intel has an offering right now, says Neil. Offer's huge. I thought Intel offering. The offer is huge. Okay, so that's what I did notice. Big offer on Intel, so that's going to be a barrier without a doubt. Let's try and take a short off of that level. You know, obviously been weak. Did that level get taken out? No? Okay. 39. So it's at 39s. Let's just quickly scroll down here, see if I can find it. I cannot see it, but okay. Anyways, we'll give the stock a little bit of time to play out. We are short right now, 37.5s, and the size is on 39. So maybe I can take a little bit more size based on that variable right there, because I'm not going to be risking too much money on this trade by taking that short. So Intel is a short that I believe Neil is on, and I am also on right now. Singapore, not China. Oh, HKD is China. It's in Africa. Okay, too many countries being thrown out right now. I'll just go back to the market, which has been pretty wonderful today to trade with. Let's go to Apple real quick to show you how Apple's been doing nothing ever since I took that long in front of 160.80. It's been hanging out, trading sideways by VWAP for the most part. Pretty boring right now, but that's exactly what the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are doing. As I said, be ready for a lot of kangaroo moves today in the market. Not really looking for that breakout longs anymore or the breakdown shorts anymore. It's a Friday. We've had some incredible moves in the market so far already. I think it's time to cool off the jets today, go for a nice weekend, come back Monday and put in the damage on Monday once again on the stock market for us. So currently, as we're watching the S&P 500 be flat, I'm also watching Procter & Gamble push back towards my average price. So that's not the best thing for me. It's not only 1 cent in the money, but that also means I get to add more size on this trade as we're pushing up, because we did take out a good chunk. We took out 50% of our size on the down move that we got, the 50-cent drop that we got. Let's try and take some more size over here, see if we can take another 50-cent scalp, and then our drop, which should be $1 or more. Well, not should be, but that's the thesis, that's the theory behind it. Monday, my birthday, says Damn Dan. Damn, Daniel. Monday is your birthday. Wish you a very, very happy birthday. Early birthday, that is. And if you're here Monday, obviously, we'll wish you then too. If I do remember, I will wish you for sure. Let's head back to Intel as I've been away from it. The size is still there on Intel, and it's SSR, but SSR means they have to be on the ask. So clearly those are, it's on the ask over there. Is that size refreshing? We're going to take more size over here just because we can and load up on that order. And if that size breaks, we're going to punch right away off that trade, instantly get out of that trade. 3,500 lots, 3,500 lots. Yeah, I said that right. 3,500 lots on Intel at 36.39 for those of you listening in the back. That's a pretty big border, pretty big size sitting there, and looks like it could be a reserve order too, as it doesn't really decrement. Even though we were watching size hit 36.39, it doesn't really decrement off of that level. So level 2 read, time of sales read, you can take thousands of shares on that order, give it 1 penny of risk, and then if it starts working out, you can instantly take profits in a 10-cent range, 5-cent range, whatever cent range you have based on that size. That's just basically front running a size order.
So, guys, I want to just quickly look at, HKD. Look at this chart. It is all the way up. It went to 240. Oh, wait a second. It went to 380 almost. This thing is almost at your target of 420, but now we're getting that flush down. And is this going into a halt here? Maybe potentially going into a halt there. We'll see what happens next. Oh, yep, there you go. So there you go. Okay, this is the first halt. Well, no, it did halt before, so I shouldn't say that. But yeah, I quickly glanced over. I'm like, whoo, this thing almost hit 380. That's insane. That's insane. But, now back down to 313. So, sat down, saw this, but you get that flush there. So, let's see what happens. Let's see where this thing goes. And, speaking of, I saw somebody in the chat, I think it was Angela. I love Luca's logic. He looks at Apple and he thinks it's going up. He thinks it's going down. He's not too sure, but he's just going to roll with it. Absolutely, absolutely. It's a lower conviction trade just because kind of around that VWAP area, but just going with the overall general idea of like, let me just try to average into this and then see if we get a pop and average out. So, kind of got myself in, got myself in, got myself in, got myself in, got myself out. I'm just creating a better average for myself. And then, like now my average is sitting at, I think, 162-ish. So like if we now get a run towards that area, scale myself out, decent trade overall. Got myself long Amazon too at 136-ish. Just kind of going for that bounce, like same idea overall at VWAP. Because the market is sort of doing that, like, dip to VWAP, pop, dip again, and then rip. I feel like it's trying to break out of this level. I've called it like 41.12 area. And I think if we break that, we go for a 41.15, 41.20 test. That's kind of my thesis on it. So, but before we get there, we got to stop everybody out along the way. Like that's kind of the way these things work. So stop everybody out and like stop them out and then make a new high and then stop them out and then make a new high. Like things will not obviously go in the favored direction in one straight line unless we're speaking about names like HKD, which at this point might just go straight down. Maybe my target of 540 was
420 at least
was too aggressive. You were close. You were close because it hit like call it 375-ish. Yeah. So I mean, if this is the top, could you imagine this thing goes below? But what did I say? Below 50 before August 15th. Imagine below 50 before 115 today. That would be insane. That would be insane. But yeah, definitely interesting to watch and kind of see where that goes.
Yeah, so Intel did manage to break that size, and I only lost 1 penny on whatever I had, so not a damage at all that I'm worried about. But it broke it to what, 71s, I guess, and it came right back down. So not sure what Intel wants to do off of that trade. I mean, that's a lot of size that they just wiped out on one candle until they couldn't wipe it out. That is, so that means there could be a little bit of a bullish sentiment coming in if that big of an order just got taken out and they got pushed up over there. Clearly, I'm just gonna have to leave Intel alone. It did work for the short side once, but on the second time it didn't. So now the only two negative stocks I have on the board are Intel and Tesla, about the same PNL on both of them. So not too worried about it. That's how much I'm willing to lose on a stock anyways. So I don't need to start revenge trading just yet. So I'm gonna actually move away from these stocks, because if I do lose more, then I'm mentally giving a stock. That's when I start going into tilt mode. And you know, in poker, tilting is never good, and even in trading, tilting is never good. So no tilt, no tilt, no tilt. GOVX, here we go. So that's a Luca trade. So I'll leave that to Luca whenever he's getting on. He'll talk about it. Pump, dump, algo on some of these stocks. Yeah, I mean, that's just the type of the time we are. I mean, you're going to see a lot of algo moves coming into play. Look at how the volume on Intel has died down quite a bit. A lot of the size on Intel earlier was also dark pool, dark pool, dark pool. Volume coming down in general across the board as we are in lunchtime. It is 12:20 Eastern Standard Time. Lunchtime coming into play, a big volume depreciation event. I think Intel actually falls off of here from the 50-period EMA. Wait, I don't know if Neil remembers this, but I said I expect Intel to go to the 50-period EMA on the daily chart, or the 100-period EMA on the daily chart, and reject. It did exactly that, 36.46, and now we're about to start pushing down. Maybe I should have just held my short a little bit, but I was no way in hell was I willing to hold this amount of size that I had for a 10-cent pop. I'm taking that 1 cent hit. I'm walking away from that trade.
Yeah, you know when to walk away. Somebody mentioning, Justin, watching Mullen at 76 cents. I'm not even sure if it's kind of funny, because it's like these stocks go off the radar from a day trading perspective and then come back, and it's like I'm watching it at 76. I was like, 76? Wasn't this thing like way higher? But yeah, this thing kind of fell off the map now at 76. Seems like it has that support around 75-cent area. Volume sort of seems to pick up around this area, and then we kind of flush again, volume picks up again. So, it will be interesting to see, is this going to break 75 cents? Are we going to get a bounce? What's going to happen next? But, just does not want to hold VWAP area. Like, these flushes are nasty, right? It's like, look at that morning flush. Look at the kind of flush down here. Look at the flush through VWAP. Look at that second leg down here, like super flush down. So, this thing's nasty, feels definitely a little bit weak. And just quickly looking at TBLT, which is also flushing, this thing hit $9. This hit, or not, I shouldn't say 9 exactly, but this thing ran to 9, rejected 9, and then kind of flushed back down. So, that is the level of interest. Clearly, could not take 9. The rule that I always tell myself, we did not come all this way to not take the size. That does not apply to small caps, clearly, because they do go all the way and then not take any size, because it's small caps, there is no size. So, it's arbitrary numbers. But yeah, that $9 interesting level. I would say watch out for these type of wick off bottoms, this type of like little short-term support area here. I'm not really sure if it applies very aggressively, but kind of overall like my kind of idea here is that, you had the strong move up, you had the move down, you had that kind of wick, make the high, reverse, right? Kind of feels like the short is good, but at any moment can rip shorts face-offs and run for 9 and then go for the 10 move. So it's like, just be proactive with your covers if you are short this thing. And, if you are long this thing, if you're long bias trader, I mean, I'm not long bias. I have no idea kind of that approach to it. But, hopefully you're not kind of chasing. It kind of feels bad when you chase these things, because when they reverse very, very quickly on you. HKD back at 350. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, oh my God. Okay, so this thing opens, and this is not a real. This has to be like a. Is this real? No. No, this has to be dark pool, or this. That doesn't feel real. And it halted again. Okay. All right. This thing is wild. This thing's going nuts. But yeah, that's kind of funny. Sebastian, HKD back at 350. Yeah, just going nuts. Luca, you might get your GovX 3 short soon if you want it. Yeah, I'm sitting there. I want to see that kind of run towards 3. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe I get it right now. that it probably breaks 3, but this is something that I'm willing to take the short, and then yeah, let's actually see, because the last thing I want to do is miss this fill. So let me just change my. Okay, there we go. And yeah, if this breaks 3 and we go, like, I'm kind of playing off that, I want this to go higher. I want this to go higher, but at the same time, if we go lower, then like whatever, I'm in some, at least I kind of get a piece, right? So it's something that like, maybe average into this, see how it reacts around 3, right? If we break 3 right now and then kind of flush back below, shorts are good. If we cannot even get above 3, that means it's kind of dead and this thing's going lower. But in terms of like kind of the whips that I want to see, it's like I would much rather it like break the level, do a bunch of volume, and then kind of that same like similar setup where it's like break the level into this resistance area, do a lot of volume again, then the flush will be fast and sharp. It's the flush that I want to see. I mean, at this point, if it goes down, it'll be like a slower move. So just kind of like have patience and kind of go with it. But start the position, see where that one goes, and maybe average into it.
You know what's playing in my head right now? The Katy Perry song, I'm up, then you're down, that's basically the market right now, up and down and up and down and up and down. Thankfully, though, the S&P 500 has been holding VWAP for the most part. NASDAQ has just been playing around VWAP all day, at least not all day, but for the most part ever since this show started. Let's get some excitement, some moves coming into play over here. Come on, markets, wake up a little bit. Apple also holding around VWAP. Microsoft also, where am I typing? Not in the right box, so let me quickly change that. Oopsie daisies. All right, here we go. Apple also holding around VWAP for the most part, and so is Microsoft. And let's go check on Tesla. I'm not going to be trading this one, but Tesla also near the high day ranges almost, but now coming down slightly. We're just going to keep on bouncing up and down for the most part here until volume comes back in. It is 12:25. We still got a good time left for market movers over here. And while we have this time, I would like to urge you guys, hold up, PG/NY on this chart, please. Okay, I would like to urge you guys to head over to the like button, which is only at 1.8K today, with 4.4K people still watching. I think we should be able to get to 2K at the very least. So come on, let's get that numbers elevated a little bit. Hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell. For those of you who are members already, we appreciate you. All our long-term subscribers, long-term members, we love you. We know we love you. But for those of you who don't know what this is, you can become a member by giving about $5 a month or so. You get custom badges, custom emojis. Most likely, if Loan's in the chat, you'll see Loan spamming some of those emojis right now. So if you want to spam those emojis with Loan, the only way you can do that is by becoming a member. You can also send us super chats if you wish to do that. Last but not least, head over to our merchandise store directly on our YouTube page and purchase some merch of your liking. If you do end up doing that, make sure you take a picture, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, tag tradertv.live, tag me, tag Sean, and we'll be able to share that with this wonderful community that you've helped us grow so far. Let's go right into the next sector that I like to talk about, which is going to be cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrency kind of flat today. Bitcoin actually in the red. Ethereum a little bit more red than most of them. Dogecoin and Shiba also red as in the same spot as Solana and Ethereum. But Cardano, the only one that I track for the most part, in the green today. So cryptocurrency is a little bit of a mixed basket. That's your cryptocurrency watch. But here comes up your sector watch with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, quick check of the S&P 500. That's how it looks right now. A bit of a mixed board, typical for an earnings kind of day here. We have a lot of individual movers, 0.86 for the S&P currently, but a lot of individual movers kind of offsetting each other, leaving the market. In this case, kind of higher on the day, but a lot of that has to do with oil. A lot of that has to do with utility and material stocks, also all in positive territory. That was Amazon. I was pointing to there, 11.3% back to the upside. Best Buy, however, 2.8% lower now. So the retailers kind of break even because Amazon offsetting the rest of everything that is. To the downside, VFC, MHK, also earnings names all downside today. Down here, healthcare stocks offsetting some of the strength, along with the communication services group. This is where you'll find all of the broadcasters, streamers as well. Comcast is here, Dish, Fox, WBD, and Paramount. Meta there as well. I see 3.2% to the downside. CHD and PG in the consumer staples group two names that you need to know because they're offsetting the rest of the strength. But it's this group. Industrials leading right now. Financials as well. Still in positive territory, helping to offset some of this red over here. But overall, banks the highest. Industrials as well, having a nice day. But positive, hey, for a Friday, we'll take it, guys.
Yeah, the health sector. As soon as I heard health, I just remembered United Health for some reason. Not sure why, but Luca, here's what I was talking about earlier. Meta Platforms dropping down 3 places on the top 10 market caps for American stocks. It's now at the 11th, right under Visa, with 421 billion market cap. So that's obviously because of the recent drop in the stock price for Meta Platforms that we've seen coming in and destroying the price over there. Absolute destruction. Procter & Gamble right now pushing to the north side still. We have our shorts. Let's see if those shorts will end up working for us. If not, we'll have to take that loss. It is currently, sadly, 30 cents out of the money for me. So might just have to take that L on that one and come back in at a different time. But we'll see. Ooh, it's pushing up a little bit more at 33 cents. We'll just let that stock play out. You'll see me probably punch out in the next 30 seconds or so if I don't like the way it's moving. That's why. Anyways, we'll see me probably punch out in the next 30 seconds. Did you see that BABA dump? Yeah, we were actually going to address that BABA dump. Neil mentioned the BABA was pushing to the downside. Big volume candle on BABA, pushing it a little bit more than I expected it to. Honestly, thought it would form a nice base at $92 all day, but looks like that's not going to be the story. We're going to now be trading at $91, a little bit more extension on BABA. And I know one of you said, it's why are we, I think someone said, should I hold on to my BABA trade? This is exactly why I said, you know, a random news catalyst could come in and take this trade out for BABA. And like I said, I don't like the way Procter & Gamble was moving right now, so I punched out of that trade. We're going to have to probably wait for 140, 150, or 142 to come into play. The NASDAQ market is pushing to the north side. The S&P 500 is also pushing to the north side. Finally, we're breaking out of the range where we're kind of stuck in. Maybe I spoke too soon. We'll just have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll see where this one goes. Stay tuned to find out. Yeah, so, GovX got to that 3, did not break the $3 level. Took a couple shorts there, had the initial nice flush down, still holding this area, but, I want to believe that we could get a secondary flush down. Feels like, we're getting that selling on the tape overall. So I think we could easily get back down to that 280 to 275 area. And then, if we do eventually break down, then go for that VWAP test area. So it'll be interesting to see, if this kind of continues there. I got kind of the size that I wanted. So, we'll stick with it. We'll see where it goes. And if we get down, maybe have a nice proactive cover here, like whatever, 20-cent win. Nothing too crazy, but, happy to see it. Would love to see it. And, quickly bringing back HKD, holding that 350, cannot get back above that level. So, we'll see what happens. Can it go for that 400 break? Time will tell. And somebody's saying I'm going long Meta. Am I going to go broke? So this is a funny thing. I'm actually sitting on the offer on Meta, and I have yet to see myself get filled. So that just means that this thing cannot get up to where I want to take it short. It just will not go higher. It's just suppressed. Nobody is buying the stock. It is dead. 155, maybe the 52-week low has got to be maybe like 155. So, if we get a breakdown there, then maybe we'd run to the 150 level. I think 150 gets exciting, and then maybe you find like short-term support if we break that and kind of see how it goes, and maybe like on a discretionary basis. But yeah, Meta being that overall weak in comparison to every other name, like down again 3% today, right? And yeah, Alibaba, not sure what happened there. But, that flush, this is nasty. Volume spike, big flush down. Now it's breaking the lows. Is this going to test 90? Probably going to test 90. Down almost 10%. I would expect a 90 test here.
Yeah, sorry, but this chat is not your advertisement space unless you cut the piece of that check to me, my guy. What do you think this is? You can just roll up in my house and start telling people that there's a party at your house? That's not how it works. You got to give me $1. Yeah, I got to get the gate fees. I got to get the the moolah at the gate. If you're charging $5 at the gate, I gotta have 50% of it. You can't just roll up in my chat like that and start advertising your brokerage. Come on, #1 brokerage in the world, Day Trade the World. Do ! Sponsor, ! Software. And if you want to learn about an actual brokerage, go through Day Trade the World. Don't let these free promotions take your money like that. Not in my chat, buddy. Not in my chat. Anyways,
Not in my
not in my world. Unless you give me $1, like I said, you cut me $1, I'll let you advertise in this chat. You're not cutting me $1, you can't advertise in this chat. Coming back to the market though, PG still trying to push up over here, 140.76. So like I said, we're gonna let the stock move up a little bit. Not interested in shorting it just yet. We believe in the market longs today, but we're looking for the weak stocks across the board. And a stock that could be weak because Coinbase, because cryptocurrencies were down today, is actually Coinbase. So let's go take a look at Coinbase. Very flat on the day for Coinbase, just trading sideways completely. Looks like part of that reason is because Bitcoin is not really doing a whole lot. Bitcoin is only down 0.5%, so Coinbase only down 0.5%. We also do know the SEC probe that's going to be happening on Coinbase for, I believe it was some sort of a pump and dump or insider trading on cryptocurrencies. Do you know the whole story behind it?
I'm not 100% sure, but it's something to do with like the listing of the coins and maybe they didn't do due diligence. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I mean, could be the case, right? That's kind of the overall theme with the overall crypto market. You know, the reason why companies do ICOs as opposed to IPOs is because there's no regulation around it, right? So it's like, give me your money and here's some coin and good luck with that. So, you know, that's kind of what it is. And, you know, definitely interesting to see what happens there.
You guys keep asking where his beautiful hair is. There he is. He's actually just coming by and giving me, what is all dressed? You want my breath to stank on the show? Come on, man. The chat's going to smell it. No, I'm joking. Thank you for the all-dressed chips, my guy. I was getting a little hungry, so I appreciate that a lot. Our guys got our back. That's the homie. You know him. Mr. Beautiful Hair himself. Mr. Hamburglar himself.
Mr. Hamburglar himself. So I'm just quickly looking at my positions. Apple working for me. GovX going for that 3 push. But you know what? Like I say, the higher the better. And Amazon just not working for me, and I think it's dead. I mean, it is time of day. I thought like maybe we'd hold VWAP. I had 3 ads here, but it's just kind of trending downward. You know, if we get a pump in the market, like I'll have a chance to like average out of this one. So, you know, I'll be patient with it. You know, I'm not convinced that we're going to run towards 134 right now, just based on the overall slow kind of movement that we're seeing. You know, Apple was working. It looked really good, and I wanted to get myself out. I missed the fill, didn't get the fill there, and we kind of dropped. But, you know, overall, kind of that VWAP area seems to be holding for now. So, you know, maybe we eventually get the push. So I'm going to hold on to that one. And somebody in the chat was saying before, hi, Luca, I'm new to shorting. Could you please explain what GovX short bull rate 400%? Doesn't mean that even if I made $5 scalping, I lose overall. So I'm not 100% sure how brokers quote all this information. You know, every broker is different, and they're gonna, you know, maybe use percentages versus dollar value, whatever. But just understand what you're paying to locate. So, like as an example, your broker will say to you, okay, it's gonna cost you $1 per share, and then you can purchase as many as many shares as you want, right? So I'll give you this arbitrary example. If you want to short 100 shares, and they say, oh, it's gonna cost you $1 per share, then it's going to cost you $100 total. That is the upfront cost that you will pay to now borrow those 100 shares. So at any point throughout the day, you can only have a maximum position size of 100 shares. You cannot have 110 shares. You cannot have 200 shares. But this is able to be recycled. So for example, you can short 100 shares. It goes down, you cover, now you're flat, it goes back up, you want to short it again, you can short another 100 shares, you could recycle it, you could use it over and over for the day, but essentially you are paying to be able to short those shares, right? So overall, I don't know what percentage means, I'm not sure kind of, because percentage is basically like it's a number over another number, but you know, overall, I would just say, just make sure you understand what you're doing. Obviously shorting is very risky, like you have unlimited liability there. You know, just got the fill on Apple, just got the fill there, so pretty happy about that one. And yeah, you know, like sometimes like, you know, shares are very expensive if you're looking to short, so that kind of discourages, you know, the overall short there. But yeah, so now we're getting a push in the market, and I'm looking at Amazon, and it's starting to work back for me. And this is kind of the move that I was expecting. Slow grind down, and then nice pop back through VWAP. Now maybe we head back towards the north side there. So pretty excited there. You know, Apple working for me. Let's see if we can get that 163 test. And GOVX broke 3 here. Broke 3 and dancing around. So, you know, if we get back below 3, like, I mean, this is weak, right? Like, we broke 3 and this thing couldn't even break 305. So let's see if we go for a high day push. Kind of feels weak overall. We got stack size on the offer. Not too much size, but overall kind of, for myself, the short feels good there. The short feels good. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this one.
All right, yeah, I'm just looking at the chat right now because I honestly don't see anything happening too exciting for myself. I think, as I mentioned, lunchtime I usually, you know, trickle down in my trading volume. Just waiting patiently for some of these levels to come into play. For example, Procter & Gamble 141 now coming into play. Going to start taking some shares on that short once again, PG.NY. So let's start taking some size over here in front of 141 to the downside. That is what that's what we're hoping for. They didn't give me my second order. They actually can't. Hello? Why is my orders canceling? What the heck? Okay, there we go. That order filled. Just need to quickly read what my message over here is. Order size is less than minimum size. What? I'm throwing out like big orders, not 10 share orders. How is it less than? Oh, because it's automatically taking it to 0 for some reason. That's weird. Anyways, we got the size we wanted though, so we're not worried about it anymore. Now we just have to wait for the trade to play out for us. Pratt shut down? No, we just took a trade over here on the future, not futures. I thought I took a trade on the futures because I want to trade the futures, but no, I don't have a trade on the futures. I do have a long on futures scalp that I made. I only made like 5 points on it. I got out. Didn't like the long, and that's when the market started pushing to the downside. So I'm pretty happy with that read on the futures today. But, you know, your futures demon is here today. Where is he? He's probably in some corner. I don't see him right now. His jacket's off, so he's probably outside beating up someone, so who knows. But why are you laughing, Cash? No, Arun's a nice guy. He's not beating anyone up. But, yeah, he's probably gone for a walk. He's the futures demon. When he'll be on later on at 2 o'clock, be sure to save your questions up for that time. He'll be able to answer all your futures questions. And oh, man, with a man like him, with a knowledge bank as his, be sure to take advantage of Arun. Honestly, Luca, you and I don't do that enough. We don't take advantage of Arun as much as we should be.
That sounds a little.
I know, I said
it
it exactly for a reason.
But yeah, you know, it's listen, I'm always learning from everybody. I'm learning, you know, I may not ask a lot of questions. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I'm always listening. I'm always learning. You know, people have information to provide. And, you know, when Arun starts talking in the morning, I definitely take my headphones off and start to listen because, you know, I am not an A+ futures trader, but it's always nice to learn from other people. You know, that's how you get better. That's how you get better. Everybody went through the process, learn from other people's mistakes and process and kind of time that they've spent in the business, and it makes your life that much easier. You know, just quickly glancing back at this GovX, like back below 3 now, right? Super weak, but not giving me the move that I want to see. Like I want to see strong moves to the upside, strong flushes back down. But, you know, maybe this one is one that's going to have to just kind of go, be very slow. You know, like maybe it goes back down, maybe it holds and goes back up. Whatever is what it is. You know, not really what I expected. I thought we were going to flush back down. We didn't. But I still want to hold this because it's kind of weak. You know, like I thought, like we'll break 3. Let's see if we could pop and drop. We're not. We're still sideways. So whatever is what it is. You know, Apple's still in my the rest of my position there, just kind of covering this one. And you know, Amazon slow. Still no fills on Meta. And somebody shout out saying Meta low a day. Yeah, you know, Meta low a day. You know, didn't get my shorts. I think I wanted them at like 156, going up to like 157 VWAP. Like, was hoping for maybe like a spike and then drop, but you know, didn't get that. So at this point, like if we do come back up to this area, you know, maybe the shorts are no good because maybe we're just back in this range. We're gonna dance around, but you know, I'm gonna remove those kind of just to be safe. And then if we do get up to like that 156 area, maybe see if we can stay in this range for like a range trade. But you know, like keeping it light. You know, Friday not really expecting too much. Just kind of you know, always manage your expectations when you're trading. That's how you make life easy and keep stress low. And come on, people, take your profits. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking to us. So like I'm like 45 cents in the money on Apple. But here's the thing: like I already covered the first portion, right? So it's like I took my profits there. I don't know if you're talking to me again, but I took my profits there. Amazon, I'm flat. GovX is basically flat. Like I didn't want to take this was not the win that I was looking for. Like I'm not getting myself in here to get out over here. I'm getting myself in here to get out over here and like maybe the breakdown. If it holds trend and continues to go up, like I'm sized accordingly, maybe I get out of this. It'll be like a tapery, definitely a discretionary trade. But overall, it's like if we go for that high of day, I'm going to have to reevaluate and decide, do I want to get out of my short or do I want to add to the short? Obviously, I do not have full size on the short over here. It's just not A+, so I'm not taking full size over there, that's for sure. And somebody's saying 375. Get out of here. Oh my goodness. Breaking 375. This thing is nuts. 380. Printing 380.
It's like they're in an auction. Can I get 333, 333, 43?
Yeah. Can I get 380? Can I get 420? 420 is coming, dude. 420 is coming right now. 420 is coming right now. This thing, imagine this thing halts again somehow. Prints 420 exact, 420.69.
Prastradamus strikes again, baby.
Wow. Okay, we'll see what happens here. So if the high of this thing is 420, I owe you a beer. If the high of this thing is 540, you owe me a beer. And
Got
we'll see,
you.
or 546. I say. But if it's in any price in between, the deal is off.
If it's any price in between, chat owes us both beer.
Chat's got exactly. And
chat gets the worst end of the deal.
Yeah, guys,
that.
Whoever sent those beers last time, send them again. I would love them. Ice cold beers. It's a Friday. We're having fun here. And PGY. Let's have a look quickly at PGY. See where this one is. It's moving up, but it's not high enough. It's not high enough. Like 25 is the level. Guys, be cautious with this one because, obviously the overall like kind of weakness in the market on this, they got shares to dump, like it's a SPAC, but like you got to put the risk to return in your favor, right? Like you don't want to short it here to, 65 cent move on PGY. That doesn't make any sense. Like, and the spread on this kind of opens up, the volume's light. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind with that approach. This thing really has to go high and break the highs for it to get exciting.
Oh, it's high already. Trust me.
It's high.
It's
I think
smoking all the marijuana pot stocks right now. Here comes 410.
Oh yeah, HKD.
Here comes 410 on the ass. Like, I think we're going to go through 420. I'm not going to get a beer today, that's for sure, because we're going to go way past 420 over here. This stock is absolutely monstrous. Dude, all we had to do was take one share at 300 or one share at 250 or one share at 150 and not look back for the whole day. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, and whoo-wee, boy, I don't even know what to say. Stocks like these are absolutely monstrous, crazy. I actually want to see the 420 number just for lulz, but who cares at the moment, honestly. We'll see if that number comes into play. A couple of the stocks that I do care about because I am involved in them right now. PG pushing back to the downside from the 141 area. Now 23 cents in the money is our position on PG. The S&P 500 still rocking to the north side, 41.13 coming into play. So finally breaking past that barrier that we've been stuck at 41.10 for the most part. Now pushing to the north side. So taking the NASDAQ market along with it is the S&P 500. Let's quickly go back to HKD because that's where all the fun is, honestly.
This is all the fun, man. You're just watching this and watching it print higher and higher and higher. Like this is crazy.
Yeah, we're watching 420 come into play over here while I take an all-dressed chip and throw it in my mouth in about a second. I'll put it aside so that way you don't hear the crunchy crunch. You're not watching ASMR. You're not watching Amaranth. Speaking of Amaranth, she made about $35 million in 2 years on OF. That's a Twitch streamer who used to like play games and do ASMR streams on Twitch, opened an OnlyFans account, and made $35 million in 2 years.
That's
insanity.
Wild.
The money on OnlyFans is crazy. I can't wait for OnlyFans to go live on the public market and go long on it. It's going to be probably the best IPO you're ever going to see if it actually ends up happening. Better than Reddit. I'm telling you that right now. So that's the IPO that I'm watching over there. But Hong Kong, why do I keep saying Hong Kong dollar? Someone said Hong Kong dollar yesterday. What is the stock's name? HKD. It's not Hong Kong dollar. I know that for sure. AMTD Digital. Yeah, so AMTD Digital going absolutely nonsense.
Imagine being just a director at AMT or whatever the company's name is. Imagine being a director and just like you wake up and you're like, yes, my options are in the money. Okay, yes, beautiful.
And his options or their options are probably like in the pennies, in 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents ranges, while they're in the money like $400 and 10 pennies. Like it's a monster moves like these that make people's lives.
Moral of the story: get paid in equity. Never mind cash.
Yeah.
Cash is trash. Get paid in equity and watch your stock explode for some reason, and then boom, retirement, baby. That's kind of the best way to go about it.
Meta Platform had a nice bump up $1 right now from the lows.
Yeah.
Meta Platform going from 155 to 156 because obviously the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are waking up from their slumber, from their siesta. Lunchtime. Markets are pretty old, thankfully. Well, not thankfully. Markets are pretty old, and old people know that the siesta is very important to them, right, Neil? Yes, but no, I was trying to make fun of, trying to have some fun over there. But, having a little siesta in the market, now waking up from that siesta, now pushing to the north side, S&P 500 and NASDAQ both up 1 full percent once again on the day today. 420 on HKD. HKD, right? HKD? Yeah, okay. 420 actually there. Now let's see if we break it. Oh, wow. 420.69. I saw that and it went back. I saw that. I saw 420. Someone bid 420.69 just for fun. I know it. I know it. I saw that number for a quick second. But boy, here we go. 420 breaking. Now we're at 430. Lucas said 463.
No, I said 546.
546.
Exactly.
Yeah.
546.
Since we're just throwing out numbers over there, Neil, you want to throw a number out? 517. Brendo, you want to throw a number out? Nope. Brendo doesn't even want to bother with the number throwing.
Yeah, this is going to 546. Let me write this down because so it be written, so it be done. Let's see it happen.
Hey, man, you will it into existence with mere words. Words are powerful. Words are great things. You can will anything into existence with power and sheer will. So that's what's happening right now. He's written it down. That's the power of the dream board, the whiteboard, the dream board. And you write it up there. Will it into power. Will it into existence. Let's watch the stock moon.
I see everybody in the chat is throwing out numbers here, so I'm just going to call them for everybody who's listening. 690, 420.69, genius, absolutely. 800, 450, 443, 515, 450, 546.01. Donald Marshall, you savage. 456, 690, 573. These 666, boom.
Oh,
666. I'm surprised that didn't come from Playmaker. You're probably not watching this right now. $2.14. Yeah. Lucas Sticky Note. Yeah, Sticky Note, but more. Actually, I don't even have it on me. I had the napkin of the day. I think I threw it out. I think I went to eat something, might have wiped my mouth with it and just threw it out. But that's actually hilarious. There's a bid here for 420.69. There's a bid. Yeah, there's a bid.
I told you there's going to be some
Someone's
troll.
bidding 420.69.
Some troll
they're
out there is
literally
going to do
watching us
it.
and they're like, yes, I will bid 420.69. Well, best of luck for that 420.69
They're going to
bid.
get filled too, right? Watch it come down and fill that person. Whoever that person is, if you're watching the show, just so you know, I love you. I love you a lot. There's a fill too right there, 420.69 somewhere. You're a joker. Anyways, man, if it's not one of you viewers, there's some other joker out there in the world, probably Elon Musk for lulz and gigs and whatnot, pushing the market over here with the HKD. I wouldn't be surprised if he was trading the stock too. I think honestly, man, if you ignore all the upside fun and everything, this is a little insane. This is a little crazy. It's got to stop at some point, but nobody knows where. Nobody knows where the final line in sand is, where they're like, okay, this is nonsense. We're going to throw in $1 million or $1 billion to go short on the stock because this is almost at the price of Tesla now. We're only $400 more away from Tesla on a stock that nobody knew about less than a week ago. So a lot of crazy moves coming in. Guess I know what Jack Ma does in his free time. What, go pump HKD?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So just a heads up, GovX pushing for that high a day. I think it may have triggered it, so I took another short here, averaging into this one. Just kind of feels weak. I mean, if this blows through like 3, I'm just looking at the daily, right? So like that 340 level is the high. If this wants to blow through like 320, 325 area, then like I might have to just get myself out. But maybe we get that dip back down to like 305 area. Just kind of overall gauging trend here. It looks like it's bouncing off trend, holding trend. Making that high day push now. So, if this rejects and goes back down, might have to just get myself out of it around 3 for a loser and just reevaluate. But, now the way that it's kind of looking to me, maybe given the vibes that it's going for the 340, 350 push and then reevaluate from there. But if it flushes from here, we'll hold on and see what happens. Apple, Amazon working for me. Apple 57 cents in the money. Amazon 34 cents in the money. Meta not working for me. Got triggered in, and this is going to look nasty, right? I got run over here. I was playing off that 156, but we popped, right? But my overall kind of basis on this one is like we did have the strong move, overall market moving up here, but maybe we kind of trend back down, obviously Meta being the weaker name. So if we go back down, got myself a nice average on that, and I'm willing to average into this one as well just because I'm not really confident. I'm not really confident that this is going to really make that run and burst through 157. If it does, it does, and I lose on the trade. I can't win them all. But yeah, Amazon working for me. Apple working for me. So these ones are looking good, and I'm just going to have to keep an eye on the ones that are not working for me.
How is this stock making these moves on one share trades, man? Like one share prints across the board and just I don't even know what to say. I don't think I've ever seen this happen in my 1 million float. Yeah, and then it's just like I've never seen this happen in my 2 years of trading. So I'm learning new things by watching this. So I'm sorry that if I'm a little glued to this stock, ladies and gentlemen, because the more glued I am, the more I'm learning from stocks like this. Obviously, this is like a once in a 5 years or probably 2-year stocks that you'll randomly see this happen. You might not see this way too often, so you don't get those many opportunities to learn from this. So I think what all of us should do is record the stock separately today and just have it up to learn from for future purposes. The next time I see a stock going crazy like these, I won't be hesitant to even push in the minimum size lot for our floor and take that trade, because look how much money the floor missed out on by not taking said trades. But honestly, if anyone did take that trade, they probably would have gotten a message from Neil and Greg as to, yo, why'd you take that long? What was the reasoning behind it? What was your out? And if their out wasn't a good answer, I don't think they would have been here any longer.
Yeah, it's a scary stock to trade. It is. I like this GovX too is like, this thing is like moving against me. So I'm like, damn, like, am I gonna get an opportunity to get out of this? Or am I just gonna have to get out at the worst possible price? And that's the thing with these things, right? It's like you're short, and then it's like pure pain. You punch out, and then the flush happens. So obviously make sure you size accordingly. To your overall setup, because my expectations was maybe we break 3 and flush. We didn't. Maybe we break high of day and flush. That's what I was going for over here. We didn't. But I am sized accordingly, and I'm really now at this point waiting. Like, if we come back down to here, let's see how it acts. But if we go higher, then I'm gonna have to stick with it. Watch how that 340 to 350 area works itself out. And maybe kind of go from there. And I think I just got another fill, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that was on Amazon here. So Amazon seems to be working. Took some out over there. Pay yourself. You got some losers on the board. You're losing on those ones. The winners are working. Paying yourself. Overall things are looking good. So let's see what happens next.
If you guys remember the stock that had a catalyst to the negative side, I believe 2 days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, Visa and MasterCard, which was, more possibilities of other competitors now. Visa, MasterCard have been running the monopoly for as long as I've been alive, honestly. I don't think I remember seeing any other company other than Visa and MasterCard plastered across every single store in the world. So that catalyst coming into the red side for Visa and MasterCard did push the stock down quite a bit. I'm trying to find out what day it was exactly. I think it might have been on the 27th of July. So let's scroll back to the 27th of July to see. Yeah, so that was the day right here when that drop happened. It looks like we dropped to about $200, 201 to be exact. The next day we just traded sideways and then popped up a little bit to 212. Today we popped up to 214 and then got rejected. Right back to 210 we go. So based off of this move over here, where's today's chart? So yeah, based off of this move over here on today, I'm expecting this Visa to set up for a short on Monday around 212 to 210. Anywhere between this range of 212 to 210 would be a short opportunity for me. If we do pop to 214, that's where I'll be taking a way bigger size than I'll be taking here on Monday, riding the stock to that $200 level to the downside. But I do expect Visa and MasterCard to continue bearing weakness in the stock. Someone said PG dropping. You're not wrong. I took profits on PG on that drop over there. Still have 90% of my trade, only taking a quick little scalp out over here, adding to my PNL as the market pushes my stock to, or well, the market didn't push it because the market went up. But as the market went up, PG started pushing to the downside, so we're taking profits on that side. And Meta Platforms, a big retracement back to VWAP. So let's start loading into some Meta Platform shorts here. Start joining the trade with my boy Luca, who's already short. I believe you're still holding it. I think he is. So we're gonna start joining him on the trade as Meta Platform pushes to VWAP, S&P 500 pushes to the day's high, and NASDAQ pushes to pre-market highs or so. Not really 2 days high, but around pre-market high.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm quickly glancing over at Meta, giving them maybe a potential. See, now we're like right below VWAP, right? So overall kind of theme is like, I don't think we're going to break VWAP. And even if we do, maybe we get like an over-under action. And if we like really, really go from there, then, you know, it is what it is. The market is like making the move higher as expected. So, you know, sized accordingly on my longs and, you know, scaling into the shorts. And it just, you know, I feel at the first turn, you know, Meta's going back down. So, you know, like continuing to average into that one kind of feels good. And yeah, somebody in the chat saying, close that GovX short. It's going higher. It's running to 350. You know, whatever happens, happens. Obviously, like trade your own book, continue to do what you do. You know, this thing is clearly holding trend, right? It's holding trend. But I just feel like at the first sign of break, we're going back to 3 instantly. Like we could get a flush. Seen the setup before. You know, doesn't have enough volume to make the push towards 340, 350. You know, time will tell, but that 350 up to 4 area, like that's like some serious resistance there. So, you know, kind of feels like the dump could come at any point. So I don't want to let this one go too early.
You just got to do this meme sometimes, man. You know, when comments like that come in, it's like, oh, close your short, close your long. It's like you just gotta Ron Swanson them. I know more than you, and just walk away from that comment. That's what I do. You know, what did 50 Cent tweet from like 4 years or 3 years ago? I actually retweeted it yesterday. Depression is a luxury I cannot afford. I see the haters, I move on, and I continue doing what I'm doing. I'm not here by luck. I'm not here by chance, right? So just move on from those hater comments. It's coming from me. Wow, whoa, Pratt changed overnight. He's usually the one who's getting mad at the haters. Anyways, GPS, activist and new CEO chatter from GPS apparently. I do know not too long ago that I believe it was a female name, if I can remember correctly, who dropped out from the GPS CEO position. They had some bad deals, obviously. I still don't know why they took on the whole Yeezy deal and so on. I like Yeezy to be separate, not tied up with GPS, but that deal went through. Looks like that deal is going to be more negative than positive for these guys. But the catalyst coming in for a new regime change, a new CEO and a new activist coming into play for GPS, that's going to push obviously a big volume candle, bigger than the opening candle itself, taking GPS right back to the pre-market / opening prices. It's time for Brando at the big screen.
And a look at some volume leaders so far today, guys. Busy board. 10,917 listings, U.S. listings on this board. This is the entire U.S. landscape. So of that, 6,000 and about 80 in positive territory so far, 3,700 and change to the downside, 1,108. Dead even or break even on the day. In that, 982 new lows. So there is negativity, typical for an earnings season kind of day, where you get people reporting and miss expectations. So they are making new lows on the day. 97 highs there on the session. Top of the leaderboard here, 107 million is GOVX. Once again, back to $3 for GovX today. There were a few. San Francisco and New York City both came out with additional measures for monkeypox today. So that was the news on those. Amazon, haven't seen Amazon on this board for a long, long time. 96 million here, maybe even ever. TQs, SQs, both on the board again. NRXP, Intel's here, Apple's here. Avaya as well. Really good fade this morning. 48 million to the downside right now for AVYA. There's HKD now. What is it? Yeah, 145%. The little stock that could, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, we're Luca and I are just laughing at the high a day for HKD 469. So maybe that's going to be the high. It hasn't actually even broken it by a single penny. So lots of moves coming in. CB got games asking me about MULN for a swing play. Go long from here up to 50 cents and hope for a pop, I guess is what you said earlier. I am not a fan of MULN the same way I'm not a fan of Roku or Peloton. Like, if I was to care about an EV company, I would be caring about the NIO, Li Auto, XPEV, even Polestar, more than I would about MULN. MULN, you're not buying MULN as an EV play. You're buying MULN as a short squeeze play, as a meme stock play, as a Reddit play, right? Now, if you're buying it off of as a Reddit play, more power to you. I don't do Reddit plays. I only do Reddit plays when the volume's there. Right now, only 24 million on a penny stock. That's not enough for me. I want to see hundreds of millions of shares being traded on a penny stock. MULN CEO loves your money. Yeah, he for sure loves your money. He's already taken a lot of people's money who I tried to warn. I said I'll see MULN back under $1, and here we go, right under $1. That being said, it doesn't mean that MULN doesn't go back above $1. It doesn't mean that MULN doesn't go to those ridiculous prices that it was trading at earlier. Anything is possible. I just don't believe in the company enough to put my money to work for me through them. I'd much rather put it in NIO, Tesla, or any other EV company that actually makes some money.
Yeah, 100%. And just quickly looking at GovX, had the flush there. Thought we maybe could get that 3 test, but not so lucky. Had my bids out. Now we're back up. So at this point, anything's possible. Giving me that vibe that we're going for the 340 push here. Will they get the volume to do it? It's at 100 million. And I remember Brendo saying, when's the last time that he saw Amazon on the list of volume? Never. A stock split will do that to you. Do that for you, sorry. Obviously, everyone's super excited. Amazon earnings, lots of volume, coming in today. I think every trader sat down and saw, pre-market volume and said, okay, where are we going from here? This is going to be exciting. So it was definitely an exciting one. And now just continuing its uptrend. I got my offers stacked. Hopefully they get hit and get myself out of that for nice wins. And Meta just looks nasty. Meta looks nasty. Basically $1 against me. I didn't expect. I was like, okay, maybe it could do this move, maybe, but I don't think it will. And it's doing it, right? So it's like, let's see how 157 reacts. Is 157 going to reject and then kind of go down from there? But if not, then I might have to cover this one as well.
What was the news on GPS? Just a new activist for CEO chatter, and as Neil put in the chat over there, bye-bye Baba again. So yeah, Baba making a new low, dropping to the flow, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. So another big volume candle spike over there. The last one made it take out the previous low. This one not as big as the last one, but it's also making it take out the previous low. Let's see if the volume candles can get as high as the last volume candle over here, which would mean that there is more buying or selling pressure pushing it to the downside, or if it's less than that, I would guess that there is the selling pressure slowing down and we're pushing up. But just read the level 2 and timeless sales. At the end of the day, you'll be able to really find out the whole picture that's playing out in the level 2 and timeless sales. Currently, as Luca did mention, the shorts on Meta platforms are out of the money. I'm 25 cents out of the money on Meta, but I'm 25 cents in the money on PG. So I'm net neutral right now on those 2 positions that I have on the board, as the S&P 500 double tops at 4120 and pushes back to 4115, which was the high from yesterday, if I remember correctly. And NASDAQ pushes to 12,900 and doesn't really double top, but pushes to 12,900 and trying to most likely push towards that double top area near 12,930, 12,940 area. Not sure if we'll see 13,000 on the NASDAQ today, but if we do, ooh-wee, baby. As Kramer said the bottom is here and the longs are in play. Yo, for once, Kramer's right.
For once, yeah. One time right, 7 million times wrong. People asking, are you guys shorting HKD? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This thing is wild. The spread is crazy. 1 million shares traded. It's not like it's going wild and there's 40 million shares traded. It's like 1 million shares traded. Like the spread is like $10. It's like, like it's, I think it's SSR too. This thing, it's wild, right? Like you don't want to be offside on this thing. You could definitely get smoked. I think there was a name, Hertz. People remember it. This thing went wild sometime last year. And it was tough. It was tough. Like you one slip of a keystroke and you get smoked, right? So, for this one, I'm just watching pure entertainment. And I'm waiting for that 546 price to come through. Please, 546 be the exact high so Brad can buy me a beer after work today.
I got you on that if it happens. If you get the exact number off of a random guess, I might just retire. I might just retire from trading completely because, like, how'd you even get that number? You are the ultimate genius. You are the market maker that no one knows about. Why am I even here for at this point? There's no point in me even be trading if that number actually comes out to be true. But no, we'll just have to wait and see. HKD, man, pretty crazy move coming in on that position today without fail. Will Amazon fill the gap after the gap up today, taking that resistance? I'm not sure, DP. I can't answer questions like that. Only time can, and sadly, I am not time, man. I'm just Pratt. I'm just a simple human who has sadly, no outlook on what will happen in the next second. How does anyone listening to the channel focus on trading with Pratt blabbering nonstop? It's by pushing their keys and making trades. It's very easy. You take your keyboard, you program your buys and sells on there, you punch them, and then you join the trades or you don't join the trades. It's not that hard of a deal. Pretty sure tons of viewers over here making tons of money. I think you're the only one struggling on that side. Sucks to be you. Gotcha. We'll trade either way. No worries. Yeah, we'll trade any direction. That's the point, though. You just got to go for all the trades and all the opportunities you get, as long as they're A+ setups, right? You got to go for A+ setups on there. Hotkeys. Yeah, hotkeys. Well, unless you're on a phone, I guess you don't have hotkeys. Unless you're trading from a phone, you don't have hotkeys.
Well,
but yeah,
they still got the keys. But yeah, it's not hotkeys.
No, yeah, it's not hotkeys. Yeah, they still have the keys, though. I got the keys.
Peter Post, grab your keyboard, smash it against your forehead, and bam.
Read this, Baba thing.
Oh, Alibaba added to the SEC's list of firms that could face delisting.
Once again, Baba goes on that delist sphere. So we know what happened to DD, not existing on the stock market anymore. DD is now on the pink sheets. Anyone remember the ticker? Actually, I can't even pull it up. I don't have pink sheets. I don't have pink sheets. Okay, it doesn't matter. But yeah, DD is now on pink sheets. So Baba could very soon end. I thought I had it, and I just remember I don't have it, so it's okay. But Baba over here, man, could very soon end up in the same spot such as DD, which is now delisted. And I have been saying stocks like Baba, stocks like Pinduoduo, Baidu, they all face the same problem. One day you see the regulators in China saying, okay, we're not going to mess with them anymore. The next day they come out and say, okay, we're going to mess with them again. And then in America, the lawmakers in America, the SEC and so on, they come out one week and they say, okay, we're not going to delist Baba, but we're going to delist DD. But then the next day they come out and say, okay, we're going to put it back on the list, right? And listening to JRE yesterday about how Huawei and TikTok are stealing all our information. Apparently, if you even have TikTok installed in your phone, you are giving them access to keylog your phone completely. They keylog your phone every second. They are tracking your patterns. They're tracking everything across your phone, what you're doing. And not only your phone now. As soon as you tie your Google account, let's say, to your phone, which is tied to your PC, your phone has TikTok. Since access through your Google account, it can access your PC too. So they can basically hack your whole system. That's what the government's scared of. They're scared of China coming in with Huawei and turning down nuclear plants. They're scared of TikTok coming in, stealing our information, and next big problems coming in. That's why Baba, DD, all the tech giants such as Pinduoduo, any Chinese stock out there that can actually steal any sort of information is under heavy pressure. Watch TikTok come under pressure very soon once again.
Yeah, just make sure you guys read the fine print of what you're doing. Understand what you're doing. The same way we tell you, understand the orders that you are sending to market. Understand what it's telling the market to do and how the market's going to react to that. Read the fine print of this stuff. Somebody says same for Russian. CCP intensifies. Yeah, Alex, I don't use TikTok. Yeah, neither do I. Stealing Led Zeppelin from Spotify. Speaking of Spotify, I'm loving Spotify so far.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Life is great. And, back to the market here. Longs are working for me. thankfully, because this meta short is just not working. I see people in the chat like, what's going on here? What's the stop? This move is just a move that I did not expect. At this point, I mean, like, we're pushing. Like, are we pushing to high a day? I don't know what's going to happen next.
Move, man.
It's looking bad right now, and I'm not really too happy about it. But if we now get back to VWAP, I'm going to get out of this one. Like, this is an extreme extended move, right? Very, very extended, very sharp move up. I mean, if it continues the direction up, obviously there's some type of big buyer here, big iceberg buyer following it up. Something is happening, so it kind of is what it is, whatever. But, we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously sized accordingly, and, it kind of sucks to, experience this one. But, how many times do we see this, right? We see very, very sharp moves, very, very sharp move down, very, very sharp move up. So, we have the sharp move up. The overall market's kind of had that move up. Now we're kind of sideways. If for whatever reason starts to head down, then like it'll give me a chance to get out of that one. And if not, is what it is. Sometimes things don't work out for you. GovX making that move to 440. So I'm loving this even more. Didn't cover the shorts. Not really too worried about it. Like 30 cents out of the money, whatever is what it is. But obviously, like, that's why, you got some longs, you got some shorts. The longs pay for the shorts. The wins pay for the mistakes. And, is what it is. Mistakes make the trader great. Then somebody's saying, Trader Mark, halt it again. So I'm going to assume you're talking HKD, which I'm seeing at 370. 370. Okay, so it was over here. Let's look at this really quickly. It was over here, and I was like, are we now going lower? Nope. We went higher. So now, I mean, are we going to go higher and finally hit that 546 price? Let's see it. Would love to see it. Anything's possible. Stay tuned. We'll see what happens.
Why would you short Meta RSI way oversold? I don't even know what to say about that statement anymore. RSIs don't mean anything to me, or MACDs. But if you use them, no harm done, no problem in it. I see a good trade in Meta. I think the 68 cent that I'm against Meta is a fugazi pop. I don't believe in it. Meta has negative earnings. Meta dropped down below the top 10 market cap stocks in America. So everything to me just screams short Meta no matter what. Meta's down 1.89% on a day where the market's up 1.2%. Why would you not short Meta when it's popping up back into ranges such as 158, which also happens to be the 50-period EMA, and so on? Shorting weak stocks on a pop like these is the exact type of setup that I always look for. So maybe for you, it's not a short. You know what? That's the beautiful thing, because you don't have to trade that stock. It's our setup. You always want to look for your own setups in your books over there. Your RSI and your MACD and your 1,500 different lines on there are probably telling you along. You might not be wrong on that because it's working out for you. But for now, I have my lines and my 15,000 longs lines and everything else telling me to go short. And that's why I'm short. Maybe at the end of the day, it does drop down in my favor. Maybe at the end of the day, it goes up for your favor. We'll just have to wait and see. Meta to 200, not anytime soon. I don't know about that part. But what do I know? HKD is what, whoa, you actually took a position? Oh, okay. You took it on AMTD. Pretty good trade, nevertheless, though. Let's go. 3 cents a share to short this one? Nice, well, that's pretty sick. AMTD 3 cents a share, and you said the other one was $26 now? $28 to short HKD. $28 compared to what you saw 9 in the morning, Luca?
Yeah, I think it was like around 9.
So the cost to borrow shares on HKD just keeps on going up. But here's our boy Neil's trade, WWND. Neil took that trade on the downside of 2, took that short, took his profits around $1.75 or so, and I'm guessing he's still holding some for a move to the downside even more in case once the stock opens up from a halt, that is. So I know HKD is halted to the downside. Once this opens up from his halt, we'll see where it takes AMTD also.
Absolutely, and I see trading is not gambling, it's speculation, absolutely. But when you're dealing with something like HKD, I don't know, man, maybe a little bit on the gambling side. John saying XOM, money. Let's have a look here. XOM on New York. XOM, money. Oh, inching its way. Yeah, inching its way towards 100.
RSI is a key indicator.
Definitely interesting. It'll be interesting to see if we get to 100, next week at any point. Maybe provide a nice opportunity there. So thanks for the heads up on that one. That's interesting. I think they had earnings today, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, up 4.3%. Got to be an earnings move there. Just looking quickly at the daily. Yep, looking really, really strong to the upside. Maybe get multi-day continuation. But again, I have no idea. We'll see how it reacts if it does get to that 100 level.
Yeah, Slot machines are the poor man's speculation. Slot machines. Oh man, I don't know how people play slots. I simply don't get it. Like I see people sitting there spinning this wheel and they're like, oh, I'm gonna get this, and I'm gonna get that. I'm like, how do you know? I don't understand anything behind slots. It's so gamble, so random. I just don't understand slots at all. But for anyone who's actually able to make money on slots, you are the world's most luckiest person, because I just don't understand that part. I just don't understand it. Anyways, HKD opened up from that halt, came down to, I don't know what price it came down to, honestly, but it is still moving around. 360 on the bid for HKD, $5 spread right now, $10 spread right now. Holy moly, it's still pretty active, man. This stock just wants to do what it wants to do for the rest of the day, it looks like, and we gotta let it. We just gotta let it do. The question is, though, do we close above 420 or below 420 today? Below says Neil. What do you say? Below 420, above 420? HKD, yeah. Below? Way below? Luca?
Way lower.
Way lower.
Well, you know, if I got a rune to the right of me saying lower, I'm gonna have to go with lower as well.
Yeah. Neil and Arun both said lower. Luca joining the bandwagon over there. I gotta be the contrarian now. I gotta go the other side just for gigs, you know. I just have to do it. So I'll go higher than 420. We can't all be bandwagoning on one side. That's boring, man. That's boring. And let's go, Brendo. Brendo updating me on good news. Your boy Lando P2 Lando. Let's go, McLaren. How's Mercedes doing though, Brenda? Don't ask. Well, at least it's not Ferrari or Red Bull who's above Lando, so I'll take it. You're trading anything, Luca? You looking at anything?
So looking at GovX right now, looking like the flush wants to come in, so it kind of feels good here, selling on the tape. If we soak and hold trend here, I'm going to get out of this one because it's just going to be absolutely savage. But it went for that high a day push, volume spike, breaks to like that 340 area, and now we flush down. So taking this here, kind of like my odds on this one. Maybe we get the flush down towards like $3.10, $3 area. You know, but keep in mind that if the flush doesn't happen, if it doesn't happen right now and it rips back up, then it's going to like play those games. It's going to do this over under. It's going to last a little bit longer. But, you know, the higher the better opportunities. So we'll see what happens next.
Procter & Gamble not really doing a whole lot after the 141 short. We've been 50 cents in the money. Where's my mouse? Hello? There you go. PG.NY. So it's been holding up above VWAP for the most part, but we're still holding 90% of our size. Actually, let's start taking a little bit more out just in case it does pop. It's working for us, though. It's coming down, so maybe I should not have taken out. But at least, you know, taking profits never went broke, taking profits. So realizing some on the swing to the downside for PG is what I'm doing. Procter and speculating. That's a decent one over there. Ford. Now there's a stock that I've completely forgotten about from yesterday. I know Ford had earnings recently, bumped up to a pretty high price off of that earnings report, and look at it now, still launching new high a day on Ford at $14.50, and doesn't want to stop. We love Ford over here. You know, Randy loves to talk about Ford. Spencer loves to trade Ford. I like
Mr.
Mustangs,
GT
so
Turbo.
Mr. GT Turbo V10. The name just doesn't stop. But what's your name currently? I know you changed it a couple of times. Mr. Gain, no gain, no pain.
I'm a man of many names.
Yeah.
A man of many names. Like Tony's a Renaissance man. I am a Renaissance name. If that even makes any sense. I don't know if it does. But let's have a look here quickly to revisit. You know, HKD, that classic action, it halted, it opened, it is now going for 546. Let's see it happen. I want that ice cold beer after the close. And quickly looking at GOVX, looking like the flush is coming in. So let's continue to flush more. Would love to see this just kind of drop back down to 3. Show me the death candle. That 340 level, solid to play off. Lots of resistance on the overhead there. So, you know, yeah, not full size, but, you know, like it's obviously manage your expectations, understand the levels that you're trading.
PG gonna test VWAP? Yeah, it's testing VWAP right now at 140. We'll see if it can get below VWAP. Let's go to NVIDIA, a chip maker that we have not taken a look at all day. Oh, wow, NVIDIA taking out the highs and actually pushing to 182. Lots of volume coming in on NVIDIA, big volume spike too. Is it possible that the bill has been signed or something along those words are being said? Because that volume candle doesn't just show up out of nowhere. Here's AMD looking to do something similar. Maybe Intel and and Micron trying to do something similar also. Let's go over to Intel, which we do know had some size at $36.39 earlier. Took that size out and went to $36.50 or so. Now pushing right back to the high side is Intel, but no volume candle on Intel the way AMD and Nvidia had it. Maybe Micron had a little volume candle on it. Let's go check out MU. Yeah, a little bit of a volume candle on Micron and not Intel. So we know that Intel, the reason why Intel doesn't have that is possibly because it's a little bit weaker. Chips bill passed yesterday. Oh yeah, that's right. We were just waiting for him to sign the bill. We're just waiting for him to sign the bill now. Whenever Biden wakes up and signs it, I think we might see another move. But no, I think what does Luca say? It's not what Luca says, but it's a famous saying. It's buy the rumors, sell the news. So people have been buying up the rumor for the past few days about the bill. Don't even have to say whose husband bought the 5 million shares of Nvidia. But yeah, buying the rumor, and now when the news drops, it might just be sell the news event.
Yeah, always buy the rumor, sell the news. That was not me, obviously. That's everybody knows that kind of statement there. Very famous statement. And yeah, guys. Okay, I was gonna say, take a guess whose husband that was. And yep, right away, Pelosi. That was a good guess, solid guess there. Yeah, and I'm just kind of watching overall what's going on here. Is the market gonna turn lower? What's gonna happen next? I have no idea, but things kind of slowed down for now. Great time for questions if you guys have, or shout out any tickers that you guys are trading as well. People before mentioning TLBT money, that $9 rejection, that was money. You had the flush down, kind of pops back up, rejects 850, flush down again. Is this thing dead? At this point, maybe, but at the same time, if they go for at any point high of day push, that would be savage. That would be savage. So, that's always in the back of my mind when I'm looking at these things, but at the same time, maybe it's done for now. Volume's kind of dead. You have like the kind of first leg down, second leg down. So are we going to get a third leg down through VWAP and then have that resistance area of 780? You have resistance that turns to support. Once it goes back through support, maybe the name is done.
M-Trade's asking me meta short, or are you asking me why the meta short? Yeah, I'm in a meta short already at 157.23 out of the money, like 70 pennies, but I'm not worried about it at all. I'm giving it that wiggle room that I believe it needs. It's back into that range that it was earlier. So here's, my chair is stuck. Here we go. Back into that same range from earlier, near 158, 158.60s, 158.70s. I can give it that leeway room all the way up there. I'm taking small positions all the way up and actually increasing my size as we get closer to my stop. So I'm not worried about this trade at all. People are mentioning their MACDs and their RSIs. More power to you on those indicators. I don't use MACDs and RSIs. I have a very specific reason behind it. Lagging indicators, I have tools at present at hand for me that can that don't lag. As long as the internet doesn't lag, I have tools that don't lag. It's called level 2 and time of sales. I don't need indicators that are lagging seconds or hours behind me on the data over there. But if you have a setup present for you, more power to you. Take that trade your book, make that money, and capitalize on the profits. But here we go. Now only 50 cents out of the money on the meta platforms as the NASDAQ, and not NASDAQ, as the S&P 500 has double topped and looking to push to the downside, and NASDAQ also looking to push to the downside. So Luca did mention that the drop might be here, and we're here to party with that drop. Pop it, lock it, drop it.
Yeah, exactly. Just make sure you understand the plan and trade according to the plan. And, if you're a discretionary trader and you kind of change on the fly, you change it on the fly, change it up, right? Sometimes you miss your exits and, hopefully you guys don't miss your exits, but, sometimes is what it is. But, GOVX, that might be the high. That might be the high there. But, I thought we would have gotten like a way better flush than the way we are seeing it right now. So I don't love this. I don't love it. So I added to it. So now I'm basically flat on the trade. Even though my first entries here were very small, this was a little bigger. And then these ones were a little bit bigger because now we're at the level of okay, now I'm going to get paid from this if we flush. I'm thinking that we could flush to 3, but we should have flushed. Unless it's going to be one of those just kind of sideways and slowly grind lower, then sort of break this level, then flush next. So I'll see what happens. But if this goes back up again, I'm going to reevaluate that one. Meta coming back for me, 34 cents out of the money. Maybe we get that VWAP test. This move up was like so sharp and surprising. Like this has to be like somebody was following this up, buying like a whole bunch of shares. But you know, at this point now going sideways at that 158 level, like maybe the kind of run up the buyer is done. We get some sideways action and then kind of trend lower, especially if the overall market wants to make a short-term move down. Then, you know, maybe get a 157 bounce on Meta, so not really too worried about that anymore. And just, you know, still nursing these longs on Apple. Got myself out. I thought, and somebody before was like, oh, what are your thoughts on Apple resistance area? So I mentioned it before, but overall, you know, I think that like 162.50, which is basically where I got my first portion out, was like a short-term resistance. Now we're kind of back down, but I don't really think this is going to sell off too much, just kind of having that earnings catalyst. So if at any point we do get the bounce and hit that 163, like that'll be my next target, like 163, maybe get that 163.50 area. So, you know, kind of nursing it, holding on there. And, you know, even though Amazon kind of turning down, it's slow, right? Like it's kind of weird because like it really did slow down, right? So, you know, overall, whatever, it's still working for me, so I'm holding it. But, you know, if this does break down, I'll get out of this one. I'll get out of Apple there. And, you know, we'll see if Meta, now that it broke trend, are we going to now like reverse this entire move with the same velocity that we kind of ran up on it, right? You know, if things go up very quickly, they can come down very quickly. If things go up very slowly, they most likely will come down very slowly. That's kind of my logic there. And people in the chat also mentioning again, PGY. Oh my goodness, this thing is through 20, making a move to 2150. Okay, let's go to 25. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening here. This is like a lot of volume, big spike. But here's the thing, right? It's like, you know, it had the flush down. It's going sideways. It pops up a little bit. Like, you don't want to short these names randomly over here for like a little win over here because like these outsized moves are possible, right? So when something like this happens, you know, have your levels defined. This thing's going to go wild. It's probably going to break 25 if I had to guess today. And I know it sounds crazy to say that because we're only at 2150, but it's like anything's possible with these names, right? And 25 being like the prior high from either yesterday or day before. I think, you know, we could see it, but, you know, if we reject that 23 area or get a sort of over-under there, you know, anything's possible, but we'll see what happens. But, you know, yeah, keep this one on your radar for a potential continuation. Like, that's a wild move from 19 to, like, 21 and a half in, like, what, 1-2 minutes there.
Yeah, real quick, someone said RSI leading, but here, in its absolute sense, it's a lagging because it has to wait for the price to move in order for the indicator to actually fill in the data. So it is a lagging indicator. That's the end of the conversation. All indicators are lagging. Thank you. Unless it's what?
Economic report.
Economic or? Economic number. Okay, I couldn't hear properly. Too quiet over there. Arun, I got headphones in my ears, so it's also a little hard to hear with this headphones in my ears. So all indicators are lagging unless it's an economic number, says Arun. And we've been saying that for God knows how long now. Listen, the only indicators that we use over here, for the most part, any trader over here, I don't see them using RSIs and MACDs, and most of them are using VWAP and 2 EMAs or 2 SMAs, or that's it for the most part. But listen, you do what works for you. We're not trying to argue with you as to what indicator is better. My indicator gives me a Lambo, your indicator gives you a Ferrari. We're not arguing about that. As long as you're able to put the money on the table, put the bread on the table, put the potato on the table, keep yourself and your family happy, there's no need to have an argument about what is an indicator or what is not an indicator. Let's go to Brendo for, I believe this is Money Talks.
Currency time. Yeah, let's have a look at a pretty quiet board. It's typical for a Friday. We had the big moves in the week, obviously, earlier with the U.S. dollar. Back to the downside ever so slightly again today, 0.25%, 106 even on the day. The euro, the Canadian dollar, basically flat on the session. It's notable. They were both higher earlier in the day, but have come back down slightly. Same story for the British pound. Down here, I saw an interesting note suggesting that this month, being the last day for equities, has been the strongest month for equities since November. Currencies, on the other hand, have gone in the opposite direction. So we've been talking over the past few weeks and months over the correlation between those two. But opposite for this month, 23,640 right now for Bitcoin. Now red once again, but chopping around in that range. For BTC, guys, back to you.
PGY, my Lambo's indicator that my indicator is not working. That's hilarious over there. PGY launching right through the moon over here. $23 coming into play for PGY. I am under absolute shock as to what to do with some of these trades over here. Even HKD. Someone said HKD back over 420. If that's true, man, looks like we might just be able to close above 420 today. Yeah, maybe not. Look, it's been higher, lower highs and not really lower lows though. It's been a higher low, lower high, so creating somewhat of a triangle pattern over here. But 420 creating a barrier, looks like, for the most part on HKD. And we saw PGY, I think that was a stock, PGY and NASDAQ. Okay, at PGY breaking $23 to put to $23.41. So the market clearly loving these stocks today. S&P 500 up 1.04%. NASDAQ up 1. My mic is in my shirt. Sorry for anyone who couldn't hear me properly. SPY up 1%. NASDAQ up 1.2%. Ford is apparently ripping too, as Miss Wee would say, ripping. Ford apparently ripping to the north side. New high day for Ford, $14.57. Congratulations for anyone who was long on Ford from yesterday. I believe that was the earnings day. So here's the earnings move after hours. Here's the move on the earnings day. And here's today when the information gets disseminated and passed on to the hedge funds and the big money traders who look at the value of the numbers, and then they push in big size orders. Ford clearly wanting to go towards $15 today. If I can remember really quick what Ford's high was not too long ago before they did the EV spinoff. Did they even do the EV spinoff yet for Ford? I think they did. Neo, did they do the EV spinoff for Ford? They did, right? The EV spinoff, I thought they were supposed to do the spinoff for Ford where they do EV and thing different. It's not going on the market? Ah, okay. I thought that was going to happen, so maybe I had that info wrong over there. I was waiting for the spin-off to happen for the longest time, but apparently it's not getting spun off into a whole different stock, into a different company. They're just splitting the company on the inside itself, so no spin-off happening. But Ford, man, when that news was coming in, I think this was the range that I have drawn. I mean, I have a box drawn from $17 to $18 over here, based on that consolidation right there. Maybe we push to 15 first, then we reject from 15, or what is this line that I have? 14.57, which also happens to be around the 50 period EMA. Actually, let me make sure that's the 50 period. That's the 200 period EMA, the yellow line, 200 period EMA around $14.75. It is possible we see somewhat of a barrier near $14.75 or $15 on Ford as it's pushing to the north side. Gotta love the stock, man. A legacy company, more prone to actually selling those electric cars than MULN or even Polestar or other companies out there. People like the name Ford. It's been there for God knows how long now. So people like that name, period. And instantly, even that Mustang, the all-electric Mustang looks so beautiful. My goodness, it looks beautiful. AMC Declare high. Wow, okay. Indian comments coming in the chat over there. I'm not sure Arun can understand that. You're not? Oh, you're Sri Lankan. You're right. I forgot. Like Sri Lankan, or we have Sri Lankans in India too. That's why we get confused, you know. We get confused all the time. Yeah, that's true. Do you speak Tamil? You do? Okay. Vanakkam. Yeah, see, I said hello to him in Tamil. That's the only word I know. And I know, did you eat any food? Because I have family relatives in Tamil, Tamil Nadu, who speaks Sri Lankan. So they ask me, have you eaten food? And I always say no, because then I get more food. Yay! The new Mustang SUV, ugly. I don't think I've seen that one, but damn, that sucks that it's ugly. Now that you mentioned it, I have to pull it up. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, but Mustang SUV electric, please don't be ugly. That's pretty gross. That's pretty gross. It's almost as bad as the Lamborghini truck. That's pretty gross. You know what? I do like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan though. The RR Cullinan. Ooh, that's my baby right here. I love these cars, man. Rolls-Royce are such beautiful cars. Even the orange interiors and so on. Sheesh. What's this on top of your car, buddy? Why are you ruining a Rolls-Royce like that? What's wrong with this person? Luca is back. Luca, what you looking at?
So this Facebook trade, absolutely nasty, terrible. I covered it. I'm done with it. That's a loser. Probably my worst name of the day. I'm going to let it go. But guys, and somebody in the chat was like, GovX flush, Luca at me. Check this out. So short, awesome average on this now. And I had my bids out at 3. And I was like, we're going to 3. I'm walking away. I'm going to go quickly grab a glass of water. And look at this flush. There it was. You know, like patience is key. Had the flush to 3, covered that. Now I'm holding the rest. Hopefully we go back down to 280. And then you know what? I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. Last time when we flushed and broke the level, we just sold off and it was a 30% move. So if this is the top, I definitely got to hold on. You know, maybe we get to VWAP, cover some there, and then maybe hold some for a potential move down to like 230s area. You know, anything's possible. It's a Friday. You know, people got to be taking their profits. Algos want to be flat. Maybe the games are done and the name is done, and you know that'll be good for me because you know got some okay size on it. So pretty excited. And you know, Amazon turned on me. Not really turned on me. Where am I here? Like I'm basically flat on the trade. It's just like VWAP, like VWAP bounce, very casual. It gets itself up. VWAP bounce again. So I mean, with this one, it's pretty lackluster. But you know, Apple's still in the money and kind of drifting its way up. So overall, not too. Can't complain. Can't complain. It's Friday, stress-free Friday. You got to enjoy life. And you know, as I got back here and quickly looked at your screen, taking a look at Mustangs and everything. You know, it just kind of reminds me of good times going into the weekend. You know, cold drinks, fast cars, good family and friends, hopefully nice weather. And to all the golfers out there, I'm sure you guys are going to be out there enjoying time as well. You know, I think Spencer mentioned, you know, he's not here today. He's on a nice golf trip. You know, I'm not a golfer.
Spencer's going to get a talking when he comes back, though. That picture he sent, I'm not happy with that picture at all. He's going to get a stern talking like I'm his father or something when he comes back. Ian over there laughing based off that comment. We're not going to say what that picture was, but hey, man, don't be doing that. MGAM being called out in the chat. The stock was like $36 or something, and it dropped down to $6. I wanted to see if it was a split, and it doesn't seem like it's a split. But we clearly had a big drop in price, now down 82%. Mobile Global Esports, I guess that's all I needed to look at, the name of the company. It's an esports company. We know the story of esports companies overall. FaZe, man, where's FaZe today off of those moves recently? It looks like FaZe kind of still stuck in the same ranges that it made not too long ago on this day over here on the 21st of October. I guess that was before the SPAC merger deal that they had going on. Let's head over to Procter & Gamble, which is now $1 in the money. Take some more profits on that trade and just hold on to our meta platforms as it is still double topping in the same range high, so I'm not worried about that short at all. Be prepared for Friday profit taking. Expect market to dump in the afternoon. Well, that's what we need. I need that dumpy dump to come into play so I can take profits on this meta platform. Sure, we have about 20 minutes on the show over here between Luca and myself. So throw in some stocks that you're looking at. Mention those stocks, those beautiful, beautiful charts that you want us to take a look at for you. In the meantime,
and remember to hit the like button. Come on, 2,000 likes here. We can get that up to 2,500. I've seen it before. We started the show and I was like, I'm not going to say anything because I'm not going to ask for likes. You guys should just like it because you're here and you're enjoying the show. So, you know, I say like the video, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, all the likes come in. Why do we got to say like the video? Show your support. All it takes is one click of the button, like the video. See that? Boom, 2.1K, boom. 2.2K, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like, what do I got to ask for this, man? Come on. I never ask because I'm like, I know you guys are better than that. I'm not going to ask, but, you know, I know you're enjoying the show, so obviously show your support. We appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. I saw somebody say that in the chat. They're like, all caps, 3K. Yo, you look fresh with blonde hair. You look fresh.
Dude, I don't want to go through the pain again.
Isn't your Twitter name Platinum Prad?
Yeah, that's because my rank in my game is platinum, okay? That's exactly why. Not because of my hair. What's that? I'm platinum, bro. I'm platinum at Valorant, so I'm platinum in Twitter name, you know? I don't need to get platinum here to be platinum Prad. No, as long as I'm platinum somewhere, I can have it in my name. That's all that matters. Even if it's platinum in my earring, that's all that matters. It's got to have platinum somewhere to have platinum Prad. But no. If I do go blonde again, it's only going to be like the highlight parts, because I'm no way in hell letting that bleach touch my scalp again. That thing killed me. I was screaming the whole time like a little child, so not letting that thing happen again. But yeah, Valorant is whack, yo. No, Valorant is whack. I haven't played Valorant in God knows how long. I've been addicted to Tarkov more recently. Let's actually go over to a little bit of a sports talk, because I want to see what you guys have a pick for UFC tomorrow. Who do you guys think the Lioness Amanda Nunes is going to win her bantam weight belt back, or Juliana Pena is going to be able to successfully defend her bantamweight title, the first defense that she's going to get? The next fight we have Brandon Babyface Assassin, Brandon Moreno and Kai Kara France. That's going to be a pretty sick fight. Rank 1 and rank 2. Whoever wins between these two is going to go for the title match. Derek Lewis, you know Derek Lewis, the Black Beast, baby. He's going to come down knocking, punches after punches. The most knockouts in the history of UFC, I believe, goes to our boy D. Lewis. I don't really care about this fight too much, but this fight, I got to go with my boy Anthony Smith. You know, I like Anthony Smith. He's a great guy, great human. But that being said, I think Magomed's going to win this one. My picks, Magomed, Derek Lewis. This one's a tough match. I want Brandon Moreno to win so he can go fight Figueiredo and get that belt back. But I honestly don't care who wins, because I like both of them. And last but not least, I want Pena to win. I want her to defend that belt. I want Nunes, the Lioness, to feel what defeat is once again, and really feel the pain of a loss, which I feel like she didn't feel the last fight. She just used excuses excuses in general to her loss that she had. But I think this fight's gonna be nasty. UFC 277 tomorrow is gonna be a great time for those of you interested. And then as Brendo already mentioned, Formula One, man, we got Formula One coming up on Sunday. Practice results: Lando Norris at Part C2. Let's go. Position 2 or pole position 2 in practice 2 for Lando. We love seeing that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the board here. Everything working for me. Thank God I'm out of that meta trade, because now I'm happy. GovX 20 cents in the money. Amazon 40 cents in the money. Apple 83 cents in the money. Life is good. Everything's working. And PGY, somebody in the chat said, PGY made me rich. Congratulations. Happy for you. Is it going to make that 25 push? Look at that wick off top off 23. Made the high of like 23.50 area. Like at this point, like that's a savage candle up, right? So you gotta think that somebody squeezed there. So who knows what happens? Who knows if it continues? HKD still dancing around in this overall general level here, but seems to have resistance at the 420 level. So kind of interesting there. And where is Meta? I'm actually just curious. This is nasty, man. This is so nasty. This is so bad. Like I took this was like smaller size. This was like bigger size, and I thought we'd get the flush. We didn't. And then as soon as we went back up, I'm like, I'm done. And I got out and it's like wick up, and now it's higher. Whatever, it is what it is. Letting that one go. Letting GovX ride. And I'm seeing some more selling come in. Let's break that $3 level. We break that. We're going lower. We're hitting 280. Happy camper if that happens. Somebody's like, can I buy a shirt? A GovX shirt from Luca. So I don't sell GovX shirts, but if you find one of those shirts, send it my way, because this one is paying me right now. I'm pretty happy with it. So yeah, we'll see like almost 10% in the money. So, not too bad, but I think we could go. My thoughts on this is that, look, if this is going to do exactly what it did last time, like we're going to 280, we're going to hold. Like there's going to be more flushes, right? If we break 3, maybe we get that 280 flush. So my bids are out. I hope I get filled there. I'm going to have to kind of reanalyze what I do. Maybe we get that right now. But, maybe we go sideways at the 280. That's kind of like a support area just in general, short-term perspective. And then, that end-of-day sell-off, if that comes, that end-of-day sell-off, we're gonna. I think we could see 250. So let's see it go down. We're below 3 right now. So let's see the flush continue. Hopefully nobody has massive size to cover and jams it back up and ruins a good trade.
S&P 500 about to go test that proper double top coming into the market for the S&P 500 now. And same with the NASDAQ. NASDAQ pushing up a little bit more compared to that 12,900 barrier we've been watching, giving us the proper double top or so, or close enough to giving us the proper double top for both of these markets. Now only 12 cents out of the money on Meta. So let's see if Meta can push down after the market double topping, or does the market take out the high a day and then give me a reason to get out of my Meta short. So until that happens, we're still holding on to it. We're still loading into that trade until I see NASDAQ and S&P 500 take out the highs over here. So just being patient, you know, kangaroo market in my opinion still. We're still going to see a lot of bounce action coming into play. And the real move might be around 3 o'clock when the volume comes back into the market. It is currently 1:47 Eastern Standard Time. So about 13 minutes or so left in the market with us. Make sure you're putting in the stocks. Make sure you're smashing those likes. Make sure you're enjoying yourself while doing all of it, right? If you're not enjoying it, then don't do it. Don't do anything anyone tells you to do if you're not enjoying it. You got to make sure your mental health is in line. Got to make sure you're thinking right at all times. You know, this is the kind of a job where having not enough sleep will cause you issues. Not having enough of a mental workout or even a physical workout will make you lose money. You got to be on top of your game. This game requires a lot of discipline, something that I myself am actually lacking very much. I deal with a lot of things myself. I know a couple of my friends know a couple of the stuff that I deal with, and they help me out with a lot on that. Thank you, Luca, and all my other buddies who do help me with that. So make sure you're able to keep your mental health in check, keep your physical health in check. You know, without your health, man, wealth doesn't even matter. Wealth is irrelevant without your health. Focus on yourself. Only do what makes you happy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what's making me happy right now is this GovX flush that we're experiencing. Whoever's in the chat here, I'm trying to find the name very quickly. Happy Camper, Luca, John Lewis, enjoy the beer. Will do, my friend. Icing on the cake will be if HKD can hit 546, but at this point 400. I don't know if it's coming or not. But yeah, like this is clean. I mean, look at this. Look at this short. Absolutely beautiful. Sheesh. Cover here. I wouldn't want to, but I'm like, you know what? I have to. So a little bit more covers over there, and I'm holding. And if we can get down here, I got my bid stacked. I kind of hate telling you guys this, but I got my bid stacked over here. And then if we get that VWAP break, then, you know, hold the last piece for a 250 test. I mean, is this going to go to 2 today? Like, that would be savage. But, like, keep this in mind, right? It's like, look at this, right? This is, like, painful. It's like just going up and up and up. And somebody's like, Luca, cover your GovX shorts. It's going to rip through 350. And I was like, I know. Like, maybe, like, it's so painful. Like, what's going to happen next? And then, Shabbats. Here we go. Nice flush. I'm covering the bottom. I'm taking that money. And, you know, as I say that, I'm also getting paid on the on Apple. Test that 163, so now I got the last piece. I'm like, what, 93 cents in the money on that one. So pretty happy, you know, maybe we get that nice push to 163.50. So holding on over there. Amazon working for me. I'm not really sure where my orders are. I haven't even looked at this one, but it's starting. Oh, there we go. There's one of my orders. Okay, perfect. I was like, yeah, where's my orders? I was like, boom,
you
yellow.
probably don't have the thing enabled. Right click on your chart and enable show lines, unless obviously you don't want the viewers the lines to see.
Yeah, no. I'm not showing no lines. Yeah. But listen, I was just wondering. I'm like, I swear I had an order somewhere over here, and then go figure it fills. My order log is like stacked with like my GovX bid. So I'm just like, I was like, where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay, pay me on that one too. You know, life is good. It's Friday. Gotta enjoy. And to say, and you know, yeah, hopefully you guys are having a great day too. You know, and I'll preach this. Do not follow the trades that people take. Trade your own book. Understand how to make your own money. That's how you will be consistent in the game. Tune into other traders and learn from them. But like, as an example, it's like I'm sitting beside legendary traders. I look around, I look right, I look left. I'm like, these are legends. I'm going to learn from them, but I can't trade like them. If I follow their trades, I'm losing. So I'm going to trade my own book every single time. I want to be self-sufficient. That's the reason why I'm here. So I'm going to figure it out for myself. Hopefully you guys do too. That's why I'm going to preach that over and over and over again. And going back to what Prad said, the whole like mental health game, like we are mental athletes, right? We're mental athletes. Do not waste your mental capital. You know, you wanna be in this game for a long time. You wanna make money. You know, like preserve that mental capital for when the opportunities are there, right? So for example, you know, if you're the type of person that is in a Facebook short and it's not working for you and you're getting your face ripped off and things suck, and you're like, wow, like I'm not taking the next trade because of this one, well then you shouldn't have took this one in the first place because you lost and then you don't get paid on the next one. But if you're the type of trader, you know, like myself, mental strength, 11 out of 10. I say to myself, gotta do what I gotta do here. This GovX short looks good. I'm adding to it, and now I'm getting paid on this one. And you know, it's really nice to see positive across the blotter. It was what it was. It is what it is. People in the chat before saying, Luca, meta's not working out for you. What's going on there? I'm like, I know. I'm like, hey, you're not gonna tell me the obvious over here. But you know, it is what it is. Things are good. And you know, hopefully continue to be good. I'm not really too worried about this move back up here. You know, if you're gonna get these pops, right? You're gonna get these pops. Like if this thing goes back for another high of day, like my average is high enough, like you see it, like it's like 327-ish or something like that. You know, if it gets back high enough, like it's like whatever, I won on the trade and then I lose on that portion of the trade, whatever. I maybe, you know, like maybe stop myself out. But you know, you're gonna get this whiplash action, right? This has to, you know, nothing goes down forever. You get these bounce backs, and as long as the stock is doing what you want to see it do, then you know, hold on and continue to get paid.
All right, yeah, the halftime show is about to come to an end. We had J-Lo, we had Eminem over here. You know, halftime show. We have the first half, we have the halftime show, and the second half. We're the halftime show, apparently, according to the chat over there. What the heck is wrong with my hair? Why is my hair parting like that?
Dr. Crusher, Luca needs a caffeine release valve. Oh, man, come on. No, I only had like one coffee today, not even.
What do I just smell? I smell some nice food coming from the back. That smells good, bro. What you making over there? This guy makes his own food, obviously. I mean, look at him. You don't get that big by eating prison food, okay? You don't get that big by eating prison food, Neil. You got to make some good tasting chicken, good tasting steak, some good tasting protein. That's what my boy Sharif over here be eating every day. Let's go to the market while we have only 6 minutes left. S&P 500 making a new high a day. NASDAQ making also a new high day coming into play, so markets clearly pushing north. Let's go check on what some of our positions, such as PG, is doing. PG currently 75 cents in the money compared to being $1. It does, doesn't it? Instead of being, that makes me so hungry right now. Can I just clock out? Can I just clock out right now? That's killing me. It's absolutely killing me. But yeah, PG over here is 70 cents in the money compared to being $1 in the money. Meta being 16 cents out of the money compared to being 80 cents out of the money. S&P 500 though absolutely launching. What does Houston say? Houston, we have liftoff. We clearly have liftoff in the tech market right now, coming in for across the board. No lie, that food smells good as HE double hockey sticks.
That smells amazing. I can't even think right now.
I know.
I don't even want to think. I just want to eat right now.
Bro, what are you eating? I'm sorry. No, you're good. You don't have to apologize, but it smells so good that I want to go buy it now. Like, what even is it? Starts to short now. I'm guessing you're trying to say short now. Peach tea and hair issues. Yo, leave me alone for one day. Put the food on camera. No, let the man eat his food. He's got to work his muscles in. The muscles need the food over there.
Chase making me laugh. Chase, I hope I pronounced that right.
Chase
making me laugh. You know, half decaf brings the anxiety levels down. Listen, I'm an espresso connoisseur. This isn't my first rodeo. I drink like 3 Spros a day. I have no anxiety from caffeine. I love caffeine. I love coffee.
Yeah, you're also going to get a heart attack at 30 at that rate.
No, I'm going to be fine. And, you know, I actually drink espresso, and then I'm like, ooh, I'm kind of tired. You know, let me go to sleep over here. But, yeah, you know, like everybody's different. Just understand your own body and kind of roll with it.
Yeah, you know, hopefully you don't get the heart attack. We love you, Luca. Just cut down on those espressos a little bit, my guy.
It's not going to come from Spros. It's going to come from trading.
Yeah, no, that's from trading.
It's not going to come from Spros, yeah.
Fair.
It's going to come from trading.
Just don't let the Spros get you, my guy. We like you over here. We need you over here. At least I need you over here. You know, who's going to teach me what the robots do if it's not you? We need you, my guy. We need you. Trade your own book. Yes, trade your own book as always. Is Luca from Brooklyn? No, but he very well could be with with his actions and what he does. You know, he's the quintessential Italian from New York. So he very well could be. I'm walking over here. Yeah, he very well could be, man. Market's clearly launching. Let's go take a look at Apple real quick.
PGY, this thing making new highs. PGY making new highs. It's running for 24. If we get to 25, like guys, we got like 3 minutes left here, so we're probably not going to see a trade on this, but I'm getting super excited. If we get to that 25 level, like this is spicy. We're going to 25. We're breaking 25. I'm looking at the daily. The high is 25. You know, we could break that. We're up over 24. Maybe we're gonna break it right now. Actually, let's see what happens. Like the spread is now like 25 cents on this thing. So obviously, you know, like be careful if you're approaching this. Yeah, check out Spro's to go in Woodbridge. It's a great place. Awesome espresso over there.
Yo, they cut you a bill?
I vouch for you over there. It's a solid place, little place there. If you're there, try it. The espresso solid.
Yo, hold on. They cut you a check? No promotions, no free promo. What is this? No free promos to anybody. We gave a ban to a viewer for free promo. You're just handing out free promos over here?
Yeah,
come on, my guy. You gotta go sponsored by blah 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 blah. But that guy needs to sponsor first. Apple here, man. My long on Apple that I had at 161. Sucks to be me because I would have been $2 in the money instead of taking a scalp of $1 to VWAP move that I had earlier. So at S&P 500 helping Apple to push towards 163, but not too high a day just yet. NASDAQ is now double topping and giving us a little bit of a drop before the pop maybe. We just don't know, but NASDAQ is indeed dropping down a little bit over here after the double top. S&P 500 cleared the double top, went a little bit higher than that to 41.25, but is also pulling back a little bit. Let's see if this pullback is going to be the pullback we need for our Meta platform short, which is only 10 cents out of the money, and PG, Procter & Gamble short, 77 cents in the money. Looks like that stock is going to die off a little bit for me.
There was a funny comment in the chat, but I think it just got deleted. But it says Luka looks old and young at the same time, and that made me laugh. I was like, that's actually hilarious. Like, yeah, guys, old and young at the same time. You know, that was actually pretty funny, but you know, it got deleted. Whatever, it is what it is. Much love across the board. Everything continuing to work for me. Pretty excited. We got like a minute and a half here left. You know, yeah, much love, cracking you up. You know, coming with the banger trades and the banger jokes at the same time. You know, super excited. Let's see PGY break that 25 level. Then things get extra exciting. You know, will be the icing on the cake for me. And quickly glancing over at HKD before we do go. The thing's back at 370, 380. You know, that's unfortunate. I kind of feel like 546 is not coming. So, you know, like it is what it is. I'm gonna have to buy my own beer.
Looks like I'm gonna have to buy my own beer too, my friend, on that. But you know what? We can take a new bet, a new shake hand. If HKD closes above 420, you buy me a beer. If it closes below 420, I'll buy you a beer.
All right, that's the
deal. There we go. A whole
that's
new deal, a whole new shake hand, and that's how we're gonna wrap off the day over here. Too loud? Sorry. Too close to the face over there. Sorry, too loud. But yeah, that's how we're gonna wrap up the show over here for the day. Thank you for everybody for showing up. Hopefully you had a great week over here with the market midday mayhem hosts Luca and myself. We will be back on Monday, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But make sure when you go to the closing show with Arun, Neil, and Brendo in the next 10-15 seconds to smash that like button on that show too. It's gonna be a whole new show. The like counter is gonna start brand new, and they're not gonna have enough time to say hit the like button because I know those guys, they're way too busy trading, and the volume picks back up too. So do them a favor over there, smash that like button for them, and do yourself a favor and have a great weekend. Ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. How was your week? How was your month? We're heading into the final couple hours here of a brand new month to come on Monday. So we'll talk a little bit about the month that was. We'll talk a little bit about the week that was, including the Fed. I just checked both S&P and NASDAQ now above 4% on the week. So it is a very, very positive week. Trying to make it 2 in a row for the S&P, trying to make it 2 in a row for the NASDAQ as well. That's a look at where we're at right now. Back to session highs, essentially. S&P is 1.2 right now. We are coming off a little bit. The NASDAQ 1.5, 1.17 here in Toronto. The Dow lags ever so slightly, 0.64 to the upside, still crude. Yeah, back to 2.3%. We came off a bit, but the rally continues. About a half an hour left in the pit session.